Welcome to Draftstack's 2025 NBA Draft Live Show. I'm so excited to be here, man. We've been waiting for this all year. I am joined today by my colleagues Kyle, Scarlett, and Jordan Ennis. How are you feeling, man? I'm excited.
I'm liking this music. This is how I'm feeling. Of course, I have less stress than every other man.
You got to get good Flagg on your team. You look a bit patriotic. You're all decked out in the suit. I'm loving it. Kyle's
I'm ready for Flagg Day.
The polo.
I'm excited. I'm excited. We've been waiting on this. It's funny. There's been conversation about how the playoffs ended, and we then directly jumped directly into draft stuff. So, there's some people who want it to be more spread out. I actually am not mad at this at all.
Mm-hmm. For sure, man. It gives us the extra day to milk some more content as well tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, we're going to be here both days providing analysis throughout the draft, before the draft, and after the draft. Yeah, man, we've been looking forward to this all year, obviously, but we've been preparing for this for months. This is the day on the NBA draft calendar, right? Obviously, for a lot of fans, and the casual fans that are more NBA-centric, right, you're tuning in around this time of the year, right, to learn more about these guys. But with us, we've been preparing for this all year, man. This has been the end goal all year, and I can't wait.
Yes.
There's been a lot of work that's gone into this cycle. This is such a fun cycle, man. I've really enjoyed covering it, and I can't wait to see how they all land, right? And then I guess get started on the next cycle straight after, right?
Right.
But yeah, I'm really excited, man. Kyle, who are your favorite prospects in this year's class?
Cedric Coward. Just the physicals they're unreal, and apparently he's much bigger in person than he looks on tape, which is insane to say because he's 6'5" with a 17 wingspan. Dylan Harper, obviously, the comps that have been hanging around for him have been pretty cool. I think he handles the ball really well. He has more explosiveness than people think, from what I've seen. So getting to watch tape on him has been enjoyable. Also, this guy is not in the top. He wouldn't be in the top 10, but I actually like Thomas Sorber a lot.
Okay.
Polished, interesting kind of prospect, especially if you consider he's more traditional among bigs who are a lot different now, kind of more more spacers than they are playmakers.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about him and to see where some of these guys land. Nolan Traore as well.
Love him.
I just think he's a fast guard. There aren't that many. And by that, I mean, in this particular class, there are guards who get where they want to go quickly, but I think he's got an extreme acceleration to his game. So those are a few of the prospects that I enjoy. I mentioned a lot of guards, but I did.
Yeah, man.
Your heat on the brain.
I'm really excited, man. My favorite guy in this class is Noah Senge. Man, he looks like he's going to end up going top 10. I've heard a lot of buzz around the league between him and Phoenix, right? I'm not sure how much I love that fit considering they're looking to make some moves now. But Senge is has the potential to be a dominant two-way force in the league, right? Fantastic levels of rim pressure, really good defender, inside and out. And his playmaking instincts, man, that's what made me fall in love with him as a player and as a prospect, because he has a real potential to be like a really solid secondary playmaker.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I predict him at his ceiling. He could be a secondary initiator, or at his worst, he's a very good connective passer. Right. The other guy I'm very high on is his fellow Frenchman, Noah Pender. I have an affinity for the French. Pender is he's built out. He's got a grown man's body. He's only 20 years old, right? Really good defender, like Senge. The shot is solid, and we've seen flashes of him being knocking down, 4 or 5 threes in a row in a game, right? He has the shot. It just needs to be more consistent over the stretch of the season, right? He's another guy who's a great connective passer as well, and scores well on the side. So those are my two main guys in the class. Jordan, what about you, man? Walk me through it.
So I want to highlight some people that are falling. Since we, a lot of people are highlighting risers. I think there are some fallers that I'm kind of confused why they're falling. Trey Johnson can flat out score the ball. Like, people are like, all he does is shoot, which that's not true. But also, he shoots amazing. Like, he's the best shooter in the class. I also think Ace, people are getting turned off by things that are not, like, to me, real deals. Like,
Right.
He's immature. He's 18. I was a youth pastor before I retired from youth pastoring. Like, I don't know a single 18-year-old that isn't goofy. Honestly, if an 18-year-old is not goofy, that's a red flag. Like, there's something wrong with that kid. I also think Derek Queen is someone who started to fall. I really like Derek Queen. I get that the body is not, super ideal, but I really like him. And then the other one that I want to point out is Liam McNeely. I was a little lower on him at one point, but like, I've really just come back around to, he was average at UConn. He wasn't bad, and people have like treated it like he was bad at UConn.
Absolutely. Imagine what he can do in a real system, right? On a key season, right? He shot the ball poorly. He's a shooter, right? You can't look at his splits this year. You can't look at his performances here and project him as a player based off that, right? Every single level, this guy has been the best shooter on the floor. Every single level, he is projected to be a really, really good NBA piece. And I wouldn't be shocked if someone at the end of the lottery, right, or maybe mid-first round in that 15 to like 18 area does take a shot on him, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where I have him. Is that 15
likely. Yeah,
15 to 21 is where I have him. So I really like Liam. Also in that range, another one is Maxime Renaud. I feel like he's really, really good. I said on the last podcast that he has the most threes for a 7-footer. He has the second most, but he, all time in the NCAA. It's right behind, Lauri Markkanen, who Jazz. That would be a good fit. Just have 2 7-footers that can snipe like crazy. Not a bad fit. So
if
anyway,
they keep it.
Yeah, if they keep Lowry. Yeah, that's true. I would be trying to get him if I was another contending team. I would be trying to get Lowry.
I mean, I do. If we're talking movement, we've heard all kinds of speculation that the Jazz are not necessarily locked in on keeping anybody who's currently on the roster.
Yep.
So there could be movement there. I'm not going to talk about any deal happening because I don't have any insight to that directly. However, I would be surprised if this time of year there aren't a bunch of players going different places.
Well, I will say I have heard one thing that I can say, right? And that is, or kind of that I'm inferring a little bit. We haven't heard Jeremiah Fears, or I haven't heard Jeremiah Fears to the Hornets the entire cycle, right? He doesn't really fit. It doesn't make sense as a fit. But suddenly, the day before the draft, I'm hearing a few other people that I know are hearing, and it's then got reported after by Gavoni, who probably heard it first and just reported it later. I'm not saying I've had it first, right? That suddenly they have interest in Fears, and he's an option at 4. I think that's the Hornets setting some smoke screens here, trying to play a little bit of 4D chess, and try and get the Jazz to trade up. Now, I'm not sure how confident I am in the Hornets playing 4D chess, because from all experience as a fan of the team, they struggle with checkers, right? But, I mean, I love Jeff Goodison, and I think that he's a pretty good job this cycle, man. But we'll see how it turns out. We did walk away last year with Tejan Salon, who I haven't given up on yet. I quite like as a player and as a prospect.
A lot of people have, actually, which is crazy.
I may or may not have called that the worst draft pick in history when it happened. So
see, Jordan, I can kick you off the show right now. I have the admin control.
Here's a name that I really love for Charlotte, and I know that like some people in Charlotte are not loving it, but like I really think that Malawach would feast in Charlotte. I know that you guys do. Like I know you guys have what's his name? The other backup big. Not
Solo?
Williams, the other.
Oh, Musa Diabate. Musa Diabate is
like,
the best center in the league, man. I love Musa.
So, I'm fine with you keeping Musa because I feel like Williams is gone. Like in my
yeah. And the thing is, we have Musa Diabate on a 3-year. Yes, Musa Diabate mentioned, believe in Nick's Clippers legend, right? But we have him on a 3-year league minimum.
Yeah.
Right.
So
that is
so
probably the best contract in basketball. So I think I drew up a mock trade recently. That was the Pelicans trading up for 4 to get Ace Bailey, right? And in exchange, right, they'd also get 32 and Mark Williams. And in exchange, the Hornets could get Herb Jones and pick 7, which they would take Malawach.
Yeah.
Right?
See, I really think he's such a good fit with the rest of the roster.
He could legitimately be the corner piece of a defense for the next 10 years.
Yep.
I mean, his
he
age
could
is on
be
his
the
side.
best defensive player in the league for a long time.
Yeah.
Right. Obviously, he won't be the best because Webby is.
Oh well, that's generation.
But
it's going to be really hard for anyone to win Defensive Player of the Year with Wemby in the league. And Evan Thompson. Yeah. I think those two are going to lock up DPOY for a while.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Yeah. Who you got? Who's your biggest sleepers in the drafts? Wow, why don't you go first?
Rasheer Fleming. Rasheer Fleming is still. And I don't. He's been down on boards where I'm just like, what tape have you been watching? How do you have him behind some of the players you have him behind? And this is not so much a detractor to the players ahead of him, but just like a misread on his value and what he does on both ends of the floor. The wingspan is insane. His agility is insane. He takes long strides to the basket and to make plays on defense. So I'm just confused why he's so down on boards. So between him and then Neat Clifford, obviously I'm saying sleeper mainly because he may not be high enough. There are some people who I've seen on boards where they've had him much lower than 25. And I'm like, I don't know what type of tape. Like, I don't understand your analysis. What exactly are you looking for when you watch prospects?
Look, I do understand the drawbacks with him, right? Obviously, this year he's been a good shooter, right? You can't put too much stock into that because he hasn't been a shooter before, right? And the defense is amazing. However, even if he is a shooter, the fact that he can kind of just be completely shut down by simply closing out and forcing him to put the ball on the floor is an issue, right? But that's not something that I think is unfixable, right? That's not an issue like him being a non-shooter would be an issue, right? I still think he's a top 10 player in this class, right? I think I have a 9 on my board or 10 on my board. And that, man, I wish I could put him at like 6 around that 6 area, man. That's how I had him for like most of the year. Unfortunately, he fell, but that's not indicative of my stock in him falling, right? That's more so my stock in other guys rising. But I think there's a legitimate chance, man, that the Spurs end up with Harper at 2 and Fleming at 14. So that's.
I've just kind of accepted that whoever drafts Fleming is going to win the draft for me. That's kind of how I am with him.
For sure, he's going to be the best value pick probably in this draft. Because we all know what he is. He's not gonna. There's no one claiming he has some kind of major upside, right? That's not what it is. No matter what, you're getting a good rotational player on a rookie scale deal for the next 4 years. Right. No matter what, right? Even if he suddenly shoots 0% from 3, right? He's the best defensive player in this class.
Agreed.
Agreed.
So no matter what, you're getting a rotational player, and the fact that. Especially if you're the Spurs and you have 2 lottery picks and you walk away with, again, if the Spurs walk away with Harper and Fleming, they're the winners of the draft.
Agreed.
For sure, in my opinion, right? There's also a good chance Brooklyn walks away as the winners of the draft. Right? But do you guys think they're going to keep their picks? What's the go there? What's your read on the situation?
I think they're trading for Ace. That's what I think this is all about. I think that they're trading up for Ace. And so they've got as many picks as possible so they can make it work.
Okay, so
yeah, but that's definitely a possibility. I'm not sure what the deal was. Is it just purely pick capital, or is the team getting? Because I'm assuming any trades for Ace is going to be the Hornets at 4, right? Which excites me and scares me. But what does that trade look like to you, right? Are the Hornets getting back players, or are they just getting back a number of picks, right? Because my theory with that is that, sure, I love. I'm sure the Hornets love collecting as many picks as possible, right? That's their thing. They love collecting assets. However, these aren't assets now. These picks are no longer assets. These are roster spots. You can't look at these as future assets, things you can spend. These are just simply roster spots. And so I'm not sure getting back 4 first-round picks in this draft class is going to help.
I think you can swap in a trade.
You can swap.
I think Cam and Bridges, Cam Johnson and Miles Bridges. I think that could be.
Yeah, the Hornets won't have any interest in Cam Thomas.
Really?
Because Cam Thomas isn't trade eligible. He's I think he hasn't signed his extension yet. Oh, Johnson? Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
I thought you said
not
Cam
Thomas.
Right.
No. Cam Johnson.
Cam Johnson, I love that pick for sure. He's kind of what Tajan Salam is supposed to be, right, for the Hornets. And that's definitely a buying move. Look, man, the East is wide open next year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I'm saying that because they're not making it the play-in at best, and it's wide open at the top. But there is, it's very open. You're going to be able to look competitive quite easily by simply playing the Eastern Conference however many games a year, right?
Yeah.
But I like that deal more so to flip Cam Johnson than anything as a future asset. I don't think this team is ready to compete. I don't think it wants to compete. I don't think, for everything I've heard, Jeff Peterson is very content with sucking for another couple of years, or at least one more year, which I am totally fine with. I agree with, right? This core simply isn't enough, right? But yeah, I'm not sure how much I love just a bunch of kickback.
I think I want to get
be more young players we can't give minutes to.
Well, to me, I think one of the things is, and I said it, before we got on air. To me, the Nets they have these picks for 2 reasons. They're either making a move with the picks, or they're going to keep all of them because they have contracts coming off the roster. So, they have the option, which I mean is a beautiful option. It's a beautiful option to have.
I don't follow baseball, right, being from Australia. What's the baseball team that's doing terrible this year? The Rockies?
I think it is.
Yeah. But that's every year. That's not just like this
all
year.
these guys, it's going to be the Rockies. They're going to be the Rockies next year, man. Just a team full of rookies and second-year guys. And I think that'd be hilarious. But
which is a good problem to have, right? Like, you build
especially in next year's draft.
Absolutely. I agree. And dude, next year's draft is... We won't step into the next year's draft coverage. It's literally the draft day. My bad. What about you guys just like... The guys you're lower on compared to consensus?
Oh, lower on. I tend to not like... Oh, well, I mean, obviously, Jace.
We agree. We agree.
Oh,
there are people who have him at 12, and I don't know. I don't know why.
I saw somebody who had him at 3.
I saw a report this morning with him at 7.
I saw 3. 3.
Yeah, there was 3. There was a 3 one earlier this month, man. These spreadsheet nerds need to chill. Like, it's crazy, man. He's 6 foot with no real clear elite skills, right?
The only thing that scares me about Jace Richardson is I made a tweet about how I don't believe in Jace, and his dad liked the tweet. So that does scare me. So
that is crazy. But look, at the end of the day, even when he was storing up boards and he looked good and he was projected high and he was like, what was he projected to be, like 6'3", 6'4", 6'2", right?
6'3".
They thought he was going to be a
solid backup point guard, right? They thought he'd be a solid backup guard, right? Who was not necessarily super high ceiling, but was pretty good at everything that is asked of a guard in the modern game. But wouldn't really be able to be a starter, someone who could play 30-35 minutes a night because of the size issues. And he was 6'2", right? Now he's 6 foot, less than 6 foot. He's not going to be able to get rotational minutes in the league and stick there. He's going to be targeted and exposed on defense, and he doesn't have like a key offensive skill to make up for it. There's no reason to put him out there for the defense, and there's no clear defining reason to put him on the court offensively over someone else.
The last non-point guard, 6'3" or shorter, who was drafted, that succeeded was Avery Bradley.
And that's because his defense was elite. Like there's,
and I don't think that Jace's defense is elite. I think it's good. I don't think it's elite, and that's the problem.
The thing is, Jordan, a lot of people have belief in the shot making. I, for one, am only kind of in belief on the shot making. The other side of it is that people believe because Tom Izzo played a freshman that he has to be that good. I don't necessarily believe there's a correlation. I think he's a good player. I don't think he's horrible.
I think he's good in college too. Like there's a difference between you can be a 6 foot tall shooting guard in college. You can't in the NBA. You can't in the NBA. Now there are some very specific teams. No. There are some very specific teams where I think he could work. Where but also they don't have picks in his range. That's the other problem. So like I think Charlotte is somewhere where you have the bigger point guard. It could work. LA, I think, is with Luka is another place where it could work. I think OKC, it could work. The problem is he's not an OKC kind of guy. He's Charlotte doesn't have a pick in his range. LA doesn't have a pick in his range. So I really think he's going to get drafted into a spot where he's not going to succeed. This is all about fit, and he's very hard to fit on a team.
Maybe for sure. I had somebody recently, and you guys are going to cackle at this. I had somebody.
The Clippers, I do think, is a good fit.
They said that they have his comp as Jalen Brunson. No. And I said, okay, so we're not going to do this thing where every small guard is Jalen Brunson. That just is not. Jalen Brunson is Jalen Brunson. And it happened because it's Jalen Brunson. Not every single player has the Jalen Brunson.
He doesn't even look. His game doesn't even look remotely similar to Jalen Brunson. I don't get the comp. He's not Jalen Brunson. He's not anything.
Jalen Brunson was also a point guard. Jalen Brunson was a point guard, and Jace is not. Like that's what. Like Brunson sees teammates. He doesn't pass all the time, but he knows they're there. Jace doesn't know his teammates are there. Like that's the main problem.
Exactly. He's not some elite playmaker. He's not some elite shooter. He's not. What is
I do think he's actually
an
elite
offensive skill to counteract the defense?
I do think he's a very good shooter. But the problem is at that height.
He's not an elite. He's not to the level of what. He's not like the level of shooter he needs to be, because he's going to be. If he's on the floor, he is the point guard. He is primarily on the ball, right, at all times. And so, is he an elite enough shooter to be able to be a primary, create his own shot, step back and shoot threes off the dribble consistently with defenses scheming against him, knowing he's
a shooter guy or an off-ball shooter at that height, and that's the problem. Is
exactly
what he's good at for his height is going to be almost impossible to make work. Now, if he does, that's fantastic. And honestly, kudos to him, because it does not work for most people at that height. So I really am a little shocked with him, but I do, there's a path to it working in very specific circumstances. I just am very worried about where I think he's going to be drafted by somebody who wants him to be a point guard. He's kind of very Davion Mitchell to me, except he's not. Mitchell, I think, is actually a better passer and a much better defender. And so it's just like, it's a rough fit. He's a better shooter than Mitchell, but like it's also off the catch.
You said Clippers. I think that works. I do think the
Clippers is a good fit. That is a very good fit. I do think if he's going to succeed, it'll be something like that.
But
because you put him next to Harden, I think that's a very good fit. I think you're gonna not have the playmaking responsibilities, but you're gonna have him being able to catch and shoot. I really do love the fit with LA. I think that would solve a lot of my worries if he goes there.
Especially, I thought if LeBaron had not gone back to school, I thought that was going to be the Clippers pick.
Yes,
I'm a little surprised that he went back. He was him and Him, Boogie, and Yaxel were my biggest surprises.
Yaxel was the only one who received a round one promise who went back. I don't think LeBron didn't have one, and I'm not sure about anyone else. But those two I do know. Yaxel had a first round promise. What do you guys think about that, man? About guys going back despite having good shots at the first round, and in Yaxel's case having a promise?
Yeah, I don't know that I love it for Yaxel. I understand it. If
the bag must have been crazy, man.
Yeah.
To choose it over a 4-year guaranteed NBA contract, the bag must have been crazy.
Yeah, because you're also delaying your second contract a year. That's the
Exactly.
That's the big thing that I think people don't realize.
And now for a second contract, what's it going to be? 28?
Yeah. Exactly.
So I mean, there you go, right? I don't think, and I mean, his draft stock's going to be down as well, right? He was lower this year than he probably should have been based on his talents because of his age, and now he's going to be even older.
Yep.
Right. There's a good chance he's not a first round pick next year.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good
all the
chance.
talent that is
Yeah, it's also it is a maybe not a deeper class, but the tiers are more clear in next year's class.
Let's
this
stick
year
to this year's class. But Jordan, do you have any other guys you're lower on before I decide to slander Derek Queen?
Let me just look through my list. Oh yeah, Behringer. I actually have Johan Behringer. Is it Behringer or Behringer? Behringer. I have him one pick below. Yeah, so I have Jace at 39 and Behringer at 40. I just think that he is. What was the Bruno Caboclo quote? 2 years away from being 2 years away. That's kind of where I feel with Behringer. I think that there is something there. But I just think he's so far away from compete. Like, if you're going to stash him, that makes sense. But that's about it. So yeah.
Oh, we got a question.
All right. You got a question? Let's pull her up. Besides Flagg, who would you be willing to bet on for Rookie of the Year? All right. That's a great question. I think, let's say Flagg,
not at San Antonio. That's the problem. I don't think Harper's going to have the time as San Antonio.
I think there's a good chance it's maybe whoever Charlotte takes, or maybe Ace Bailey, depending on where he lands.
Johnson.
If he lands in a place,
I think Trey Johnson could definitely help the scoring numbers.
If he lands in a place where he can get a lot of shots up, right, for Ace Bailey. But it's probably going to be someone from Charlotte, considering, first pick is like purely just from a pick logic, not based on who they actually end up taking, because they could take Conquenibble, right? And odds are Conquenibble not winning Rookie of the Year. So first pick
I was actually going to say maybe though. Put him
if Flagg off the board, Harper's probably not getting the reps to be Rookie of the Year, the shots up to be Rookie of the Year, right? And then third pick, let's assume
one of their 154 first round picks,
They got a lot of stabs at it, right?
If Derek Queen goes to Brooklyn and gets a 45% usage,
I thought
or Jeremiah Fears, or even you put it's who somebody's going to have the reps, and so it's really hard to say who's going to be Rookie of the Year until.
This is a great option. If he lands the right spot, Fees is a great option because people tend to skew these awards towards offensive production, and Fees can produce offensively, right? Some of the best, scoring-wise, some of the best offensive tape I've ever evaluated, right? Does everything off the dribble, can take out off the dribble.
If Colin Mills goes next,
isolation, great isolation scorer, can hit step backs, great shooter, can shoot off the dribble, can shoot off the catch, can get inside, get to floaters, finish at the rim, finish above the rim, below the rim. He does everything correct offensively with the ball in his hands, and he's a solid off-ball guy. I mean, he can shoot, he can catch and shoot quite well, right? Yeah. His movement's not amazing, but he can catch and shoot quite well. And so purely from an offensive production perspective, I think Fees has a good shot at it. Who else? BJ Edgecombe, I feel like if he ends up going to the 76ers though, then he's probably going to be stuck behind a deep guard rotation. Yeah, they've already got Maxey, McCain, and Grimes over there, who are probably going to be getting better minutes than him.
I think Grimes could leave Philly.
Grimes could leave. Yeah, there's a good chance that they just don't offer him enough money. who someone's going to pay
Houston,
him,
I think
overpay
Houston
him
really
considerably
wants
in the
Grimes.
last month of the season. But
Colin Murray Boyles, I think if you put him on Phoenix, I think you're suddenly seeing, having him cut into the basket, or actually being
Jordan,
the one.
Jordan, sell me on the Phoenix fit, because I've heard that, I've seen that reported.
Yeah.
Sell me on the Phoenix fit.
Okay, so the idea with him in Phoenix to me is you're running him as the ball handler with those shooters around him, and so that's my idea. Is CMB, he's going to have the ball, and you're going to let him, move into the paint. You're going to have to put a big on him on defense because he is that big, or at least a forward size wing. So you're also
you got to
getting
put the ball in the hands of Colin Murray Boyles, who's a 6'6" center, rather than Bradley Beal or Devin Booker or Jalen Green.
Well, I think maybe not that per se, but he's I mentioned it when we talked about him. I think he's just a connector. So I don't think he has the ball in his hands from the perspective that he's going to dominate the ball with all the other guys on the floor, who I believe will have the ball in their hands much more. But I do think he's a good connector with the ball.
And I'm not meaning all the time being the ball handler. I'm meaning Şengün in Houston or something, where he's going to be the kind of the offensive hub, even though he's not a shooter. And so I really think that with Phoenix's potential shooting, there could be some really interesting things that they could do there. So.
All right, we have another question. I'm going to pull it up now. This one is from Ori Burse. Any guys projected late first round that could develop into solid contributors for someone potentially? Absolutely, man. There's always someone at the end of the first round. Desmond Bain,
and also this year,
pick and traded for 1 million first round picks, right? I'm just trying to think. I guess someone I really like is Chaz Linear, probably just the best shooter in the draft. In that area? Sorry, Conquer was probably the best shooter in the draft. Another one could be Alex Tui. Man, Alex Tui has all the tools. He's been playing against grown men for the past 2 years in Australia, right?
I'm actually lower on both of those guys.
He's a good defender. The only question was his shot, and this year he shot the heck out of the ball, right? So I'm really confident in Alex Tui. I'm not certain he's a first-round pick, but if he's a first-round pick, I am certain that Alex Tui is going to find a rotational spot in the league. I'm beyond certain, right? Another good bet would probably be
Walter Clayton Jr.
Walter Clayton Jr. Yeah, I could see him, but there's always the issue with he could be a good rotational guy first year, but a lot of the time we see these really good upperclassmen guys have great rookie seasons, and they look like good rotational guys for a number of years, and then kind of their age group catches up to them, and suddenly they're not so attractive, and suddenly they're out of the league, right? Or they're a third string.
I also think depending on where he goes, because somebody's going to drop out of that late lottery conversation, and so that's
another guy would be Drake Powell. Man, probably it has the argument to be the best or one of the best perimeter defenders in the class, right? Crazy vertical. He measured out with a 43-inch max vertical leap at the combine. 37.5-inch standing vertical leap. He's 6'5.25 with a 7-foot wingspan and an 8'7" standing reach, and he weighs 200 pounds, right? Now, he was very high coming into the year and dropped a bit considerably, but it's worth noting that North Carolina was a complete disaster, and he was put into probably the worst possible situation he could have been put into for this season, and you got to give him the benefit of the doubt for that, right? He's kind of like a Karan
offense, and that should never have happened.
Exactly. And then another guy would be, we discussed him. He's probably not going to last to the end of the first round per se, but he's probably I'm going to say his range would be 14 through 25, is Liam McNeely. Now, Liam McNeely has been the best shooter on the floor at every single level he's ever played at, every single game he's ever played, right? He had a rough season shooting the ball by his standards this year for UConn, but he's 6'6", he's going to be a shooter at the next level. UConn wasn't great this year. He's another case like Drake Powell, where you just didn't pick the right fit for him for his for college. He's kind of like a Keegan Murray-esque guy. He just seems to be a short contributor.
We have a trade. that just happened.
We have a trade.
The San Antonio Spurs are trading 38 to the Pacers. So I'll be updating my.
What's the full trade details? Sorry.
38 for a future second and cash to the Pacers.
So the San Antonio Spurs trade
38 to Indiana.
Pick 38 to Indiana Pacers
for a future second and cash. They
Which
had,
makes
you know,
sense.
they have 2 first-round picks, so you know they're probably not needing to.
Yeah, they simply don't have enough roster spots for that. Yeah, that's kind of the issue there. I'm just gonna pull that up on the screen. Okay, so let's talk about the Spurs now, right? And then we'll talk about the Pacers as well. The Spurs, as we mentioned, have picks 2 and 14. 2 is, unless they make some godfather offer for Jaylen Brown, looks to be almost certain to be Dylan Harper, right? That's kind of the obvious pick. Now, at 14, I've heard a number of names. Now, I made a report a couple of days ago that they have a high degree of interest in Thomas Sorber at that pick. Now, they could potentially run him as a long-term backup big next behind Wemby. And he looks like...
together.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, his floor is he's probably one of the most surefire guys in this draft, right? His floor, he's going to be a good backup big in this league.
Right.
Now, the upside there is that he could be one of the best backup guys in the league and a pretty good starter, or a good starter, right? Purely, and his upside comes in with the shooting touch and his IQ and playmaking instincts, right? Now, he's not going out there, going crazy with the ball in his hands, throwing no looks, right? But he's a good connective passer. He can make well out of the short roll and out of the post. And next to a guy like Wemby, who kind of, if Sorber can hit that ceiling, it's going to mean he's developed that shooting touch, which means you have 2 very big, very good defensive players who can space the floor. I really like that, the Spurs. And I think it's just a safe pick for them to make some contending moves next year, right?
I think they've also been connected to Asa Newell, but I've heard that Newell has a promise at 13, so that would be a problem. Fleming,
The Hawks?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't know that that's for sure, but
I've heard something. Not from a
that
reputable
being
source,
said,
though.
I think Fleming is like absolutely perfect here. We've talked about that. CMB would also, if you want to alleviate CMB's weaknesses, you play him next to Wemby.
See, I don't love that, man. I don't love that. See, the whole idea of alleviating weaknesses and spacing a guy who can't shoot with shooters negates the impact of having a team that can shoot. It now means that any benefit you had to having a center that can shoot the ball the way Wemby does is now negated because you can just chuck your center on this other guy, this other big, right?
Well, the thing is, I do think that CMB is eventually going to shoot, but I don't think he's ever going to be that high. I don't think he's going to be that high. I think he's going to be an average, like 33, 34.
I don't think he's ever going to be guarded at the NBA level. He's never going to be guarded from 3.
See, and that's where I think that we're going to get to a point where you have to at least, put somebody in front of him. I mean, because someone who works as hard as he does and also has the touch everywhere else on the floor. I see it that I would be shocked if he never develops at least a passable jump shot. I'm not saying that he's going to be, 37, 38% from 3. That's not what I'm saying. But the touch that he has everywhere, like from the mid range, the touch that he has inside, I just feel like there's going to be him eventually hitting just enough threes that you have to guard him. And then if you're having the problem with him is that he doesn't have the height to be. So that's what I was talking about. He doesn't have a height to be a center.
Yeah, man.
So
what is he? 6'6"?
6'7".
6'7", 6'8" shoes.
6 and 3/4, I think. Something like that. Yeah. But yeah, I don't see it with CMB. Man, look, if he's there at like 25, which he's not going to be, right? You take him. If he's a falling star, you take him because the upside's there for sure. But I don't see him falling far enough to where I would be comfortable taking him.
He's such a smart player. He's such a smart player that I feel like he's going to fit in so many different places, and especially in San Antonio. The way that they care about your IQ more than your necessarily skills. I just feel like they can make him into a player.
Well, here's my thing with that. If they can get his name just left me. If you can get what's his name's jump shot, his name just left me. Oh my goodness, terrible timing. Their power forward who they played point right.
Sohan.
Yes, if they can fix Sohan's shot, which apparently they have, it's to be seen if it happens in the league with actual reps. Yeah. There's a possibility that they could do the same for him. Now that what that looks like and how long that project takes is really up to how they choose to develop him. Yeah. I thought maybe not San Antonio, but I think I talked about the fact that he may work in Atlanta, just from the perspective of Akamu's not necessarily the best ball handler. He's not a better ball handler than CMB is, just because of the different skills that they use. But I think if you're talking about having a defensive front court, which I don't think they're moving away from that, I think that there's a possibility he works there because you do have Trae Young out there. They do have some other shooters on the roster.
I don't love the fit with him and Jalen Johnson. I don't love that fit. And to me, Jalen Johnson's their best player right now. I know that's kind of a hot take to say that it's not Trae, but I don't love the fit with their best player. So that's where I could see him, dropping. I definitely wouldn't have him as someone who could maybe win Rookie of the Year if he's in Atlanta. Let's put it that way. I don't think there's enough shooting around him to make him effective. He is so good at finding shooters in the corner. Now the problem was at South Carolina, like nobody could hit him once he found him. but he's so good at finding people that I just think you really want to run things through him in the post.
I think we got another question too.
Yeah,
for sure. I'm about to pull this up now. So this is from Ori. Ori, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for interacting. To everyone that's watching, make sure to share the show, interact, drop a like, comment. We're really pushing this show today. We'll be here for hours, and we'll be doing the same thing again tomorrow. We're going to be here and for the next at least 3 or 4 hours doing this and here with you guys to answer any questions and to provide our analysis. So make sure you just share the stream with any friends, any family that might be looking to watch. Our production is definitely going to be better than the ESPN production. Man, the guys over there don't know what they're talking about, right? We've been doing this all year. So if you want our analysis, you want our opinions, which we spent hundreds and thousands of hours even working towards, definitely share this, man. We got the best analysis right now on YouTube. So yeah, share the stream. But to Ori's question, if you were to explain to someone that doesn't follow these guys why Cooper Flagg is generational, how would you explain him to the casual fan? So to quote Kendrick Perkins, I would say he's LeBron mixed with Kevin Garnett.
that was wild. Do you want me to take this since I'm literally dressed for Flag Day? I think the way that you describe him is you show what he looked like, because we've been watching him since he was like 14 years old. When he started with the Team USA stuff, you look at, he comes in and he basically wins the under 16 Team USA tournament. He wins it with his defense by just completely shutting down the entire other team by himself. So everyone's known for years that he's going to be this defender. Then all of a sudden, you go to his senior year. He still wants to play with his friends in Maine, who are not going to be prospects. So he has to become
LeBron did the same thing. LeBron did the same thing. It's,
Yes, exactly. And so he goes and he becomes a point guard, and all of a sudden he's absolutely dominating while also playing his actual high school ball at Montford with the greatest high school team ever. They went undefeated for a reason. They were that much better than everybody else.
Hey, careful with that. Some Oak Hill, we might have an Oak Hill fan on here, and they'll completely disagree with us.
Okay, well, that's fine. They can disagree, but that's how it is. So then you have, he came into this year at Duke. Shooting was supposed to be his biggest weakness. And that's there's not a single person now who thinks that's a weakness for Cooper Flagg. Like, Cooper Flagg is now a good shooter. So he takes these massive jumps every year. And that's what makes him generational, is that he is keeping on making these massive jumps over and over again. Every time you think he's hit his ceiling, he's blowing through that ceiling and adding something else. So right now, the biggest weakness is supposed to be the handle. Dallas is now talking about playing him at point guard.
Yeah, man, there's no issue with his handles. Coming into the year, the questions were, was he a good enough shooter? Could he be a primary ball handler, man? And look, he struggled, man, through the first. I would say he struggled. He struggled in those areas
until he turned 18. It was like the day he turned 18. All of a sudden, he's amazing.
Start of the calendar year. Since then, he's been an incredible shooter, man. Off the dribble, off the catch, in every feasible way. He is great ball handler. He is 9
days older than LeBron was when LeBron was drafted,
which is insane, man. Which is insane. So it's as I said, it's he does everything correctly. I can't highlight one particular weakness in his game. Like, here's things he may need to improve on to be, an All NBA MVP candidate, right? Of course he needs to improve on stuff, right? He's 18. Right, but there's no like glaring weakness, nothing you can put on the scouting report that's like, let's force him to do this, let's get him to do this, let's get him out of this. There's nothing you can do that's going to shut him off, right? He's going to be a very, very, very good offensive player in the league at his very, very worst. Now, at his very, very best, I'm excited by that. Like, we don't know how good Cooper Flagg can be.
Right.
We don't know. This guy's ceiling is limitless. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to put generational on his name, because I feel like you can't have. I'm of that opinion. Obviously, a lot of people believe he's generational, but we had a generational guy 2 years ago. I don't throw that around very loosely. So that's not at all like a diss on Cooper Flagg's names or as a prospect. How I rate him. You see, I do believe he can be a perennial MVP candidate. Mm-hmm. Right, for sure, he can be a top 2, top 3 player in this league. Now, I think Wemby's going to be the best player in all the world for a very long time. But he can, if he has the right team around him, man, he could outperform Wemby over the next, over the course of his career, man. That's the kind of prospect we're talking about. And so, offensively, defensively, you can make an argument for both that he's the best player in this class.
Agreed.
Yeah. When was the last time you could say that about a prospect?
Agreed. I agree with that.
He's just so good.
Even Wembanyama, man, he wasn't the clear best offensive player in the draft. Right.
Right. I mean, there were other guys who did things offensively better.
Exactly. Like Stu Henderson, and we saw how that worked out, man, for sure. But this guy is he's a very rare prospect. And there's the Mavericks fans, Jordan should be very excited, man. You guys got a good one, and he's going to keep you relevant for as long as you keep him. Which can be his career. It can be 8 years, and then you trade him to the Lakers. It can be,
Don't give Jordan a heart attack.
Oh man, that Shams report is going to hit like a bomb. Mavericks trading
be curled up in a ball.
First round picks in the 2020 for 5 first round picks in the 2025 NBA. That's gonna hit like a bomb, man. Ori, man. The idea that was crazy. I remember we did a draft lottery live show. It was the 3 of us, I believe, and that was crazy. There was like a good 2 or 3 seconds there. It was like I thought it was gonna happen. Right.
They were a pick away.
I didn't consider Dallas, like, they had a significantly better chance. If it was between the two, they had a significantly better chance of being 1 than Dallas. And so I immediately thought Flagg and Wemby in San Antonio. And that would have been crazy, man. Crazy. I mean, it wouldn't have been worst case scenario for the Mavericks either. They would have gotten Dylan Harper, which is arguably a better fit for what they're trying to do this season. I wasn't know any of the prospect, of course. But man, there was a very, very real possibility there for about 10 seconds. And that would have been crazy, man. That would have been the duo of the next 2 decades.
Exactly.
In San Antonio, for sure.
Yeah,
but let's move on here. I didn't touch on my guys that I'm lower on than consensus. First one of all of them is Derek Queen. Now, I've copped a lot of flack for this over the past this whole cycle, really, man, with Derek Queen. I just don't see the upside. I don't see the upside with Derek Queen. I feel like he's got some tools there. I don't see the playmaking as much as other people seem to see the playmaking. I feel like he's a player whose archetype is so like he needs to be the guy to hit, right? Because he doesn't shoot. He needs the ball in his hands. He's a hub offensive guy, right? I don't believe in the passing enough for him to be an offensive hub. The shooting isn't there, and I don't think it's ever going to be there. He has little to no touch, right? The defense isn't great. And the way he showed up to the combine was pathetic, man. Pathetic. There's no way someone trying to get to the NBA should have a body fat percentage of over 20%. 25%. That's insane, the fact that he felt like he could show up that way. Right? And the fact that he knew throughout the course of the year that this would happen. I understand that him being bigger bodied is part of his game, but I don't see how he thought that was a good idea to show up like that, man. Right? You had 2 months to prepare, 2 months to cut, and he looked bigger. And that's concerning, right, to me. Now, I love Derek Queen as a person. I don't know him personally, of course, but he seemed like a very cool guy. This isn't personally, but I don't think that he has the right mentality for the NBA level. And I don't think that he's good enough to hit at the NBA level. I don't think he's going to end up being a top 30 player in this draft class. I don't think he's ever going to carve out a rotational spot beyond his first contract. Did I just freeze? Am I good?
Yeah.
You're good.
Okay, cool. I don't think he's going to be able to carve out a rotational spot beyond his first contract. He's purely going to get minutes because he's a first-round pick, and I don't think that after that he's going to get much of a chance. I'm very low on Derek Queen. Who's another guy I'm quite low on? Kyle, you always seem to have a problem with my board. Who's someone that you think I'm a bit too low on?
I have 3 players I'm pretty low on. One, I'm low on Casper's. And I don't have to tell you guys that because I've stated it. I don't think he's a bad player. I'm just not top 6 high on him. I can't understand why he's up there. I'm not trying to underrate him, but I'm also not trying to overrate him. Did not have him top 10. A lot of people had him top 10. I saw him as high as 3 at some points. Was very confused about that because he is an athlete, just not explosive at all. I just don't think he explodes to the rim. I don't think he creates enough separation on shots, from my opinion. I think he could be more creative. The handle could be tighter. And the shooting is great, but I think he struggles with physicality a lot, and that's a problem for a guy who's going to handle the ball substantially. I just think he should be able to deal with contact better. I don't think he deals with it well. And to be honest, we talked about this on some of the other, when we covered guards. My biggest problem with him is for his frame, you expect more. And to me, his game underwhelms what he is physically built like. Like I expect a completely different experience of his game that I don't get. And so I'm like, okay, so the tools are here, but you're only using some of them well. And to me, that bothers me, especially as a guard who's going to be who was the primary guard when he was in college and had the ball in his hands substantially. So I'm just not a huge fan of him being as high as some people have him. Second, I'm low on Jace. I'm low on Jace for different reasons.
We'll cover that. Let's go to another.
So that there's him, and we've covered him already. This is going to be rough to say. I think I'm a little low on Liam McNeely. I'm not as high as some people are. I do think the shooting is good.
Him off the stream.
I think the shooting is good. Don't get me twisted. I do think the shooting is good. However, I don't think he does much else well. And that's my problem. Like, for him to be because I've seen him in the lottery for some people. I've seen him. Some people have him just outside the lottery. I think for me, you have to have. In baseball, they call it 5 tools. I think he only has like 2 that he really does well. And so to me, the handle isn't tight enough, in my opinion, for him to be a shot creator. I do think he's a good catch and shoot kind of guy. However, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not drafting a guy in the lottery for catch and shoot only. Like, for instance, the comparison here, and obviously they're 2 different types of players, but Khan, I understand being picked in the lottery. I get that. I get him being picked there. I'm just not sure why people have had Liam McNeely so high in some cases. And then Demon.
Demon is a very weird one. Demon.
Questions. There's too many question marks to me, just because I'm wondering how is his game going to translate to the league if he. Nick, I think you can speak to this even more. He's not, for his height, you would expect him to be. Names are leaving me this evening, and that's so annoying. Now he's on the Bulls, was on the Thunder. He plays point guard, but doesn't play point guard. No, 6'9".
Oh, Giddey,
right? So the idea is, and I hate that it's kind of a lazy comp, because a lot of people have been like, well, Giddey is 6'9" and he plays point guard. What's the difference? Big problem with that is he does not play as fast as Giddey. He doesn't process as fast as Giddey.
He also doesn't have the handle that Giddey had.
The passing is there. The getting separation from defenders and the shooting, it's questionable at this moment. I'm intrigued to see if it changes. I would love to be wrong. I'd love to be wrong about these prospects and them be better than I've stated, but I'm just not as high on them.
Yeah, for sure. We have a couple of things to do before the draft. We'll come back to this conversation if we still have time. So there's been a report that Phoenix has held trade discussions with Utah on a potential 2-for-1, which is Colin Sexton and John Collins for Bradley Beal on the 10th pick. They have been stalled for now, those talks, but that means that Phoenix is shopping the 10th pick effectively. Now, I'm not sure how likely it is that that's going to be the deal, because Beal's not going to want to go to Utah, right? But that doesn't mean they're willing to move.
Yeah, I bet that's probably what it was. I bet Beal just said no.
That's the but it does that they're willing to shop 10th pick, so that there is room for movement there. A little bit ago, I'm a bit late to that, but now we have a question from Roberto. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go, Cole.
I was just gonna say, I don't get why are they shopping the 10th pick? I don't understand that.
Because Phoenix is Phoenix. That's why.
Because Matt Ishbia loves building championship teams, and he's been very successful at it, and he believes in his ability to do it again.
Nick. If you can
I
get,
for one have complete confidence in Matt Ishbia. I for one.
If you have the ability to acquire a 10th pick,
oh man.
Unless you're shopping for a pick next year, or you're shopping for one in the same draft class but drafting back, I don't understand shopping the 10th pick. I understand why Houston did it.
Yeah.
But I know
I just got a message from a pretty good source. The Bulls are actively shopping Vucevic for a pick in this year's draft. So they're looking to move in another pick in the first round.
Probably not going to get it.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so, but it's a name to watch. It's a name to watch, I guess.
I'm sure they're trying to. I totally agree that they're trying to. It's just like the Mavericks. The Mavericks are shopping Hardy, Omax, and Caleb Martin to try to get a first-round pick. I'm sure they're trying to.
Great package.
You know.
We got a question now from Roberto over at Draftstack. Roberto, thanks for tuning in. Who is everyone's early pick for second-round steal, who always should have been a first-round prospect? So I'm going to take this question as, who do you guys think is a clear first-round guy that's going to fall? All right. Kyle, why don't you go first?
Funny enough, he should have been a first round prospect this entire time, and now he's risen over the last few weeks. Cedric Howard. Like, there are people who were not high on him, and then within a few weeks it flipped completely. And so I think he always should have been a first round prospect. I don't know if maybe his sample size wasn't big enough, so people just weren't sold on him as a prospect. However, I think the tools were always there. Now, if I'm understanding the question correct, it's saying who
they
is
have to actually be a
early second round steal. If I had to say second round, if Drake Powell does not end up getting drafted in the first round, then he's in steal in the second round. And
I got 3 names.
I would say also Jameer Watkins, possibly, who obviously some of this is tentative because he's a senior. And so maybe that's why he's so low. However, all the physical tools are there for him to be exceptional. So I don't know. I think those are my 2 people.
I have 3 names that I would look at. Adu Thiero for Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he could very easily become someone who's a steal in the second. Hunter Salas is another one who I think is going to actually be a second.
Jones as well. Those two guys are kind of in the same cloth.
Yeah. To me, I think Hunter is going to be a second rounder. He's the only one that I have ranked as a first rounder that I'm like pretty sure is not going to be a first rounder. And then Tyrese Proctor is the other one that I could see dropping to the second round that I think could be a steal. I would also add that, Roberto, yes, Cam Jones could definitely be that guy.
Kobe
Bray. Yeah, that's true.
Is he?
I don't think he's a first rounder, but I do think that he, there's a world where his shooting just makes him that good. I'm looking at my draft board for like people in the second that could. Ben Sarath, I think, has really played pretty good in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that where I could see something going there. He's a scorer, but he's not a shooter. So that's the thing. Like, if he can figure out the jump shot, he's suddenly a completely different player.
Right.
That's probably the list there. Janai Broom, we talked about, if this was 10 years ago, he'd be a first rounder if we're talking 10 years ago. Hanson Yang is somebody who is not going to be a first rounder, but definitely, there is that upside there. I'm trying to think of people who are like definitely aren't first rounders. Who?
Vladislav Golden.
Oh, yeah.
That's more of a second round pick. I think he's more of a for everything I've heard, he's going to be he will have some interest in the second round, but he wants to go. Doesn't want to get picked up. He wants to be signed and be able to choose his team based on fit.
Okay.
So he wants to choose LA. That's what that sounds like.
New York is what I've heard.
New York, okay. Because I was thinking him and Luka. Yeah, I think if you are a big who in this draft, you want to land on Luka's team.
Absolutely,
you want to find a way to force your way to LA. Trying to think, Grant Nelson could also be. I think for me, Grant Nelson is just going to have a long career. I don't think he's going to be a star, but I think he's going to have a long career.
Yeah, man, I agree.
Yeah, Chaz Lanier is. I don't think Chaz is going in the first round. I think several people. So
he's
I could definitely see. I could definitely see Chaz. And then let's just. I'm not super high on this guy, but there's definitely a world where Ryan Nembhard comes out of nowhere just like his brother.
I would love that.
Like
that's one of my
that
guys.
Happens. Yeah. So I definitely see that. Trying to think of other second rounders.
His playmaking is elite. And his ball, ball security, taking care of the ball.
I've been a really big Adama Ball guy. I know that some people are lower on him, but I've been a really big Adama Ball guy. Trying to think who else in that second round range. Kobe Sanders is interesting.
Mm-hmm. I think what's funny is I would have said this is about the time where I would have said Miles Bird. Unfortunately, he's no longer in the draft.
Yep.
But I would have said Miles Bird. Which I'm intrigued to see where he lands next year, and that's next year. But I would have probably said him too.
Okay, so we are 4 minutes out from the start of the draft. I'm really excited, man. This is
How far does Ace drop? How far do you guys think Ace drops?
Man, he
No
could
more
drop
than
to 7. 7 is the lowest.
Okay,
I
I
think
think
no lower
8
than-
would be the lowest. I do think he's not dropping past Brooklyn, but I don't think we're seeing a Shedeur Sanders level drop. Like,
All right, I have a we'll probably take one more question, depending on how much time before the draft starts. Any guys that wouldn't surprise you if they end up being a disappointment their rookie season? Derek Queen. I'm just trying to think, man. It's probably going to be someone
depending on fit,
goes
Ace.
to a team that they aren't going to get a whole lot of minutes on, similar to Reed, and get stuck behind a bad rotation. I'm not disappointed with Reed, by the way. That's a little early for that.
Yeah,
He's on
I
a good team, being stuck behind a deep regard rotation, and he seemed good in the minutes he played. Now, in terms of guys who might disappoint, I could see VJ if he goes third. I could see Ace if he goes third.
I think SNK
even Ace if he goes
more
where he wants
raw.
to, man. Ace could go somewhere, check up a lot of shots, and look really, really bad. He's not a guy.
SNK could look disappointing, but again,
I
it's the
disagree,
same.
man.
Well,
And
I
maybe
think
it's 'cause I'm
it
too
could be the
high
Reed
on
Shepherd
SNK,
thing,
but
you know?
the defense is there. The defense and the passing is already there, so he already has
Yeah.
a reason to be on the floor.
Well, I think if you
People
put
look
him
at
on
it too much as a project. He just needs to put on weight and get a little bit better. I don't think he's as much of a project as people think.
This is a hot take. Ben Saroff, actually. The reason I say that is if depending on where he ends up, if he isn't able to, I think the ball handling is there. I don't know if he moves his feet fast enough defensively, and that might be where he struggles. So that might be and also
the answer to this question is Igor Dimon.
I was
That's
going to say
the
Jordan Ennis, but I was saying Ben. I was saying Ben
Because
Saroff.
he's going to go way higher than Saroff. That's the thing.
Well, my thing was with Saroff is the shooting is really it like at least from 3 is not that
Yeah, it's not
great.
there. It's not right now at least. And also his free throw percentage is not great either. That's the big worry for Saroff. He can get to the line a lot, but the percentage isn't great. But I would say Dimon and Kasparis. So I've heard that the Celtics are trying to trade into the top 10 to get Kasparis. That's real rich for me with Kasparis. So
I'm leaving that alone, Nick. I'm not taking the bait. I'm leaving that alone.
So I think that's a bad. What is this? Spurs management. Would you keep the picks or
we
trade?
got another
Starter?
question, Nick. I don't know if you want to take
Yeah.
one.
We had a question here from Kendall Bynum from Draftstack. Kendall, thanks for coming in and supporting the team. If you were the Spurs management, would you keep the picks or trade for a star? Well, who's the star? If it's Giannis, if it's Jaylen Brown, I'm trading it. Anyone else, I'm probably not. That's kind of the simple answer, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's anything else to be said there. That's the only thing that makes sense. You don't trade 2, you don't trade 14 unless it's for somebody that is going to make you a title contender immediately.
Hot take.
Absolutely.
I don't do it for Jaylen Brown.
Ooh.
I
I
don't
mean,
trade
I guess the
2.
contract is very,
Yeah.
very rich, but I mean, it's as a fit. I love the fit
I do it
for
for
Jaylen
Giannis.
Brown, man. I think
Like
he's the best.
I do it for Giannis. Like don't get me wrong. I do it
Yeah.
for Jokic if
Yeah.
Jokic was available. I do it for Luka if Luka was available. SGA.
I-
None of
I
those guys.
probably- No,
That's the
Luka's not
problem.
available. No one would ever trade Luka in their right mind. Let's be for real. I love
SGA
trading.
is not available. There's the only person that level who is available. Maybe I trade it for Anthony Davis, but I wouldn't trade 2 and 14. I might trade just 2 for Anthony Davis. There's just, and Anthony Davis is not available. I'm just saying, there's not that. To me, I want Harper because Harper's that good. Now, I could see trading down with like Utah for Lowry. Getting Lowry, trading down I'm not trading down a ton of spots. But to me, the people that are actually available, I don't see there being a trade. Because as of right now, Giannis is still, quote unquote, not available.
Right. And that's my point. Like, there are some people who would trade for Jaylen Brown. I'm not going to voice any opinions about him because it's not draft related, and that's for a different time. However, to me, he makes too much money. That's going to eat up cap space for the possibility of getting another player. And to me, if you can add, go ahead, Nick. I don't know if you're...
All right, I'm sorry to cut you off. We have the first selection of the 2025 NBA draft. It's officially in. With the first overall pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg is officially off the board. Okay, man. Okay, Jordan, walk me through it.
Sorry, I'm just doing my celebration. Look, Cooper is the guy. Like, absolutely, in this draft, he is the guy. You're getting Scottie Pippen. Like, this is the kind of level of defense and aggression that you're actually getting. Like, he is that guy. I don't understand the people who are so insistent that he's not a generational star. Like, what do you mean by generational? Like, that can be fair. I don't think he's Wemby, but I think that if we're looking back at the last 10 first rounds, Wemby's the only one going ahead of him in my mind. And so now that being said, I was higher on Luka than consensus.
Are you higher on Cooper Flagg than you are on Ant?
Yes, for sure. Then Ant Edwards, I was very low on. Yeah, I was very low on Edwards actually at the time. I had him 4th, I think, in that class. So I bought too much into the intel about him not liking basketball. So I have learned to ignore that stuff now. So, yeah. So,
I have a text that's just come through in regards to the 4th pick from someone within the Pelicans organization. The Pelicans and Charlotte are in conversations to send pick 7 and 23 to Charlotte for pick 4.
Okay.
I don't love that for the Hornets. Any trade down from 4 would have to get us a legitimate player back, or a number of first round picks.
That would be the whole trade. That would be the whole trade.
I've just been told. I've told you what I've been told. That's all I have.
I don't like
mention of any players involved, but I assume if there were players involved, they would have mentioned that.
Yeah, that's a little surprising.
I'm intrigued.
That's not trade, by the way. That's discussions. Or should I clear that up? They're actively in those discussions, but that's a bit crazy. We'll go back to the Cooper Flagg. Sorry, man, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's a big.
It's just
that's a big.
Everything's happening right now, you know. I think that the other thing with Cooper is like, we just need to probably accept that, like, he's a white American superstar. He's the first white American to go first overall since Kent Benson. Larry Bird did not go first overall in his draft. So
that was due to like some other rules that got it
right. I mean, he wasn't coming out of college. He wasn't coming out of college that year, so that's why. But like, I mean, we're talking about someone. This is wild. How good he is and how marketable he's going to be. And for an organization who, let's face it, completely self-inflicted, tanked the value of their franchise. The Mavs franchise valuation dropped by $2 billion after the Luka trade. I mean, I'm just saying, if I had cost my organization $2 billion, I don't think I would have kept my job. Just throwing that out there. So to me, this is the town The city of Dallas needed this. Mavs fans needed something because it was bleak. And so I am very excited to get to watch this. Also, for the past pretty much forever, Dallas has been a team that has been about skill and not about highlights. So I am a little selfishly happy to get some highlights coming from Cooper Flagg. Passes are great, but he's going to yam on some people, and I'm a little selfishly pretty excited for that.
For sure. All right, well, we got a question now from Patrick Stewart from the Foul Trouble podcast. Targets for the Suns at 10. We discussed this a little bit earlier. I've heard some rumblings of them being interested in Noah Osenge. Calamari Boyles has been linked to them as well. Carter Bryant. Yeah.
I also think any big man, whatever big man is still left.
If Malaj falls, he's going at 10.
Yeah.
I don't see that. Who else could be available there? Thomas Silva.
Who's another fit? The Suns need a center. They need a big man. So
even Derek Queen, I don't love that fit as much, but I could see Queen going there. I've even heard Danny Wolf. That's way early for me, for Wolf, personally, but I have heard that.
I can't. Granted, we're talking Suns. I don't think Malawat falls past 9, where the Raptors are. But Issa Newell, we've heard some rumblings about promise of sorts, but he could be taken there. I also think possibly you mentioned Sorber. Maybe this is so early. Maybe Will Riley. Granted, I think it's early for him, but I'm just throwing out names that I think is a possible.
Maxime Reynaud, they've been quite high on. I'm not sure if it's too early for him. But we've got a couple of thoughts here. First thing I just saw that was quite funny was the NBA has put Stephen A. Smith on ABC and Kendrick Perkins on ESPN, and they're both actively running the shows. And then the report is the 76ers are open to trading the number 3 pick and Paul George.
I'd be open to getting off Paul George's money too.
For sure, man. They're actively shopping that right now.
See, here's the thing, though. You would have to be a team that is already substantially underneath the apron to take both 3 and Paul, because apparently, from what I understand is that they are connected, right? Like you're not taking 3 by itself.
Brooklyn's the only team that could do that. Because you can't pair a trade exception. So Atlanta has that trade exception, but you can't pair a trade exception with another player, can you? It has to fit entirely in the trade exception, right?
I think so.
I don't know. I'm not an accountant. It feels like you have to have an accounting degree to understand the CPA. But
I have a decent understanding. I'm still learning it, actually.
Yeah, I feel like I've got my head around it pretty good.
But you can't just tack on the trade exception. He has to fit completely in. So then Brooklyn's the only team that could take 3 in that theory.
So then my thing is, who do you take at 3 if you're Brooklyn?
Ooh.
Why would you trade up? Go ahead.
If they think that the 76ers are going to take Ace,
it would be Ace. It would be Ace, but I don't know why you would take Paul George on to get Ace.
In Brooklyn, I have no idea how that works.
Well, that's if the 76ers are like, we're taking Ace, right? And this whole VJ thing's been a smoke screen. If they call them up and say we're taking Ace, they might even take Ace first and trade the rights.
Yeah,
that's a possibility, right? So that's the potential there. I think they would probably be on the phone right now to the Hornets about the 4th pick and try to get a deal lined up if Ace falls to 4. I can't even really say falls, man. He's projected to go 4 and beyond at this point. I'm just trying to... Yeah, man, those are the 2 main guys that are going to trade up. I think the Nets and the Pelicans. Those are the 2 main people that are actively in discussion to trade up to.
Okay, the Mavs pick is officially into Adam Silver.
You know what's funny, Jordan?
Okay, it's official. Like he can't mess it up now. Okay. We have captured the flag officially. Dallas has officially captured the flag.
Oh, Shams report. The Dallas Mavericks are trading the rights to first overall selection. Nah, man, I'm happy, man. I'm happy for you. You definitely deserved this. Wow, man.
I almost quit covering the draft. Like I was like, I was just like, this isn't worth it after the Luka thing. So I'm so happy.
And I haven't seen a prospect so happy to go somewhere in a minute. I mean, they're all guys are happy to get drafted, but Cooper looks like ecstatic.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's really hard to think that you don't want to learn from Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis, Klay Thompson.
Yeah, man. I mean, he looked upset on the day of the lottery, but I think with a bit of thought, he's realized like this is a best case scenario really for Cooper Flagg if anyone in the lottery.
Yeah, and I mean Kyrie and Anthony Davis and Klay, they took him out to eat after his meeting with the team. So there were other players there too, but it's just that's what you want. You want him learning from AD on his defensive positioning and stuff. You want him learning from Klay on the shooting. You want him getting
he's gonna come out next season with Kyrie's handled, man. I'm telling you.
I know. Like you want him to be in the gym with those guys because he always, the quote that he had about his mom, the reason he went to college instead of staying in high school is his mom has always quoted to him, if you go into the gym and you're the best player, you need to find a new gym. Like
I love that quote, man. That's wild.
So he's in the gym with 4 Hall of Famers with Jason Kidd, unless he leaves for New York. But with 4 other Hall of Famers,
right.
That's what you want. And then, if they can ever mend the relationship with Dirk and bring him back in, that would be 5 Hall of Famers that he could have, complete access to.
Which, if there was anything that I would say could be even more polished, is if he could learn the posting up from Dirk. Just like the feel and the ability to get shots off from the mid range, kind of like using his ability. Because Dirk wasn't necessarily the most athletic guy, but he always got a shot off.
So he was the second best mid range scorer of the era. So it was Kobe and him. He was more efficient than Kobe.
Right. So if you get that going, the sky's already the limit here.
Okay, so next up on the clock will be the San Antonio Spurs. This seems to be another surefire pick.
Unless they're trading it, and I just can't find anybody to trade it. That's the thing for me.
Right. And at the very least, they'll still be taking him, and then maybe trade his rights if they do trade him. So I
don't love. I am lower on Harper than a lot of people, but I'm also not low on Harper. Does that make sense? Harper is still a very, 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 very good prospect. I think that some people have overhyped him by saying he'd be the first round or he'd be the number 1 pick in most drafts. I don't think that's true. I think if we go back through the last 10 years, maybe 2 or 3 of those, not most. So, but I do think that he's a very, very good player for a number 2 in a class. I think he's really high up.
Agreed.
So I take him over most number 2s in most classes, but I don't take him over most number 1s.
Which, I mean, unless you're the only draft you could probably say, and even then you still wouldn't, is the year that Luka and Trae Young got traded for each other.
Cooper Flagg will wear 32 for Dallas.
32.
So he's going back to his high school number.
Got it.
So he couldn't wear that at Duke because of Leitner.
Right. Well,
For some reason, they liked Leitner at Duke for some reason. It's not like he was just absolutely incredible there.
All right, so everything is pointing towards if something was happening other than Harper, I probably would have heard it by now, or someone else would have heard it reported.
Yeah, there'd be at least rumors.
Yeah, man. There was the whole Jaylen Brown thing, but I don't buy into that a whole lot. Anyway,
that'd be a dumb trade, and the Spurs just aren't known for making dumb trades.
Yes, yes.
That's just not what they do.
Let's talk about the Sixers, though, man. So, with the third pick, the 76ers have a tough choice, right? They can go the upside play and I guess like movement shooter if they think he wants to be that. He's not going to want to be that with Ace Bailey. That was how it was originally predicted. But Ace is probably not going there, right? We've recently learned. And so VJ seems to be the leader in the clubhouse, according to Jonathan Gavoni, to go third. Now, they do have, as we mentioned earlier, a very stacked guard rotation between Tyrese Maxey, Jared McCain, and Quentin Grimes. How do you guys see him fitting into that? And does he get minutes in his first year?
Well, for one, somebody's got to play defense out of that guard trio. So,
he's not big enough to play the three. And so, obviously he's going to get some minutes. He's going to get like a good 15 minutes a night, 20 minutes a night at least. But is he going to get minutes worthy of the third overall pick? I guess is the way I'm looking at it.
Probably not. I would say not for what a third overall pick normally gets. No. But I think it's good for him to, learning from Paul George is going to be great for him. I think that he needs to clean up his handle, and that's something that Paul George can help him with. I also think that some of his weaknesses. I think. Oh, good grief! I just lost his name. The coach at Philly.
Nurse.
Oh my, Nurse. Yeah, I think Nurse is a very good coach for VJ Edgecoat. I think that's a really good fit. Also, we're talking about Philly. So I'm not sure why we're just assuming that they're going to be healthy enough for it to matter for him to not get minutes. So I think that we're going to see, McCain even struggled with his health at Duke some. So I'm not sure that McCain's going to be there all the time. I also personally view McCain as a future sixth man instead of
he's not some all-star kind of guy that people have him out to be. He's going to be a really, really good sixth man or a good starter.
Like a Jason Terry type.
Man. Yeah.
And so I would start VJ over McCain, personally. Even if McCain averages more minutes this year, I would still start.
Dylan is about to put on the Spurs cap. So
okay.
Pick number 2 is locked in.
So now,
with the second, I've just got the report. With the second overall pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Dylan Harper out of Rutgers. I'm a little, man, it's the Spurs. It's the Spurs. Sorry, the graphic has the Nets on it for some reason. I think that's an error.
Professional.
I'm looking at Legion Hoops. They have the text is the Spurs, and all the other reports say Spurs, but then they have the Brooklyn Nets logo in the graphic. I was a bit confused there for a second, but Dylan Harper is going second. No surprises so far. How do you guys see him fitting into that team? Right, obviously, it's another case of a guard going to a team with a deep guard rotation. They've just acquired De'Aaron Fox. They already have Stephon Castle. And Dylan Harper isn't a guy who provides a whole lot of shooting. Now you have 3 guards that... De'Aaron Fox is a good shooter now, right? But primarily, you have 3 guards who are all downhill players, all around the rim scorers. And I'm not sure how much I love that fit. Especially with...
While also not having an elite shooter anywhere else.
Just a downhill scorer. He's not a shooter. In Fox's case, he's a shooter, but he's mostly downhill.
Wemby provides some spacing.
Yes, I understand that, but
he's the closest thing to an elite. Yeah,
you're negating the impact of having Wemby at the 5, right? The whole point of having a 5 that can shoot is now you have 5 guys that have to be guarded. You can't a shooter and have him be not guarded, right? You don't. If you have a shooter at the 5, it's not a reason to surround him with non-shooters. It's more reason to get more shooters on the team to capitalize on that impact. Is the way I look at it, right?
To me, Vassell has not been
There's
the
some real
level
questions
figure
with
he's
his fit.
supposed
This
to
is
be.
a fit for Dylan Harper.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, it might
it's-
be the worst case scenario for Dylan Harper. In terms of like right now fit. Now, of course, everyone wants to go and play with Wemby, and long term, it's probably the best fit. But for right now, for rookie season production, it's probably the worst fit for Dylan Harper.
Unless they are going to be having the ball popping between the three of them, I can't imagine that it works smoothly unless Dylan shows that he has the ability to shoot much more than we've seen. And then if the shooting is respectable, then you're like, okay, it makes sense. He spaces the floor, gives him another option from three, and the ability to create with the ball. Then you're like, okay, that makes total sense. However, obviously he doesn't start, but it would be interesting to not start your number 2 pick. So it is one of those things where you're trying to figure out. It's a good problem to have because I don't think I think these guys are gonna be pros about it and they'll figure it out. So it's a problem of figuring out who's cutting. When one person has the ball, someone's cutting to the rim. Somebody like
sure.
It really just determines on how they're going to use them in schemes. Obviously, you trade for.
Are they going to keep Sohan at the 4 as the starting 4? Because like
I don't think so. I don't think so. And that
there's no
to me, what ends up happening, and I'm not saying that I have any kind of like flip to this, but I think logically and just because of the way the Spurs are, if they're adding a player at 14, I think that player has to be able to space the floor a bit. Yeah. And then you kind of
you probably don't go after a guy like Rasheed Fleming, which I would love them to go after Rasheed Fleming.
And so that makes sense to me. If you're gonna do this, I think Rasheed leaves at 14, which is fine. Like we're high on him. I do think he fits right next to Wemby. I think the defense is already becomes even more formidable, and so to me, it works if you can do that. If they pick somebody who struggles to shoot at 14, I have a lot of questions about moves to be made, and that these teams are so interesting from the perspective that it could be one of those things where they move a few pieces and it works, and also they could decide to keep everybody and just see how it works, which the Spurs have done before, where they've just decided to see where it works.
NBA Central,
okay.
Crowley Hoops just said that the Bulls are looking to trade one of Lonzo Ball or Kobe White.
Okay.
And so I was just texting a guy with the Bulls, and they're saying if it's going to happen before they make their 12th pick.
Okay. That's something to watch.
So it won't be. It's going to be if they're going to get a deal done. It's going to be. I'm assuming because they're saying specifically before it's going to be for a top 11 pick.
Edgecombe is going
I'm not sure
to
Philly White's valued at that.
Jake Fisher just said Edgecombe is going to Philly.
Okay, man, that's cool. Okay, the Charlotte. Oh man, I don't. We've just spoken about that bit. Should we move on to the 4th pick before the Hornets make their pick?
4th pick. We've talked about Ace falling.
I really love Trey Johnson's fit. I know that like some people don't. I love Malawach here. I really love Khan here. I really like Ace here. Like I do think Ace is a little redundant with Miller, but you can have 2 of those kinds of players.
Mm-hmm.
It does not hurt to have 2 of them. So I don't know. So my team needs for Charlotte are wing depth and bigs. So any wing that they choose, as long as it's not like a point guard, because I'm assuming they're bringing back Trey. So as long as it's not a point guard.
This sucks. Look, I just wanted someone who can play legitimate perimeter defense for this team, and no one who is in play at 4 is going to be playing good perimeter defense.
Yeah.
Unless you're
so
selecting.
I'm just a bit frustrated that VJ is off the board. That was my guy for what it's all year. But I'm not sure where they go with this. Now it does. Whoever they take, they may not keep. Right, we've discussed this already. They are in active discussions to trade that 4th pick, so they might trade the rights. Whoever they take, they might trade the rights to. So if it's Ace, I'm assuming that this pick's getting moved.
Ari report is saying that the Bulls are looking to move up in the draft. That's what the trade.
Right. Okay. All right.
So before 12.
Yeah. So who else? Who else fit do you like, Kyle? To the Hornets.
It was VJ before VJ came off the board,
obviously.
which again I do think he ends up moving. I do think Khan, because I think they need shooting still as a need.
Yeah, man.
I think Khan is the guy.
Khan is the best shooter in the class. Khan is by far the best shooter in the class. Not just in terms of, who can make the most threes out of 100, right?
Right.
In terms of the way he moves off the ball and the gravity he draws off the ball with his movement, the way he gets those shots, the way he can move around screens, and then of course he's also an amazing shooter. And on top of that, he provides a whole lot more. He gets put into this just pure shooter category quite a lot. He's a lot more than that. He's probably going to be a very good number 3
Secondary
on a good team. I think he's a good number 3.
Trey Johnson,
very good at getting into the lane and getting his shot off in the lane.
I think I'm probably being redundant here, but I think Trey Johnson also works just because of the shooting. And they
Trey's the second best shooter, either the best or the second best. It's Trey and Khan for
right.
So Trey's maybe better on ball, like creating his own shot than Khan. Khan is better off ball, so it's just kind of what do you want.
Now this is probably a swing here, but they could also go Carter Bryant.
Yeah, that's a bit of a. I think that's a trade down guy. Look, if Ace is picked, I'm going to assume he's being traded. If it's not Ace, I think they're keeping the player. There's no one that's else available that is like a other teams are a whole lot interested.
Surprised how long it's taking for there to be any information coming out.
Man, the Hornets are like notoriously flat-lipped. I'm not shocked at all.
I'm just talking about like
8 guys. I spoke to 8 guys in within the Hornets organization, all of whom I trust a lot, and all 8 fairly different stories. So there's a lot of intentional smoke screens being set right now.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick. I think the Hornets are in a good position either way, right? You're picking 4. So to be honest with you, I think there's 4 or 5 prospects where it's like, okay, that works. We'll add him to the roster. I think he's going to be efficient. So,
anyone notice that Shams isn't tweeting out the picks?
He's had one of them, I think. Harper.
He's probably
slowed down. He had VJ. He had VJ.
Okay.
I'm not getting the notifications.
No, me either.
Twitter is unbelievable. Twitter is crashing right now.
Well, of course, it does every year during the draft.
Yeah,
Charlotte Hornets are picking Khan according to our report.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not seeing that from anybody else. So
I might not put that up yet because Ari's been wrong a few times recently, and I don't know. I would have assumed Ace is the pick him and to trade it, but.
Yeah, but I'm just not. I'm not seeing anybody else. So don't quote.
Okay. New report from NBA trade report: Lakers are unlikely to trade or draft a center. They will look to multiple names during free agency.
Free agent. Mm-hmm. Interesting. They have picked 55. I wouldn't say what they're picking with the 55th pick. It's just kind of whoever's left at that point. That seems like weird for you to come in with plans at 55.
Right.
Cooper Flagg's going to wear 32, by the way. And
right.
They had
that's
3,000. They had 3,000 jerseys ready in at the draft party for the Mavs.
I'm just waiting for this pick to come through, man.
Yeah, no, I would really like somebody else to confirm. It would be great.
I'm just texting some guys around the league and within the Hornets and the Pelicans organizations as towards this pick.
I'm not seeing anything.
Charlotte will take Concanecula 4.
Who said that?
The field is 68.
Okay.
So that's a done deal.
Okay.
Wow,
Again, we said that was a very good pick. We did say that was
that's
a very good
pick.
fit.
I love Con. I love
I think
Con.
he's also an underrated defender. I think that he can get picked on some in isolation, but I think that he's very good in some other stuff on defense. So I really do think that's a very good pick.
Yeah, man. Look, I love Con. He was one of my top options for the Hornets at 4. Yeah, it's a very underwhelming pick. It's a good pick. It's a just very underwhelming pick.
I'm a little sad because I wanted the RCI top 5 to be picked in the top 5 for the first time ever. So this does destroy that. So all we needed was Trey and Ace to go next, and we'd be fine with that. So, but it's still, it was good. It was good.
Okay, so yeah, Con's at 4. I love the fit. Obviously, playing next to LaMelo as a shooter, he's going to excel.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Provide spacing, provide secondary, especially on a team with a point guard who isn't always able to be on the floor. Having someone that can step up and step into those playmaking duties when LaMelo isn't available is going to be great. The offense routinely falls apart whenever LaMelo is injured, which is most of the time. So
Charlotte loves to shoot threes, so it's going to be nice for them to start making some of the threes that they shoot.
I like the pick. As I said, I think Con can be a very good third option on a very good team.
I mean,
I'm hearing Fears I'm seeing a few people say Fears, but no one official for 5.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Jonathan Gavoni just confirms. The Hornets have selected Conker Nipple with pick 4.
Yeah, just got that notification. What do you guys think of Fears for Utah? I'm a little confused. I kind of actually personally thought that they had their point guard of the future. So
I knew that wasn't. I knew that they were going to eventually move off Colin Sexton.
That's not who I'm talking about.
Well, granted, but what I'm saying is, I don't think that they felt that they were settled at point guard position.
Jordan, who do you think the point guard is? Is it Isaiah Collier or is it
what's his name? The other guy.
George.
Yeah, George.
I didn't think. I thought of him more as a 2 guard than I did as a point guard. And
that's fair. I think he's a kind of a combo guard. So obviously, if you're viewing him as more of a combo guard, then wow, some of these. I think they just leaked the Mavs New Jersey with Cooper Flagg. They look great. So I think that if you don't think that George is a lead guard, then I do understand the Fears pick. I'm a little worried about the shooting in that backcourt. Just to be completely honest, if Fears does not become the shooter that he's projected to be, because the actual shooting was rough. All the indicators were awesome for Fears, but the actual shooting was rough. Good feel from very good feel. He gets open. He really is an amazing space creator. So,
probably one of the best bucket getters in the class, best shot creators in the class. Not the most amazing playmaker, doesn't jump off the screen with amazing passes, but is a good playmaker in the pick and roll, I feel, or a adequate passer in the pick and roll. It's a good fit, good pick. I'm not sure exactly. Again, I'm still hearing things about the Hornets trading this pick, and I'm assuming that they're referring to this pick as the rights to Conker Nipple. So I'm not sure what's going on there. That's why I keep looking at my phone. But yeah, let's talk a little bit more about the Conker Nipple pick. How do you guys feel like he slots in next to LaMelo and Brandon? Kyle, why don't you go first?
Spacer. And that's what comes to mind, especially because of the other 2 guys. Also, I think that his playmaking allows for them to get open. LaMelo takes incredibly deep shots on some occasions. Finding him, having somebody else who can kind of take the pressure of handling the ball the entire time on the floor as a third is probably a good reason to select him at this point. Also, I think the 40% shooting is the reason you select him. Like if somebody is hovering around 40 and above, you pick him. So I think that works. Also think that he doesn't need the ball all the time to get his offense off, which LaMelo is going to find him. I think LaMelo has good passing IQ. I think he's a pretty good playmaker. So I think he fits here to give them spacing, especially if, in my opinion, I don't think that both guys have had the most consistent nights from three. I think Khan settles that, having him on the floor. So the only thing that I think would be of any concern is likely defensive footwork, but that's to be seen and just to see what that looks like on the floor with those other guys. I think they have athletes. So I'm intrigued to see what he does on the floor with them. And I'm excited. I think he breaks. I'm not going to say that. I was going to say I think he hits quite a few threes with the Hornets and those.
Definitely, man. Definitely. And he's going to get a little bit up, as you said. Now we have a question from Jackson McDonald. Where do you think Perth Wildcats legend Nolan Traore is going? He could be. I would have said Orlando if you'd asked me a little while ago, but
I think that's who Dallas is trying to trade in for.
They're trying to trade in for Nolan.
That's what I think is going on.
They do need some backup. They do need some backup play.
And I do think that they think he's going like lower in the first round, and so I think that's who they're trying to trade in for.
I think he goes in. I personally, and just as a Heat fan, if he's at 20, available at 20, I think that's where he goes. I do think they need a playmaker. I do think they need a guy with a lot of upside. I think he's probably second youngest in this class. I could be wrong about that.
And Flagg, I think.
First. So then he's probably third. But my thing is, I think he probably falls there just because of the playmaking chops. There's a lot of growth needed, obviously, for him to be a more polished player, but the upside is incredible. I do think the floor and ceiling are relatively decently placed. So
for sure.
Also,
when he scores, he can score. I was there. I watched I was there live for the ANGT tournament in. Where was it? Was it Budapest? I think
yes,
a couple of years ago. He got 50 points in the semi-final, and that was one of the best scoring performances I've ever seen from a youth player at such a high level. And that's the kind of upside he brings. He was let's be real, at the start of this year, man, you could make an argument there was a world where he was the number one pick, right? If he really showed out this year, he could have really been the first overall pick.
Agreed.
And he didn't. But he did play solidly, man. He didn't have a bad season. He just didn't have an amazing season. And so, yeah, he's probably...
No, Utah's taking ace, according to Brett Siegel.
Wow. Okay. Utah's taking... I don't even know what to think about that. That's not a great fit at all. Next to Lowry. Was he in...
I think they're
was
shaking
Utah
him.
in his preferred destinations? It was Washington, New Orleans, Brooklyn, and Utah? Okay.
Yeah, he was not one of them.
Right.
The pick is in, so I'm wondering.
Just none of the reporters got to it in time. All right.
Utah?
The cameras are all on ice.
Utah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry?
What I'm wondering is Utah going to trade with Brooklyn? Possibly.
That's what I think this is about.
Okay, so Utah Jazz have selected
Ace Bailey to Utah.
Ace
Bailey, all over.
So Ace Bailey does go top 5 to the Jazz. Now, whether that gets traded or not, there's a chance there. I could definitely see the Jazz trading back for a number of first-round picks. That's definitely something that would be of interest to them. They're starting with almost a blank slate. They don't have a whole lot over there.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, what do you guys think about this fit? It's very clunky.
I think Utah just needs talent, just to be completely honest, and Ace's talent. So I'm okay. Actually, let me look at what this is what I put for Utah's need: talent. Ace's talent. Like
right.
That's just like they don't have an identity yet because they don't have the player to build around. I'm not 100% sure that
Ace signals the Larry Markkinen move.
Markkinen's probably gone.
I think Markkanen's
if you're selecting.
I mean, what about that contract? It's going to be hard to move off that contract. That's a negative asset right now.
That's true.
Which is crazy because they could have gotten so much for him last offseason. So
I didn't know. I'm confused. Okay, on one hand, I get extending him. I just wasn't sure why to extend him so much sooner.
The Utah Jazz are keeping Ace Bailey, according to Jonathan Givony.
Okay.
So someone else is leaving because there's no way you have enough time for both, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, if that, if they do end up doing the trade for number 10, then that would open up forward minutes so that you would probably just play Markkanen at the 4 more and Ace at the 3. I would think would be the idea there.
Right. Do you guys think it's a good fit though between the two forwards, man?
I don't think there's anything to fit in with Utah, to be completely honest. I think you go best player available and you figure it out. I don't think Utah is far enough in their rebuild along to worry about fit.
No, probably not. I think it's so to me, we talked about this ad nauseum almost. He's just too talented for him to fall so far. Like, I think this is one of those things where you're gonna select him because the talent is there, the upside is there, the athleticism is there, all the tools to be a possible two-way player is also there. So to me, you don't pass on him if you can get him. And so obviously Utah probably didn't think Ace was going to be available here prior to this. Him being there is like, you know what? We'll take him. We need a star. I think he's going to be a star, in my opinion. Obviously, that's going to take some time, but I do think he's going to be a star. He scores well enough to do it in a multitude of ways. And he has shown the defensive prowess to possibly be a player that affects both the offense and defense. So to Jordan's point, I think you're taking best player available. You're not letting Ace fall past 5, which is, I just think, one of the things that the Jazz now, unless the Jazz move him to somewhere else, it's still whatever.
I mean, if Gavoni's reporting it, there's no chance he gets moved because Gavoni doesn't report stuff. He is not a guy that's comfortable reporting stuff unless it's a fact, and he gets it from like a lot of different, very reputable sources.
Yeah, exactly. I think and also I don't think Gavoni's the one you'd lie to about that either to try to do this screen.
To me it makes sense. You're picking, because here's my thing. Fit is a lot to do with draft, obviously. However,
this is very interesting. Gavoni is pointing out that Austin Ainge was the big pusher to draft Tatum, and Ace and Tatum have very, very similar games and measurements. And Austin Ainge is now he's saying the big push to draft Ace. So,
I mean, that's an unfair comparison, though.
That's not. Yeah. Also, Tatum grew like 4 inches after the combine. So, I'm not expecting Ace to grow like he did.
Right. Well, maybe he could just grow back to what he was supposed to be. That would be great.
Yeah, there you go. But I think he's just meaning the archetype that Ace, or that Austin Ainge likes that archetype. I think it's just what he's trying to say.
Got it.
Okay, well, new report in from John Gambadaro. The Suns are very active in upgrading their roster tonight, and not just with draft picks, but would not be surprised with a trade or two. So they might be looking to trade that pick.
And the question is, we talked about the Nets earlier. What if the Nets because remember, the Suns still need a center. And I said possibly they have the ability to get somebody because they have picks, as far as the Nets do. So if they want to add more picks or add an additional pick in the top 10, I think that they've been pushing for it. The Suns are it. So you're sending whatever it is to get Claxton from the Nets.
So we're at 6, right? We're at Washington.
Right.
Yes.
Who do they go to? Fears?
We'll get to that in a second. We have a question now from Draftstack, Quinn Fishburne, part of the Draftstack team. Thoughts on Carter Bryant to the Suns?
Yeah, fine.
I would say I'm
How do you
fine with it if they didn't need a center.
What? Okay,
They also need a power
Norwich.
like
Let's say Norwich next year.
that's true.
Which he
It
will be.
depends on who's left at 10. That's
If Norwich is on the board, he's the pick, 100%, right?
Yeah.
But if he's on the board and there isn't like a top 10 level center on the board, and you can't justify taking it, and let's say they don't want to trade back for whatever reason, and they have to pick 10th, do you see them taking Carter Bryant? And if so, how do you see that fit?
I think they need everything but shooting guard. So like
They
I'm
have a lot
fine
of
with
shooting
them
guards.
drafting a forward. Like I'm
Don't they
totally
have
fine with
$100 million committed to shooting guards a year?
I mean, I guess they could draft, the number, whichever shooting guard's also there, since that's the only position they want to have on their team.
It's closer to 150 actually. That's crazy.
So
Which if it's not Carter Bryant, I know that's the question. If it's not Carter Bryant, they probably go Noah Sengue there.
I can see that.
Just because of size, adding size to the roster, adding youth to the roster, and defensive acumen and the ability to just play athletically. I think that's if Malawat is gone, which I assume he's gone at 9, in my opinion. Just
Absolutely, he's not getting past the probably. Oh no, it's less of a certainty now. Actually, I don't know. I guess I love the
apparently the Wizards thought they were getting Ace Bailey, and the Jazz.
Okay, the Wizards have selected Trey Johnson.
That's perfect.
Wow.
He should not have dropped this far. Like I love Trey. I think this is also a very good fit for Trey. So yeah, I really like this. I also think that if you're one team, like the Wizards, they have the other stuff they needed scoring from their young guys. They have the other stuff they needed scoring. They got that. I also think you're going to have him learning from Middleton and CJ McCollum. Yes, please. Like I think those are great vets for him to,
which
I love this.
heavily emphasized on the Middleton, somebody who at one point was just absolutely elite from mid-range, from 3, catch and shoot. If there's somebody who he could like just pick his brain.
Now, I want to ask: they've just traded Jordan Poole. Is there a world where he plays point guard or some solid point guard minutes?
Not with Bub on the roster.
Yeah, I think Bub, CJ.
Bub's the starter, I get that, but I mean, I'm saying if Bub is on the floor and Trey is Trey the point guard.
Primary.
Well, they've also got CJ and Smart, so I don't know.
And I mean, I don't know that he's a primary ball handler immediately. I think it's one of those things. Possibly, if he shows the ability to do so, and his ball security is really, really good. I don't know that he does it off tops because of who they have on the roster already. So it really is to be seen. I'm intrigued by it though, and I think Jordan has talked about this before. He's not a point guard. People want him to be a point guard. He's not a point guard. However, to your point, Nick, if other guys are not on the floor, I think he could probably play primary or secondary ball handler.
Yeah, man. I mean, the passing's better than the numbers indicate for sure.
Yes,
Right.
the passing is better than the numbers.
Yeah.
I will agree there. But I just don't think he's a point guard. I don't think he's a black hole. And that's what there are people who keep acting like he's a black hole. He's not a black hole. But he's just not a point guard.
And not every two guard at 6 is going to be, or combo guard is going to be a point guard or playmaking focused player. So, I'm glad that they selected him. I do think he fills a need.
This feels like Malawatch, by the way, for the Pelicans.
Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting. We haven't seen any trades yet. There's not been a single prospect traded yet. Who's going to be the first guy traded or first pick traded? Key pick.
Maybe 14.
14, I could easily see being traded.
Maybe 14.
Yeah, I was going to say the Nets, like they were the key trade up guys, but because they have all these extra picks as well, but they don't have any every single pick we've seen so far has been like a locked in pick. This team's keeping their player.
19, 22, 26, 27, and 8. All there's a possibility they get moved. It really just depends on what they move for.
That's not all of them.
But you can't. I mean, they're going to walk away with like 4 of these guys roster because you're not trading three
36
of those picks unless you're getting a top 10, top 12 pick, and those aren't really going to be available, right? I could see maybe not the Blazers, man. Not the Bulls, not the Hawks. The Spurs is probably the only one available, and the Spurs aren't going to want more picks back. They probably would rather take it, and so I'm looking beyond that. 15. OKC was looking to move to the top 10. They're not going to look to move down.
Right.
Memphis, Minnesota. So the next, I guess, obviously tradable pick would be Wizards at 18. But would Wizards want to get lesser talent for more talent? And is it worth trading, 2 mid-20s picks to get rid of the 18th pick? Right. There may not be any real movement.
No, I think if there's, the board that you did, obviously there's variances, but like I think for the most part the board is going to fall exactly how we think it's going to fall. Man. I do think maybe Colin Murray Boyles doesn't go as high as people thought, because there's a lot of people who think he was going to go before the lottery is over. I do think there's some teams that maybe add him right after the lottery. Carter Bryant, we talked when we did the mock. I thought Malawak could fit right next to Misi in New Orleans, and so to me, I would not be shocked here if that's the selection, because I thought that was
for sure. I would have rather Malawak to the Wizards. I said that since the lottery. I love that fit for Malawak. But yeah, Trey Johnson's still on the board. I could see a team maybe trading up for Trey Johnson. But I don't see any teams that would be willing to trade down, right? You got the Raptors, who the Raptors may trade. That's a pick to watch for trades, for them looking for a player. We've heard that all cycle. Now it's getting a bit late, and we haven't heard anything right now, so they're probably going to end up taking that pick anyway. The Suns is a pick to watch, unfortunately.
Is there a world where Brooklyn trades for the 10th pick? And that's where my mind keeps going back to. They grab the 10th.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they getting back?
That's a good question. I mean,
wait, sorry. Do you mean trading 8 for 10?
No. So they're trading out
like their group for.
See, the Suns are looking to be back to contention in the next 2 years.
No, that's what I mean.
I don't see why they would trade back from 10 to get 2 lesser players.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Not even draft picks. They're trading the pick to get a player off their roster, which is why I mentioned Claxton. Like, they still need a center. They want to compete.
Does that work?
They could take Beal from them,
which is another deal there.
Beal want to go there, though?
That's a good question. And the incentive of taking Beal is also getting 10. You're not taking Beal. Remember, we talked earlier, possibly, and obviously it didn't happen, but we talked about Paul George and number 3 going out. Well, similar situation could be, especially if
Sean's just said to watch the Nets. So good thing we're talking about them.
Wait, is that a tweet or is that something
he said it on the broadcast? He said it on the broadcast.
So there's a possibility they make a move to get. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I just think that the way that some of these front offices work, the way that the Nets have been working over the last few days, they've moved to get more picks. They're trying to fill out the roster and add more talent. And this isn't the first. They don't even just have talent in the first round they can add. They also have second round picks. So
Ace Bailey does not look happy.
It's Utah. It's Utah. Like, it's not the situation.
He didn't want to go there, and he's going to Utah.
And I'm not bashing Utah.
The Pelicans took Fears, according to everybody.
They just traded for Poole.
I know. So they got better Poole.
They have
man. That's a beautiful pick.
That's a terrible pick.
That's the first bad pick of the draft so far.
Honestly, it wouldn't have been a bad pick if they didn't just trade for Poole. If they had still had CJ, that's not a bad pick.
Did they think that they were going to get Ace and they just freaked out and picked Fears because he fell?
I
I don't
guess
know what that is.
that's a.
You also have
There's a reason.
DeJounte Murray in the backcourt as well.
Yeah, but he's not playing. He tore his Achilles. He's not playing until the end of the year.
Right. But
So-
but now you have an extremely loaded like guard room here.
They all did the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Pelicans, guys. Like that's what they do is they just draft
The
over
Pelicans needed a
guys
center.
every year.
The Pelicans needed a center.
I cannot believe that they didn't do Malwatch. And Malwatch and Zion is a very good pairing. So that's a terrible.
Yeah, man, that would have been great. A big that can shoot. Oh man. Okay, with the 8th selection, the Brooklyn Nets are up next. Malach is probably the pick, I'd assume.
I would say Queen could also be in play.
Oh man.
Essengay could be in play. That's about it. I think
just trade the pick for Beal straight up.
Yeah.
Don't even get picks back. Just at that point, just to trade 8 for Beal. You're better off than taking Queen.
I know that you don't like Queen. I think Queen is way better than you think he is.
No.
But Queen, I mean, sheesh. You know, I think so the only people in the tier left that I have are Queen and Malwatch are the only ones in the tier that I have left. So I think it needs to be one of those two. I could see them going Dimon. I could see them
higher, you think?
I think it would be high, but I could see them if they want to say, Dimon, Jackie Jonas could be here. Maybe that's kind of Traore, maybe. Essengay.
No, way too high Traore.
I think this is way too high for Traore. Essengay. I have maybe
Essengay. I could see Essengay.
I could talk myself to Essengay.
Essengay's been getting top 10 talks last week.
Fleming. I think this is not a good fit for Fleming, which is kind of ironic. I think he's amazing everywhere. But here.
We're talking Brooklyn, right?
Yeah.
The only way you do that, if you are selecting Fleming, that means Cam is probably gone, correct?
Yeah.
That also means that they're probably, I don't know, man, because that probably means that they're gearing up to select a star player. Or to sign or trade for a star player. And then Fleming's like a supporting piece, which means Cam Johnson is also a supporting piece they want to keep.
Literally everyone is confused why the Pelicans chose. Like, my entire timeline is just like, what are the Pelicans doing?
I mean, Jordan, let's be honest here. This is the same, and don't get me wrong, I love Trey Murphy. I do think he's a talented player. I think he took a leap last year. But the ask that the Pelicans put out for Trey Murphy is like trading for 27-year-old Kevin Durant. And I was like, guys, I do like Trey Murphy. I don't think he's 27-year-old Kevin Durant.
That's true.
So what are we doing here? I don't know what they're doing as far as evaluation of talent. So,
and also, like, I just they also you don't need Trey Murphy and Herb Jones. You need one of those two.
And they keep moving off of either of them.
Exactly. And I don't understand their front office, which I guess it is new. So maybe
man, I think this is an awful pick, man. This is the worst pick of the draft. I'm saying it now. This is already the worst pick.
And I like Fears. That's the crazy part. Is like
I like Fears. This is the worst pick in the draft.
I don't understand the decision making, but that's really just.
I feel really bad for Fears, to be honest. I think this is a bad fit for him.
I would have liked him. I would have liked him somewhere else. Truthfully,
Ace Bailey did not want to go to Utah, according to Gavoni. However, Austin Ainge is incredibly high on Ace Bailey.
He's going to live with it unless something happens. And if he really doesn't like it, then it really does not matter at this point.
Is Austin Ainge in charge now? Because Danny Ainge is still the GM by title. Or like the head by title. But every report I hear is Austin Ainge.
So I think Danny is like letting Austin run it. Is from what so he's kind of like overseeing, but like Austin is the dude.
I wouldn't have minded, and this isn't a evaluation of talent here. This is just a fit. I actually would not have minded. Or maybe that doesn't work because they just added Drew Holiday. I was gonna say
Even
Trailblazers.
Marcus Jonas here would have made more sense.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
like-
very confused.
I really hate this pick. This is we're 7 picks in. This is the worst pick of the draft. I'm just gonna say it now. Okay, who do you guys think is gonna be the falling star right now? Who haven't we seen picked yet that was supposed to be picked? Fears fell
No
one
one-
slot.
I mean, this is so far it's been pretty close to chalk. Malawatch is maybe the one who's fallen. You know, for me, I was higher on Malawatch.
But I mean, Malawatch was like everyone said like at worst he's picked 9, but realistically he could go pick 9.
Yeah,
right?
so this is me. You know, everybody is within the tiers that I've had so far.
Which makes sense. Who is Brooks?
So
So the
they're not-
pick is in, but I have no idea who they picked. Yeah, I have
You're
no
talking
clue.
about the Nets. The pick is
Yes.
in. Wow. This is weird.
Well, that means they're probably not keeping it because they would have let someone know. They would have let the reporter know by now, or someone would have told a reporter.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm actually not. I'm not gonna say probably, but it's a chance.
DeJounte, Poole, and Fears is a hilariously bad guard rotation. That's a tweet I just read. I have no clue who that guy is. I don't know about bad. It's just like it's a weird fit. Like the fit
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense.
All three of those guys are talented in a vacuum.
Oh
They just
my
don't.
god, Yegi Demon.
Really? I see it. I said that could be an option. That's lower. That's low for me, or that's a little high for me. But I get it from the Nets' perspective because I get the Nets wanting the ball handler, to try to build around. I think that they are doing a little bit of wishful thinking by thinking that Igor is that guy to build around. Does that make sense? That being said, if you watched his pre-draft videos, I can see how you bought into him speeding up the shot, all these other things. It's just like, I want to see that against real people, not against his agent. Yeah.
That's Yegi Demon
It's-
is.
Giovanni just tweeted it out that it's different.
Yeah, and I see it. I'm not mad at the pick. I'm a little bit surprised at the pick because I thought someone else would be picked here.
Malawatch is still on the board. He's probably going 9. I don't see him falling past 9.
Easily got to be going to the Raptors, unless something's happening that we don't know.
If the Suns end up with Malawatch, they might be one of the winners of the draft, man. That's a
for
great
sure.
return.
Because then they don't.
So
they
they are
don't
at Toronto. My needs for Toronto are size and shooting.
But they also need some half court creation as well, which is why I had Fears mocked them quite a bit throughout the cycle.
There's no half court creation right now. I mean, unless they want to do Jack Ennis.
From every discussion I've had within the organization, it is they love the archetype. They need at least someone who is a positive at their position for passing and shooting. Right,
I would think Malawatch
everything.
is probably the guy. Then I think Malawatch is the guy here. But if they want passing and shooting, I don't know about shooting, but definitely passing is Queen. But I don't love the fit of Queen. They tend to like longer, lankier athletes than Queen. So
I don't think Queen isn't in play. I don't think. And if he is, that's going to be one of the shocks of the draft because
Fleming this could be Fleming or Essengay or CMB. That's very true. Like it could be one of those guys. But if they go guard, I think that Jack Eunice could be the guard. But
yeah, okay. So I love Essengay here. Or maybe
I do too. I think that's probably who I
love
pick.
Essengay. I think that was my favorite pick for them. Noah Penda,
Well,
I love.
Malawatch is who I would take, but I could.
Malawatch is my preferred pick, right? That's the obvious, clear answer. But if they go Essengay or Penda, I love that as well. Those are the two guys I have mocked them all year. I especially Essengay less so. I love his fit. I'm higher on Essengay, but in terms of fit, Penda would be amazing here. Whoever gets Penda is going to walk away as one of the winners of this draft for sure, undoubtedly. He is so incredibly
Fleming does
underrated.
really feel like a Raptors guy to me.
And the way, like,
this might be too early for him.
I'm pretty close with him and his agent. I'd say I'm on the phone, and at least every few weeks. Great kid. I haven't. I mean, it was start of the year. But I interviewed him at the start of the year. If you guys want to go check that out, it's on the website. What were you saying, Jordan?
People seem to hate the Dimon pick even more than the Fears pick. I'm going to be honest.
That's outrageous. I can no. People, yeah, I'm seeing that as well.
To me, Fears is valued at 7. Yes, the fit is the problem. Dimon, to me, that's way too early for him, in my opinion. So that's kind of I go back and forth. I almost think I would rather have the value of the guy.
But dude, Demon, I mean, especially if they're taking him 8th, that means they really believe in him. Because I don't think anyone's trading up for Demon, which means I'm pretty sure they're going to keep this pick. But they really value him, which means that they believe he can be the franchise.
I mean, they're going to give him the ball. He's going to have usage.
Exactly,
he's
and so that means I'm like one of the
handler. He's going to die. One of the two.
Yeah, man. What's because I'm here to hate on the Nets pick? Yeah, look, I don't hate it, man. I quite like the pick. I think they need a playmaking. They haven't had a really good playmaker. They've been running all the offense through Cam Thomas, which I don't like at all. They don't have a lot of playmaking throughout their team, and they get one of probably the best passer in the draft, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, Demon's. I like the shooting more. People don't understand that. They see how he shot at college, and they think he's this negative shooter. Rafael Zamorano. He used to work at Draftstack. He is the guy for youth basketball in Spain, and he's watched Demon since he was 9 years old, right? Every single time I bring up Demon and his shooting issues, Rafael just tells me at every level, every year, every game he's ever played in, he's been the best shooter on the floor. He started the year out hot, and he showed that. It tailed off terribly. I get that. But the shooting is there, man. He just had a really bad season.
The passing,
and that could be it.
The passing's amazing, man.
The playmaking,
I mean,
right?
If you're going to take another 4 first rounders and going to use all of them, and you want to get your other rookies involved, he's the guy you take. And that kind of.
So most people who are hating the pick are saying like Dimon wasn't even a first rounder. Like that's like I don't agree with that. I think he was definitely a first rounder.
I wasn't as high as he got selected. However, I wasn't as low as second round. Like, that's insane to me.
Yeah,
I don't.
No, I had him. I had him
late.
I had him
like
this
is
mock
just
going second round.
This is I had him
because
13.
I feel like, see, I had him going second round, early second round in my mock, but I am much higher on him if he gets picked here. I thought if he got picked to a team at a high slot and would have been prioritized, I'm very high on him. If he's like a key priority for the organization, right? But if he's selected at like 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, I could see him facing out, and I'm not high on him there.
To be fair, he doesn't have to shoot. All he has to do is just get that ball to Cam Johnson. Or Cam Johnson and Cam Thomas, both Cams. Just get the ball to Cam and get out of the way. So, interesting. I don't hate the fit. I'm a little surprised at the.
I like him. I'm a fan of the.
I kind of thought he would be more in play at 19, to be honest, than 8. But you know what? The ace didn't fall.
Okay.
So.
Well, we have the first major shock of the draft. Whoa. Okay. With the 9th overall selection in the 2025 NBA draft, Toronto Raptors select Colin Murray Boyles.
Oh, that's interesting.
Whoa. That's massive. Okay, that means Marlowe is on the board for the Suns at 10. Most importantly, you might be going to Murray Boyles. But that doesn't. I mean, I can see the passing plus passing. That doesn't.
We talked about it. But we talked about it, Nick. Here's the thing: like, the Raptors love that build, right? Like they have Mongo, they have the wingspan, defensive acumen, high motor.
They also like positive shooters.
That's true. He is not a positive shooter. However, I do understand the pick from the perspective that you're selecting him for defense primarily. And so I don't think their defense was really good last year. This fixes substantially some of those problems defensively. And they like to switch. I think he's a great switchable defender. So I think he fits a role that's what they want out of him. I know that they're
the Raptors found some success with James Johnson early in his career. I think that's kind of the vision with Colin Murray-Boyles. So I think this is actually a pretty decent pick. There is not really any plus shooting on the Raptors, so that's my worry here. Is that again, to me, I think you're wanting shooting around him because he can find those shooters, and I don't really see those Ingram's not a catch and shoot guy. Ingram is a catch, dribble, then shoot guy, and so I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know about this.
Same with RJ Barrett is not a catch and shoot.
You've already got your clear number 4 in Scotty Barnes, and you have a deep rotation at 3. So where is he playing? Because I mean,
unless they're having him at backup 5,
a 6'6" center, really? They can't shoot.
He's 6'8" in shoes.
Oh man, come on. That's like saying VJ is 6'7" in shoes. Come on, come on. We measure everyone the same way without their shoes. That's how we evaluate talent. That's like saying VJ Edgecombe is 6'7" in shoes. VJ Edgecombe is not 6'7", he's 6'5", barely. Let's be so for real. That's like saying Victor Wembanyama is 7'9" in shoes. Come on, guys.
7'9" in shoes. He's 7'4" in shoes. Like, what kind of shoes do you think they're playing in?
Wembanyama is 7'6". He's grown, so 7'8".
There's no way that he's 7'6". That's insane. What do you think he's wearing? Like platform shoes? Like this is the 70s? Like you think they're going out playing disco? Like
I think he was developed in a lab, but that's another conversation, right? This is the biggest. I wouldn't not biggest shock. This is the first.
Right? Listen to me. If Malawak falls past 9, I have concerns.
You mean past 10?
Past 10, yeah. If he falls past 10, I have concerns.
Yeah, I'm very confused. If
he goes past 10, then he's going. Let me see. The 11th selection is the Blazers. Blazers won't select him, so he's going to go 12.
To the Bulls?
To the Bulls, and if he doesn't go 12, now that the Hawks have Kristaps, they're not taking him. I can see the Spurs take him. The Spurs at 14.
You know what? Wemby on the same team.
I've been saying this all year. I love that.
No one's ever getting a layup off. Ever.
Dude, imagine the ground coverage. Okay, think about what I said about Malawak to the Wizards at pick 6, right? Put it on steroids, right? And then put it on steroids and then rig the game. And that's what we're looking at with Malawak and Wembanyama, right? The sheer ground coverage, the amount of space they can cover is insane. The length, the rim protection, that is the most unstoppable defense in the league, maybe ever in 3 years' time, if they can round it out.
Agreed. Especially if Malawak is able
that's
to
in play right now. That's a legitimate possibility. If the Suns don't take him, that's a very, very real possibility.
Whoa. And if his shooting materializes, then you have 2 guys who can stretch the floor and are above 7 feet. I don't know what you do with that. Spurs.
I understand why Masai likes Colin Murray-Boyles.
I agree.
The problem is he's already got 3 Colin Murray-Boyles on that team. Like that's the problem. Because RJ is the same player archetype. Scotty Barnes is the same player archetype. Like what are we doing? That's the problem that I have. It's not that I don't understand Masai liking him. It's you already have him. Like, oh, this is so weird.
I don't. Yeah, man, that's crazy. I'm less so shocked about the Murray-Boyles pick. I've already labeled that as a terrible loss. I don't like Murray-Boyles at all. But
CMB does not look very happy.
Malawak falling past 9 is shocking to me.
Malawak is supposedly going 10.
That makes sense. Okay, fine. But 9 was the floor, like worst case scenario. And
I'm looking for more confirmation.
Okay.
Because I'm not seeing it from any of the major guys yet. Come on. I mean, that does make 100% sense for them to go with him, but Jeff Goodman says that they're taking Malich. So.
Okay, so it's confirmed. All right.
Great fit.
What's your opinion on Malich?
My biggest thing with him is his talent. I really enjoy his ability to use his size to cover space. I also think that the shot blocking is one thing, but you know, Jordan, we talked about it literally yesterday about being a rim deterrent, being a shot blocker, being a rim protector. I think he does all of those things. If he can continue to elevate his lateral quickness, it's going to get frightening. And so if he's going number 10 to the Suns, it makes so much sense. They need a center. Now you don't have to trade for one. I don't think that they thought. Here's the thing. There was a possibility he might be there. There was a possibility he would have been gone. He's there. You take him. Now you're not trading away any assets. You get your young center here. You get to mold him how you want. I do think I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, there's the Hornets trade.
Wait, pardon me?
Yeah, the Hornets just traded Mark Williams to Phoenix for 29.
And 10.
No, 29.
No, and 10.
Just says 29. And a 2029 first round pick. So a future.
Okay, all right, that's cool. I like that. Love that. Okay, we're good.
I thought your breath was going to stop, dude.
Okay, so 29 is now Charlotte.
Yeah, Nick, a lot of people are not happy with the Demon Nets pick at all. They're not happy at all.
So Portland.
So what's the Suns? The Suns are like back into playoff contention now.
No, I don't think they're playoff. But
Okay, let me walk you through this lineup, right? Let's say worst case they have to keep Beal, right? We're looking at Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Then you got let's say Grayson Allen, and then Ryan Dunn, Mark Williams, and then you got Beal, Malich, also Iguodala off the bench. Who else do they have in their rotation? Who else they have off their bench? They really didn't have much depth this year.
That's it.
That's kind of it. But look, they can maybe add some names in free agency. I think they're a playoff contender.
They're a second apron.
Maybe
They can't add one. They're a second apron team.
I'll
Wait, how did they
name
get Mark
them.
Williams then? Who did they send out?
That's what I'm saying. So I think there's a player involved. There has to be a player involved.
Because they're a second apron team. They can't just take Mark Williams.
Yes, there's a player coming back then.
So who's coming back is the question.
Or there's another trade that we don't know about.
That hasn't hit yet. Okay, so we talked about this several times. 10 after 10 is where the draft gets interesting. Because
so Portland, I think, needs to take Fleming or Essengay. Fleming or Essengay.
Man, Portland with
I could see Queen,
Mara
but Fleming or Essengay.
Wait.
Oh,
So they now have Mark Williams and Malawak?
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually and Nick Richards. They still have Nick Richards.
That's a very good center rotation. Mark Williams and Nick Richards again, man. That's crazy.
Hornets West.
I'm happy with that trade. I was furious with that if they got 29 back, and I assumed immediately another player, but
there has to be another player because the finances.
I'm very happy with that return, getting 2 first-round picks back, even if one's pretty much a second-round pick. Which means we now have picks. We've already taken pick 4, right? But then we also will have 29 and 33 and 34.
Right. Which, here's my thing. You know,
so we might trade up again. We might use that pick to trade up again. Actually, that's what I've kind of there was some indications of them packaging 33 and 34 to move up for another first round pick. Now they might use 33, 34, and 29 to move up for another higher first round pick, or like 33 and 29. Anyway, go on.
I was gonna say, I think, is there a possibility that they end up with Beringer at 29?
Oh, I guess they could stretch Beal technically and maybe get out of the second.
They can't do that. They can't do it.
Jump up at all.
They can't do that. They can't do it. Because they're a second April team, they can't actually do that, if I'm correct. They can't do that.
Dude, that's wild.
So they're stuck with him unless he probably gets moved post draft, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Let me ask you a question. Do the Hornets get better value in this deal than they did in the Lakers deal? Because they got Dalton Connect back, right, and a first round pick and a swap. But those will be lucrative.
The 29 pick is the least favorable. So they got the 29 pick swap, the least favorable of the massive, like half the league pick swap.
Relocate the franchise.
Hornets.
By the front office. Let me do the details on this pick. I'm on fan
really
right
think
now.
Mark Williams is that good?
Mark Williams, yeah, man. I'm saying rookie Mark Williams was nice. He's had some back issues that's caused his defense to suck, but with a solid defense around him, man, he is nice. I'm not the biggest Mark Williams guy. I wanted to trade him so that Musa Diabate can play starting center minutes. I'm looking at this 2029 first round pick. That is the least favorable of Utah, Cleveland, or Minnesota, or the least favorable of Houston. No, sorry, it's the Phoenix first round pick, but the Houston hold the rights to the swap. Is what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna be the Houston's first round pick, and they are really good. Okay, I'm not mad. I didn't want to have to pay him.
Yeah. I'm trying to look for any other information.
Yeah, the Hornets and the Suns have a really good relationship. They've made 3 trades together now.
Clearly, they like
Nick Richards, Josh Okogie in 2 seconds. Then
Trailblazers are trading Cedric Coward at number 11 to the Memphis Grizzlies.
I love that. Yes, Cedric Coward to the Grizzlies was like my favorite fit. I love that so much.
I love that too. That is a very good pick. It's a little rich for me on Coward, on going a little earlier than I like, but I do love the fit.
Coward and
it is to Memphis. Wonder what Memphis is trading.
Cedric Coward, I was so high on him, and I was high on him because of the physicals. Obviously, again, the tape is limited, but his upside just off the physicals alone, I mean, just what I was able to watch, I was impressed.
He's literally a 2K creative.
Yeah, 7'2" wingspan, 6'5", high release.
Cedric Coward.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry.
Yeah, high release on the 3. I think he has really good form, pretty fluid, and also I think there's a world where he is just insane on defense the more time he gets, and that's one of the things that impressed me, and probably why I had him so high is because of just the tools, the physical aspects that make a good defender. He has them. Moves his feet well, can block shots or deter shots. I think he's going to be really, really good. And Memphis is a great fit. I think
man,
going to add a defender.
You got to look at this as an extension of the Desmond Bane trade as well, because this is the pick they got, and so I think the return just keeps looking better and better and better. Now I'm assuming they give up the 17th pick, which 16th pick, sorry, that they had in this deal. But I'm looking at what else they get. Has it been reported yet, Jordan?
No, not yet. I'm trying
What
to.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking. That's why I'm looking down. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Like where.
What I'm confused
It
about.
looks like they've traded down, so they might have gotten the other pick. But
where was that? Was that second round or was that first round?
16 and a future first and 2 future seconds.
Okay, that's not a bad return. But what do you get there at 16? What are they looking for? I guess if I was them, I would have waited until the 16th pick was made and seen what you could have traded it for, or gotten the Grizzlies to select someone.
I still think you go for Fleming at that point. If he's
Is he available? Dude, he's gonna go to the Spurs.
Fleming,
Spurs
Queen, Fleming, Queen. Who else could be available? Essengay, McNeely, maybe. That's kind of Jeff.
I know
Pinda, Carter, Bryant. There's gonna be somebody.
I'm so confused with this team, man. I've been doing mock drafts all year, and every time the Trailblazers come up, it's so hard to mock to them because at one point, because they have so many guards, they have so many forwards, and they have so many centers that all deserve minutes, but none of them are good enough to be really good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So much for Chicago trading up, by the way.
Sorry?
So much for Chicago trading up, by the way. You know.
Is that off the board now?
Well, I mean, we're at 12 now, so they can't trade up.
Yes.
Right. So
yeah. I mean, maybe they just use 12 and they trade Kobe White later. Or maybe one of these guys that have already been taken could still get traded, man. Like I could
Kobe
see
White to Dallas.
Jeremiah Fears.
And see, I do like Kobe White. His fit with Poole and with I don't hate that. I don't hate that. That would be interesting.
I don't see to the comment. I don't see the Spurs trading off Fox till the trade deadline.
No.
They just got him in sample size.
Unless you get a really good haul, of course.
Yeah.
The Suns just traded 2 firsts for Mark Williams. What were they thinking? I thought they were trying to compete. So I know you like Mark Williams, but that was a text I was just saying.
Oh no! I've been wanting him off the team for ages. It's true. It's trading.
I'm intrigued to see what gets picked.
Thunder fans are ticked that Coward is gone.
That's who they wanted. So they wanted.
Oh man, poor Thunder fans. Oh no!
I'm not sorry. I don't care.
Listen,
it's really hard to be empathetic when you guys
just won a title. And Nick, I said this to Roberto. I said, dude, no one is helping the Thunder ever again.
Yeah.
Unless they want draft capital from the Thunder, they're not helping with personnel. They just want with the team they have. So
yeah, man. Look, I see. What scares me though is I don't think they're going to trade these picks. What I think they're trying to do is they're very wary of the second apron, and once they're going to start blowing this up, they're going to be able to replace those guys
easily.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's beautiful.
or they keep their core 3 and they just continue to surround them with talent out of the draft on rookie scale deals, and they let other guys go, or they trade other guys away from for more picks. Of course,
Chicago Bulls are taking Essengay.
That makes sense.
Yes, I love that. Oh my god, yes, I'm just
big fan.
I'm so happy he went.
It's like
I love
having 2
Essengay,
Matases on the same team.
Man, I love that so much. Okay,
I love that forward.
Essengay is a special talent. Essengay is still on my board. Okay, all right. Let me give everyone a rundown on Essengay, right? Essengay is a player. He probably puts the most pressure on the rim out of anyone in this class, right? He draws free throws like nobody else in this class can. Shoot, almost no other guys his age I've ever seen have been able to draw fouls the way he can draw fouls, right? He's a good finisher inside. He's a great defender, good help side defender. I could even see him playing some point of attack if he can put on a little bit of muscle, but he can play inside out. He's a very versatile defender. He can play almost any role defensively, right?
Yeah.
But what most excites me is the fact that, I mean, he has some shooting issues, but the shooting touch is there. He's displayed that he's a solid free throw shooter, and he has good touching around the post. But what really excites me is his passing ability. He could legitimately be a secondary initiator on a very good team, and at the very, very worst, he's a very, very good connective passer. And I think he's probably one of the best two-way players in this class.
Just all the tools are there. All the tools are there. Like,
absolutely, man. And he's 18. He's 18. He's the youngest guy in the draft.
And I think
he is who Patrick Williams was supposed to be. So let's see.
Well, Patrick was
Williams.
Williams had a shot though. Williams was a better shooter and wasn't the rim. Didn't put anywhere near the pressure on the rim and didn't play. Yeah. Like he wasn't the same. Also, not much good of a passer. I don't think it's a great comp.
Well, no, I'm just talking about they were supposed to get that level of player with Patrick
okay,
Williams.
right. I thought you meant
they paid him. They paid Williams, unfortunately, to become the player that he's not become. And so hopefully Essengate can be that level of player. I wasn't meaning that like a comp. I'm just saying like that forward. Yeah. Atlanta Hawks are trading 13 to the Pelicans for 23 and an unprotected 26. So I guess Newell did not have a promise from the Hawks.
So then who are the
or he's very mad.
So then who are the Pelicans taking at 13?
I don't know.
Who's full? That might be interesting.
Obviously, fit doesn't matter. They're just going to pick somebody.
Yeah, they don't care about that. They don't care about that at all. You know what? I could see them. You know what? I know you're not high on them, Nick, on him, but I think they go Queen here easily.
Yeah, man. I can see it.
I think they go
and
here.
Queen and Zion is a terrible fit. So yeah, that makes sense.
They could have like a godly defensive wing combination.
Fleming would make a ton of sense here. Sorber makes sense. Newell makes sense. Renaud makes a lot of sense.
It makes me wonder how far is Sorber going to fall.
I want Queen in San Antonio. I'm calling it now. I want Queen in San Antonio.
Would not be surprised at any works.
I want Fleming there. I really, really want them to take Fleming. I really want them to take Fleming. That is a really good. Like we said it before with Karl Malott. Imagine Karl Malott a little bit shorter, but is like more so based out of the perimeter, right? In terms of they're both doing the same level of ground coverage I just spoke of, the same defense, same level of switchability. Both can space the floor. Dude, Fleming could almost play backup 5 for them as well. Fleming's a very, very, very
big,
well-built player, and he can play 5. He can play anywhere from 3 through 5. Gavoning just confirmed the pick. So the Hawks also get an unprotected 2026 first-round pick.
Unprotected? That's kind of big.
Most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee. That's a good pick. That's like 15 through 10 through 15.
New Orleans took Queen.
There you go. That's what I thought.
Okay.
Why? Like
the Pelicans walk away with Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen are like
the two guys that don't fit their team.
That's what they wanted.
What are we doing here?
That's what they wanted.
Are they drunk?
Listen, I don't know what Dumars has got going on over there.
Also, we just went through this with Zion. You don't put people with weight issues in New Orleans. The food is too good.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Cajun food is too good for us fat people to go there. Okay?
And here's the thing. We said it was going to get interesting.
Every restaurant in New Orleans just rejoiced.
Okay, I just tweeted out. I quote tweeted saying what I said, which was the Pelicans selecting Jeremiah Fears right after trading for Jordan Poole is the worst pick in the 2025 NBA draft. I just quote tweeted that by saying they followed this up with drafting Derek Queen, worst draft man of all time.
I'm not sure what they're doing.
I think this is a disaster, man. I think Joe Dumars, like you looked at him and he wasn't very good in his time, and he hasn't done it for 20 years, and I don't think he knows what he's doing all that well. This is a very different league to what it was when he was, last active in it as a decision maker for a team. And I hate this. I hate this so much, and I think the Pelicans
that's a terrible
lose to the draft.
I love Queen, and I like Fierce. That's horrible fit. That
So
might be
you've
the
basically
worst case
gotten
scenario for both players.
Queen is a guy who. So now you've drafted a primary like ball handler, but now you've also got an offensive hub as your center who can't space the floor for Zion and doesn't put a whole lot of pressure on the rim. And
Zion
doesn't
also
provide
needs the
anything.
ball as an offensive hub that doesn't.
And he
spread
doesn't
the
play
floor.
anything. And Trey Murphy is a great offensive player with the ball in his hands. They have Jordan Poole still. What are they doing?
I just want to understand who's going to be having the ball. Who has the ball? who you have a
They're
lot
They're
of
going to be playing top potato, man. You can't. This is
horrible.
I don't remember a draft night where I felt this confused and frustrated by a set of moves by a franchise. And surprised.
I'm gonna have to go for just a second. I'll be right back.
Sure thing, man. Yeah, this is a disaster.
strange fit to me. I don't really know what it is that they're doing.
No,
I guess
man. This doesn't make sense. Like, and then they've come out publicly and they've said they're keeping Zion. They can't trade Zion right now, right? Obviously, no one wants what he's dealing with. We won't comment on that. But yeah, look, what? I have nothing else to say but what.
I mean, my biggest
there's
issue.
not a whole lot of like highly intelligent draft coverage we can provide right now because it's just what.
The pick isn't a functional pick for what they're. I guess the thing is, Nick, what is the construction? What's the construction? I don't understand what they're constructing. Like they're building something, and it is extremely abstract to me. I don't know what they're doing. They added Poole. They added Fears. They have DeJounte coming back in a year. They have her. I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea what's happening here. I'm
this is awful. Yes. Tom the man 94 says they drafted Timu Zion. I mean, I don't really see that comp, but I think they just drafted someone off Timu effectively. This is even as someone, even putting aside the fact that I am probably the lowest on the planet when it comes to Queen. Even if I was super high on Queen, I thought Queen was a top 5 prospect in the draft, which some people do. I would still say that this is an awful pick.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm perplexed.
Is there moves to come that make this make more sense? There has to be, right? And they just gave up their first round pick next year as well on an injury prone team that was just at the 7th overall pick and the 4th worst team in the league. They traded their pick away. And another first round pick.
The Fleming is still alive at 20 for me. That's what I'm hoping for, because Coward is gone. I think
20 for the Heat.
Yeah, I would love Rasheer Fleming.
He's not. I'd be shocked if he doesn't get picked right now.
I would be shocked too. It makes too much sense. It makes way too much sense. But I do think Nick Clifford gets picked at 15 though. Not okay. So to this question, not so much shocked. I'm not shocked by the no moves because I just don't think if they were going to get traded for, it wouldn't happen tonight. And the reason I say it wouldn't happen tonight is mainly because those moves require a large amount of capital sent and players moved. I think it's way too much movement in order for them to make that happen. So if there were going to be some moves, it would be other moves made for other guys. But Jaylen Brown, Giannis, if they were going to be traded, it wouldn't be tonight.
As part of the Mark Williams trade, the Suns have to send back one of Cody Martin or Micic back to Charlotte to make the money work.
So you're welcome. Team, I'm.
I just thought, just to make you happy, Nick.
Shut up, guy. Shut up. I'm not in the mood. I'm not having that. I'm not having that. They'll involve a third team. Someone else can deal with that terrorist. Vasilije Micic is the worst basketball player I've ever watched. No, I'm not. I'm not laughing, Kyle. I'm not laughing. I don't appreciate you laughing at me. This is
It is
not...
Micic. It is Micic, according to Jake Fisher.
I'm crying, dude. There's tears in my eyes.
I'm sorry, dude. To be fair, he's probably getting waived.
Oh, for sure.
He's probably getting waived. You're not going to have to actually watch him again.
Charles Lee loves that dude. I don't know why. I can't tell you how much rage that guy caused me throughout the year. Oh my god.
This is nuts. To put. Sorry, I'm still just frustrated with New Orleans right now.
Okay. So Bobby Marks said Pelicans had the lowest defensive rebounding percentage. They also ranked last in defensive efficiency. How did they fix that with Derek Queen?
The rebounding, maybe, but not
the defensive efficiency part is where I have.
Well, I mean, but, they got lockdown perimeter defender and
I'm stress eating.
Like in the middle picture, you have someone losing their mind. In the right hand, you have someone who just got Cooper Flagg. The highs and lows of the draft in the one in one picture.
Unbelievable.
Who are we on now? I'm sorry. I'm still so mad at the. So we're now at San Antonio, right?
Well, Mark Williams trade for pick clip. Nah, at the end of the day, it's still a good trade. You got 2 first-round picks back and a first-round pick that could be okay. Probably not, but you got 2 first-round picks back for a guy that wasn't worth that. Or what it wasn't worth. Like the reason the Lakers pulled out that deal was because they were paying 150 cents on the dollar.
Sam Vecini might need the league to take over New Orleans basketball franchise again.
Okay. Can we just move on from this Hornets? Carter Bryant is still on the board.
Kind of crazy. Which means, where does he land to you guys?
Spurs or Spurs go Fleming or Bryant, or I'd be surprised.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of lower on Bryant. This definitely, the top 5 buzz obviously was wrong.
What? Oh wait, no, I'm tripping. Okay, sorry. The league, the NBA just tweeted out that the Hawks selected Derek Queen. I'm like, and then I realized that they don't share that the picks have been traded. Of course, I was like, did it get traded back to the
San Antonio Spurs are selecting Carter Bryant.
So Fleming's still on the board.
Our report.
I like the fit, but Fleming they're not taking Fleming's a disappointment, and I think that's a miss. I don't like that pick at all.
You listen, don't worry. You can continue to fall till 20. I'm okay with that. I'm
Hardly okay with that.
Bruh.
My only concern is that the next team is not slow about Rasheer Fleming, and that would be the Thunder.
Dude, I had Rasheer Fleming in the same tier as Trey Johnson, Conker Nipple, and all of those guys, man. And Noah Pender, Ace Bailey, they were all in the same tier for me. And he's still on the board. He's still out of the lottery.
If Fleming goes to the Thunder.
He's going to the Thunder. There's no way they pass on him. Unless they select Nic Clifford, which I doubt that's the pick. I think it's Rasheer.
Yeah, Spurs did select Carter Bryant.
Which I think is a great fit.
I'm literally sick.
This is probably the guy they were looking to trade up into the top 10 for. I'm
intrigued because
what's up? What happened? What do you reckon to?
Well, I'm intrigued at the the fact that Fleming is still on the board, because I thought he was going to go higher.
Man, he was 6th on my board 2 boards ago, and I'm no lower on him now than I was then. So,
Can you guys hear me?
yeah, you good.
Yeah, Thunder are really adding him though. There's no way they let him.
I mean, yeah. I'm kind of surprised we haven't heard anything from the Nuggets or the Rockets about wanting to trade into the draft.
Considering all the things that
Oh my god! So you know how I was talking about the Thunder keeping their core 3 and then just trading everyone else and bringing in guys to replace them to avoid the second apron destroying the team? Well, this is the first of that. This is the Case and Wallace replacement already. This is the wing defense replacement. This is the Alex Caruso replacement potentially. That's what this is.
That makes
Well, I
sense.
mean, if they get Fleming, this is you let Hartenstein go, and you still get to play double big, quote unquote. But both of your bigs.
They don't get rid of Hartenstein. No way. He was too good this year. And they just won a championship with him. There's no way. They don't blow up the team.
No. I'm saying
plan.
when they have to blow it up. When they have to blow it up, you let Hartenstein.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like that's what I'm saying. I'm not.
Oh my
I'm not
god,
saying
Boston
they're doing it
Mitchell.
now because they don't
Boston
actually hit the
Mitchell.
second apron stuff until 2 more years, right?
Who did the Thunder pick?
Because that's when J. Will gets extended and Chet get extended.
You think they trade 15 for Boston Mitchell?
For Misic.
Do you think if we package Micic and Conker Nipple, they would just take him?
To where?
Just have him. I don't care. Just someone take him. I will give you Conker Nipple to take Boston Micic.
If I've heard picks attached to players to get rid of them. I've never heard players attached to players to get rid. That is hilarious.
I will legitimately give up LaMelo. Okay, I'm being so serious. If I have to watch Voss, I would rather trade LaMelo for nothing than watch Voss and Micic play 20 plus minutes a game this season. I'm on everything. I swear I am being so serious.
I don't know. I'm sorry. We're going backwards here. What are the Pelicans doing?
But
What
still
are they
confused.
doing? What is
They're
happening?
trading for Voss and Micic. That's what they're doing. You guys want another guard?
Pull Fears Jones, who isn't technically a guard, but like I'm not understanding.
And then Ace and Newell's still available, by the way. But okay, wait, Jordan, you've been looking at your board the whole time, right? And taking off the names. Who is the highest ranked guy still on the board for you?
Can't hear you. I do think
Can you hear me now?
yes.
Oh, I did it backwards. I muted myself instead of unmuting. Fleming, Traore, Kasparis, Sorber, Asa Newell, Clifford, McNeely, Clayton, Renaud. Then I have a teardrop off after that.
So it makes me wonder. Either Rashir's going here, or Clifford goes here because he's ready, and he doesn't need to do exceptionally much at this spot.
I would be really shocked if Fleming doesnn't go here. I'm gonna be genuinely shocked.
And you're adding Newell because
I wouldn't. I think there's a number of guys that could go. I think he's the favorite to go, but I think there's a number of guys that could go for sure. And I think it'd be the wrong pick to not take him, but I could see them. I know they really like.
Well, generally, Sam
Presti.
Presti doesn't take the wrong pick. Is my point.
I mean, he hasn't batted 100, but it's
like
not
97. You know,
Literally,
Oklahoma
I think
City is taking Sorber, according to Brett Siegel.
Hartenstein replacement. I'm telling you guys, this is what they're doing. They're not trading his picks.
They're keeping all of them. And again, it keeps alive 5 picks away Rasheer Fleming, come on down. I need him in a Heat jersey immediately. Yes,
I
I'm
So now we're at Portland. Now Portland can take Fleming.
Oh,
Now
my
Portland can take
goodness.
Fleming and pay him less.
And they get back an extra first round pick.
Yeah.
2 first round picks. Oh, no,
Portland
first-
might have just fleeced.
Unless they take Newell, because they
Oh,
could also.
man.
Well, why would they take Newell? Because like they have every
He's
they
Kyle
have
wants them to. Is that not a good enough reason?
Too.
they have Clinton, and then they also have every center no one wants. So I don't see them taking Newell.
They have a boatload of centers. If we're being,
I mean, yeah, they could take Newell and run him at like the 2.
guys, Nick
Liam
being-
McNeely could actually fit here, though. If we're we're going shooting, McNeely could fit here.
that's a very Portland pick. I'm not gonna lie to you.
They could also stash, so maybe they do Hugo and stash him, or Pinda and stash him.
Hugo's not getting stashed. No. His agent isn't allowing him to go anywhere that he's getting stashed. That's a direct. I'm quoting him.
Richardson at this point is intriguing.
Oh man, get out of here.
That I don't think so, but and the pick is in.
Richardson isn't going first round.
Who are they picking?
Based on zero intel, by the way. That's one thing. So, okay. When I say something like that, usually it means I have intel. Unless I clarify, I have zero intel on that. But I'm just assuming that he won't be. Yeah.
Oh my. I do like the Sorber fit. I really like Fleming more. It's not a bad pick. It's just not. Is there maybe a medicals thing that we don't know about with Fleming?
No, look, I think what this is literally the Hartenstein replacement. I give it one more year with Hartenstein and then he's gone.
Yeah.
Because Sorber is a very good backup big. And I think that's what they're going for.
I'm beating a dead horse here, but this comment is absolutely hilarious. And Jordy, you might have said this already. We might need the league to take over New Orleans.
Yeah, that was Sam Vecini. That was hilarious. Did you see mine about every restaurant in New Orleans? Hang on, let me pull it up. Every restaurant in NOLA is rejoicing at the idea of Zion and Queen coming into their establishment.
Oh, they're gonna spend money. They're gonna spend money.
Hey, best believe they're the only Pelicans that are not eating free. They're not giving up. They're not letting that slide. No,
They're not letting them eat free. You two got to pay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about the Pelicans are really. This is the worst. One of the worst drafts I've ever seen.
And it's not even the talent; it's the fit of the talent. Is
Exactly.
so.
I mean, also Derek Queen sucks, but yeah, the fit of the talent, man. It's poor. It's poor. It's poor decision making. It's poor asset management. They just give. Oh man.
Unless there is some
They
major
could have
trade.
gotten Derek Queen. They could have gotten Derek Queen without trading an extra first round pick. Derek Queen would still be on the board right now. I promise you.
probably. Probably.
No, I promise you.
The way the board has
every
shaken up.
pick,
Yeah.
There's no okay. Let's look back at it, right? They traded what pick was it? 11th. Okay. They 12th. Well, I don't think the Bulls are the only one that I think maybe, but I don't think so. I think they really like the Senga, right? 13th. No, sorry, they picked 13th. My bad. So 14th, the Spurs select Carter Bryant. There's no way Spurs were taking Queen, right? 15th, the Thunder take Thomas Sorber. No way they take Derek Queen, right? And then 16th, he got.
They also got unprotected.
They would have had it. They would have had the pick. They just gave up. They gave up an extra first round pick for no reason, and they still walked out.
Unprotected. To move up 10 spots.
Wait, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong pick. Yeah, sorry, they traded.
Yeah.
What pick
So
did they?
23 to 30.
Oh no, I wouldn't. Maybe he probably wouldn't have fallen to 23. I could see the Nets going from a 22.
Oh yeah, probably.
Wait, so the Pelicans traded, that was to the Hawks, right?
He would have been great. See, what we needed is we needed Queen to go to the Heat so that they, do the whole like body fat percentage thing, and he'd get in great shape.
Goodness.
That's what we needed.
He's not signing that rookie deal, man.
Fortunately,
They're not giving him a rookie deal.
He's went to New Orleans, and it's going to be the opposite.
Yeah, that's a very bad place for Queen to go.
I can't believe it. Who is Portland taking? Come on, let us know.
Pick is in. Pick is in, and I'm concerned it's exactly who I think it is who goes here.
I'd be surprised.
Winning a title and then getting Sorber in the draft, that's kind of disgusting. The Memphis Grizzlies are taking...
Shoot, I'd rather... Yeah.
Portland is taking Yang at 16.
They're taking who?
I just was going to say Yang. I was just about to say Hanson Yang. Oh my God.
T, come here. Come on.
They also
Rasheed.
have 150 centers. What are they thinking?
Come on, Rasheed.
I was just about to say Yang is a joke. You cut me off, Jordan. I was going to say Yang is a joke.
What is going on?
What we're at pick? What is it? Are we at
16?
Are we at 18 now?
Well, we're now at 17. Well, 16
Bulls,
is
Wizards, Nets, and then you got Heat. There's no way he gets past the two Bulls, I don't think. But we said that for every single pick. Maybe there's a middle
Portland
issue.
taking Yang is such a terrible fit because you can't play Yang and Klingon together, right? Like, I'm not crazy. About that, right?
Well, passing from the passing perspective, maybe.
Look, I love Yang. I love Yang so much, and I think that this means that they've already been trying. They've been in talks to get rid of Aiden, right? Robert Williams. If they can get Robert Williams off the team as well, I think that's a great center core, right? Hanson Yang off the bench as your high upside guy, and then you got Donovan Kling as a sure thing long term. He's gonna be like a good starting big, and then that's your center core. I like that. If depending on the moves to come, I like this pick for sure.
Right, but they can't play together. That's the thing that gets me. Is like you can't play both of them at the same time.
Yep. Overtime Zone, thank you for resharing the stream. Yeah, man, it's a shock, but man.
Listen,
they're overstacked at every position.
Oh man, one of my best friends is a Portland Trail Blazers fan. Sorry, bro.
No, if I'm a Portland Trail Blazers fan, I'm excited because that means that they're going to be getting off Aiden and they're going to be getting off Robert Williams.
And Yang's not a bad player. He's not a bad player.
I love Yang. Dude. Yang is probably got. You could make an argument that he has some of the highest upside in the class, like top 5 upside, top 3 upside.
I did think Renaud might have gone actually, just because of the shooting and the upside. That's at least that's what I thought, because he stretches the floor enough. And if you're going to play him with Klingon, then you have somebody who can stretch the floor for you. So that's what I thought was going to happen here. I'm not surprised because this, again, a lot of these picks, especially with Portland, these are very Portland picks.
If I'm Minnesota, I'm taking Kasparis or Traore here.
I can see that.
No,
especially because I don't.
I think they have.
Why would you not take
in forwards? I think Fleming's going to the Heat. It's destiny.
Look, you have Randall. Randall's got one more year, right? And then you have a combination of Jaden McDaniels and Rasheed Fleming as your forwards, as your 3 and 4.
They also have Leonard Miller still off the bench. They have, so like
Leonard Miller. Look, I'm not drafting around Leonard Miller. I love Leonard Miller. He's one of my favorite guys to play with in 2K. But I'm not drafting around Leonard Miller. Come on. Kyle, I don't like how smell giving right now.
I'm listen.
I think you spoke this into existence.
I've literally been yelling this for months, Nick. I've said it so many times.
It's gonna be so funny if they don't pick him. If he's there and they don't pick him, I'm gonna laugh so hard at you.
If he's at 20 and they pick anybody else but Rasheed Fleming, I might spaz.
Yang is the biggest reach of the draft, right?
Biggest what?
Yeah,
Yank's the biggest reach so far, right?
yeah.
By far.
I might spaz out because my whole focus here is with this. At least if I was somebody selecting, you're picking best player available. Do not draft need. Draft best player available. You figure out the other things later. If you don't pick the best player available at that position and you draft need and it doesn't work out as well, then you pissed away a pick. So to me, I can't imagine that they let him slide past 20. That would be absurd.
They love Cam Jones though. From everything I heard, and from what I heard, they were close on him being like the top of their board for 20 realistically, but they probably didn't anticipate for Richie Fleming to slide.
Dude,
But they do love Cam Jones, so it's worth noting they love Cam Jones.
clutch is incredible. They got Yang drafted at 16. Like,
That's for man.
Yes, combine pick. I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. With you.
He showed out, man, in the combine for sure, and
he
shot
was
such a
great
good
at the
pass.
combine. It's just like, wow. Over Renat.
I thought he was going to go 22 to the Nets at 22, but
If you told me that Yang was going to go over Newell, Renaud, Wolf, Niedenhauser, Kalkbrenner, and Broom, all 5 of them, that's crazy to me. I mean, if you said 1 or 2, sure, but over all 5?
All I'm waiting is for my favorite to get picked. That's it. That literally.
and then Kyle was jumping off the show. He's signing out.
What? No, I'm gonna be here. But if he's selected at 20, I'm ecstatic. I just like, to me, it makes the most sense.
He's also such a Spolstra player. Like,
Now, here's what's funny. I'm saying that he possibly drops to 20. I'm going to be deeply, deeply disappointed when the Nets pick him.
at 19.
I'm going to be literally like, oh
my god,
course
no.
you did.
Nets all year have been mocking, those little mock drafts they do in the little Nets communities through Fanspo, and they like share these little screenshots, and it's like they walk away with someone at 8, someone at this, someone at that, and then at 20 they get Rasheed Fleming, and it's like, come on, man, that's not happening. All year they've mocked him, those Nets fans, and I'm like, come on, it's not happening. And
I need Rasheed Fleming in a Heat hat and a Heat jersey.
you need a lot more than Rasheed Fleming, man. That your team is in a dumpster fire.
We're not as bad as some. We're not as bad as the Pelicans. That much I can say.
Oh,
not
Beringer for the Wolves. Which is another one that he went ahead of.
What?
Bring it on. Bring it on here. Nets, leave Rasheed Fleming alone.
That doesn't make sense at all.
Leave
They have
Rasheed
so many
Fleming alone.
picks, and
I think they're stashing him.
Who?
no,
There's-
not with 17. That's too high to stash someone. And that means that, like, what about, like, I would have rather even like Walter Clayton Jr., like a guard. Like, what? Noah Traore? Anybody? Like, Tyrese Proctor? Like,
I don't know what. Hey, listen. All I
Chaz
know
O'Neal?
is
there is so many names that are
Yeah, that was a
significantly better.
That was a bad pick. Like, obviously, we're all lower on Beringer than.
I mean, now granted, I've said that he has all of the measurements. He has all of the physical aspects that you can say, I get to mold this player into wherever I decide. Okay, cool. No problem. I think they do this pick because maybe they know that they don't know how much longer Gobert plays. Possibly.
This is like one of the most shocking drafts I can remember. A while.
Well, Nick, we talked about it. After 11, anything was up in the air. Like, we knew that there was going to be a possibility that teams would pick something completely different than what is selected on our collective boards, and there would be a lot of movement up and down.
Newell's
So-
a great fit here, by the way, for the Wizards.
Wizards are picking who?
No, yeah, with Sar, I think Newell and Sar is a good fit.
That makes a lot of sense. I forgot that Newell is still falling.
Okay, Jordan, who's still on the board?
Fleming, Traore, Kasparis, Newell, Clifford, McNeely, Clayton, Renaud, Wolf, Gonzalez, Penda, Riley, Thierry, Solis, Proctor. That's my first round group. And then Drake Powell, Nienhauser, Cam Jones, Kalkbrenner, Watkins, Broom, Seraph.
I like Trail. Now it's for Jordan Poole. I like Trail.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think Traore is a good fit here. I could see the problem with you can kind of go a lot of different directions with Washington. So that's the problem. Man.
Come on, Rashir.
16.
Are you trying to like call him to?
Yeah, I'm calling it out. Come on over. Florida's hot.
Banachet over Fleming is absolutely insane.
Puzzling. That's a late riser too. He wasn't a real draft prospect until like just before the combine.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get into boards until then, so that's crazy that he's 17.
Yeah, Blazers are definitely keeping Yang. No duh. You don't like no duh.
You think Yang trade that? No.
You're not taking someone 20 spots early, trading him.
Yeah, Tom makes a good point here. I think teams are just going for the guys they want rather than fit based for the most part. But even with that said, there's some pretty poor asset management going on from most namely the Pelicans. But it's just like a lot of these guys they might like. You can get them 5 picks later, so why not trade back? You know what I'm saying? Get an extra second round pick.
It seems like Nick. It seems like they were a lot of teams. I don't know. I'm not in the rooms, but it seems like they were hesitant to move back in fear of not getting their guy. Clearly, nobody knows what direction anybody was going to go, like at all.
Yeah, because there was supposed to be a lot of movement in the top 5 and top 6 and 7 and 8.
There hasn't really been near as much movement as I was expecting.
No, but there's been a lot of shocks, man. There's been a lot of shocking picks.
I think that's why there's not been the movement, because everyone's like, well, maybe we'll just get who we want.
All the Bulls fans are flooding our Noah Senge video.
Wizards are selecting Will Riley.
Bring it on here. Bring it on here.
Which I don't hate. That's a little high for me on Riley, but
you know
but I think that the Wizards can really they're in a spot where they can swing on one of these picks
as much as they want.
And so,
but could you not put Will Riley like later? Don't they have another first round pick?
No,
naturally.
No, they don't.
Okay,
and
all right. Well, I understand.
They don't have a second round either, so I don't hate that pick. I mean, it's obviously higher than I have Riley, but I kind of understand taking a swing on him. And this is also in the area like they need a forward. So I really don't mind it. I think there's a lot of upside with Will Riley. There's definitely
good shooter and scorer.
There's definitely some upside
as well
on this team. Which I guess that that's what they drafted was him and Trey. So they should be able to get some shooting and scoring on this team now. Also, Will Riley learning from Chris Middleton.
Which I like. They're building out a really good team in terms of like positional size. And
Will Riley learning from Chris Middleton is actually like absolutely.
Man, they got some great vets over there. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Guys, if Kasparis is selected at 20, just cancel me for the rest of the night.
I mean, I wouldn't hate that for the Heat though. I mean, it's not as good as Fleming, but I wouldn't hate that.
So who does Brooklyn take? Because I would have said Traore, but they took Igor. I don't think you want both of them.
They wait, but maybe they do take him because they're trying to get off of. Of course, I don't remember his name right now. So bad, bro. Typically, I'm off. I have a collective memory of players that are moving around. They're trying to get off of what's his name?
Washington is trading 18, according to sources.
To
I don't know. That's just Ari report just said that. So
D'Angelo Russell.
So,
They're kind of maybe they're trying to get off of D'Angelo Russell.
well, D'Angelo Russell is supposedly going to the Mavs.
My point is, you add another guy.
Yeah.
They don't have. I don't think they have another point guard on the roster. With the talent that
The Wizards are actually taking Walter Clayton Jr., it says. Brett Siegel says. Not Will Riley. So I don't know who said Will Riley earlier. So I guess forget everything I said. They're going with shooting and they're going with experience this time instead of raw. So
which I like.
yeah, Clayton is a fantastic player. I actually had him higher than Will Riley, so you know.
Yeah, right. This is confusing.
is something.
Supposedly they are trading the pick too, but I don't know that for sure.
This is
I hope they don't do anything ridiculous.
So Clayton was the guy who was rumored to the Heat. So with him being gone,
I need him. I don't dislike Clayton. I just don't like him. I'm not higher on him than I am on Fleming.
yeah, the Wizards. Supposedly it's on the move to the Jazz.
Jazz for who?
It doesn't say, but that's what it is going to Utah. They got some shooters between Ace, Clayton, Lowry.
They do.
Still have Clarkson.
Yeah, what's the move here? I'm just there's not a whole lot of analysis going on right now. Which I know isn't great, but it's just not a whole lot to work with. I don't know what's going on really.
A lot's changing at the same time, folks.
Yeah. It's hard to.
So everybody's saying that he's going to Utah, but for what?
Yeah, I think it's
so
stuff for each
far
other.
the mock draft that I didn't post is 100% correct. By the way, the one I didn't post.
100% so far. You haven't missed a pick.
Yeah.
You mocked Derek Queen to the Pelicans?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I remember.
Right.
And
Oh my god, how am I that?
You did both
Okay.
that. You did both them and the you did the Nets as well.
Mm-hmm. Trying to figure out what is coming back. I do like Clayton in Utah. I think that he's a very, very good pick. Utah sent 21 and a second. And it says, and second round picks. I don't know if they're in this year or not.
Is it a second round pick in this year's draft? Because I really like that for Wizards then. They're looking out of here with 3 rookies. A couple comments.
43 and another future second. Is also
Love that. Okay, that's a great deal for the Wizards. And they could probably still get Will Riley if they did want Will Riley. I wonder why that was reported. Who reported that?
I don't know. I was not paying close enough attention. I was trying to. There was so much happening at the same time. But yeah, I would.
Who's the Nets pick? Do we know
No one
yet?
yet.
I think everybody's still freaked out by what just happened with the Utah stuff.
Okay. Let's discuss Walter Payton Jr.'s fit with the Utah Jazz. I like it. I think this kind of indicates that they're not super set on their point guard core, right? Which is Keontae George and Isaiah Collier. And Walter Payton Jr. provides great shooting. He has that it factor, right? That's kind of the main thing we all notice and picked up on over the course of that March Madness run. He has the it factor. He's a big time shot maker, taker and maker, right? Provides good playmaking. I like the pick. I like the pick
too. It gives them a lot of shooting. They had some games last year where they just shot the ball. They got on heaters against teams. This adds to it. I think it gives them some pedigree from the perspective that he's won a college championship. He's led the team. And so it gives him the ability to spread the floor. I think his playmaking will have more feature here, obviously because you have some other players there, especially with Laurie. And it's to be seen what they do with their roster overall, especially adding that to having Ace. I'm intrigued to see what that works like. So
I'm seeing a lot of people complain that they chose Clayton over Richardson. Clayton is bigger.
Jordan. People aren't liking the pick, I'm guessing. Or is that me?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Oh my gosh.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So people are not loving the Clayton pick. A lot of people are wondering why Richardson wasn't the pick if you were going to do a guard. Very clearly, Clayton is bigger and actually is a point guard. So that's the difference between those two.
Is Newell still on the board?
Yeah, we still have Fleming, Traore, Kasparis, Newell, Clifford, McNeely, Renaud. I am very shocked.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I would be I've told you already. I don't care about need at the pick. I care about best player available. You don't draft for need in a draft where all these guys are falling.
Does he fit with the Nets? Do the Nets take him here? Because he's falling for a reason. There's something the teams don't like. So do the Nets take him here? Do we like the fit?
Newell? Is that who we're talking about?
No, Fleming. Sorry, Fleming.
Fleming? I could see it. Also, he's, he went to St. John's. So, I could see.
And he's switchable.
Not very far. Like. Yeah. He fits. If they want to keep Claxton, he fits with Claxton.
Sure. I mean, he could be their starting center if they trade Claxton.
I don't see that. I don't think they trade Claxton. But I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see. I'm intrigued to see who comes out here.
Colin Murray Boyles was not happy to go to the Raptors.
Not sure what that was, but he's literally the fit. He's the fit.
Yeah.
So, man,
I don't love the fit, to be honest, with Murray Boyles, but
a lot of people.
Some people are higher on the shooting up.
A lot of people are not fans of the CMB to Raptors fit at all.
Yeah, it's just they already have 2 CMBs already.
Okay, so next, we have the Nets up. Who else other than Ace and Newell and Rasheed Fleming works? Kyle?
I mean, they could take Jace here, but I don't see the point in that. I think Nic Clifford maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking him or even McNeely. I think this could be a really good spot for McNeely.
Yeah, both guys can shoot the ball.
You're probably moving off of Cam Johnson eventually, so I think McNeely kind of fits in that role.
Right. So I have a feeling it might be one of those two. I'm intrigued to see if that's I mean, granted, guys, the Nets still have 2 more picks. So at least in the first round. So to me, I just can't imagine that they're going to miss. Okay, so
Multiple teams are in discussions with the Jazz over Colin Sexton.
Okay, so Brooklyn is picked by who did Brooklyn pick?
Which is probably why they traded for Clayton, since they're getting rid of Sexton. I would like that to be the Mavs that get Sexton. I think that would be a good fit.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Come on, who are the Nets taking? Okay, Nolan Traore.
Okay,
Nolan
I like
Traore.
that pick. That was one of the guys I have.
I do too.
I like Nolan Traore.
We called it. We kind of called it. It works because if you're coming off of Russell, you want to have another guard to play with the playmaking ability. Quick guard, has the ability to go. It just makes sense. It makes sense.
I also think that Traore can play a little off ball.
Correct.
Too. So it doesn't negate the fit with Igor.
And just to add this, not to interrupt you, also has the tools defensively. The wingspan is much bigger than people thought. So
yeah, I actually think that there is I kind of like the idea of them just saying, look, one of these 2 guards can hit. We're just going to give them both the ball and figure out which one is the guard, which one's on ball and which one's off. I don't hate that. So now we're at Miami. And Fleming's still available.
Either I'm doing backflips while we're on here, or I'm flipping my table. Not literally because I value myself, but like unbelievable.
So I'm not gonna lie, man. I see Yakushonis here. As a primary initiator. Cam Jones is also much by the way.
I would be so irritated.
I'd be play off the ball. I like
Nick Clifford is also
a very
Miami pick.
I'm not mad at Nic Clifford. However, I definitely am mad if it's Clifford or Fleming. I consider it a win. If it's anybody else besides them, I'm probably not too thrilled.
There's, I guess, 4 guys in play here right now, right? Yakushonis, Fleming, Cam Jones, and Nick Clifford. Those seem to be the 4. Anyone else could be a bit of a shock, I think.
I think Hugo Gonzalez and Noah Pinda are very...
Noah Pinda is still on the board. Oh my god. Okay.
Very, very heat guys.
But Pinda could end up with the Nets at 26.
Yeah.
26? I don't think they have 27.
Fierro's also a very heat guy, in my opinion.
The Nets are 22. I think they're taking Pinda at 22.
Oh, I forgot they have 22 as well. Oh.
Yeah, the Nets have 22,
22, 26, 27. Yeah.
1 out of every 6 picks is the Nets. Six Rings of Steel. Igor Dimon and Nolan Traore are on the same team. Might as well also take Ben Saraf, Kasparis Jackionis, and Jace Richardson. Just finish this off. Just go guard at all 5 picks.
Please.
They could end up with Yakushonis.
I'm begging. Do not pick. Don't pick the small guard and don't pick the limited athleticism guard. Please pick the best player available. Please don't.
Do you guys don't think that the Heat though could get the very best out of Yakushonis?
It's just that they have a guard similar to him in Hero. I don't want to die.
Yakushonis is a significantly better playmaker. You guys need someone to run the offense and playmake.
So I agree with the playmaking. What I'm saying is that there's the construction, the physicals are similar. So to me, adding another player who to me I don't think is better on defense, that to me is a problem.
Better tools defensively.
Right, the tools are there.
I think the Heat can get the best out of Yakushonis. I think the Heat can get the best out of Yakushonis, man. I think he's a good pick here. And Kyle is fuming about it.
I'm fuming because to me, the pick that makes the most sense is Rasheer Fleming. You just
Yeah, undoubtedly, I agree.
The defense, because the Heat are a defense first team. To me, you go with best defense, has some offensive tools, can stretch the floor, works next to Bam, next to Ware, next to Nico. Just to name a few. You want to add a guy you can switch with. You can switch so much with him. To me, it makes the most sense to add him. I don't dislike Yaka Jones. I don't like him here. If the roster was constructed differently, I would be less passionate about it. But because of as of right now, I can't imagine that I guess the question is he best player available to you among the players left?
I think they really like Cam Jones, man. And maybe they just didn't expect Rasheed to fall, but they really like Cam Jones and they really like Nic Clifford.
I like Nic Clifford. I'm not mad at Nic Clifford at all.
And Uchiero would be a terrible fit.
Yeah. There's a lot of good
Max Schulger. You can like Max Schulger, Mike Peavy.
There's a lot of good Heat culture guys left.
Yeah, man, definitely. Let me pull up my board because there's a lot of guys in this area. You could look at Drake Powell.
Drake Powell would be excellent in Miami.
Ryan Kalkbrenner. Max Schulger, Nic Clifford, Micah Peavy, Hunter Salas, I could see. Alex Tui, I like. Steve Sitton, no, that's not a target this high. Those are kind of the main guys. I could.
Miami Heat are taking Kasparis.
Love that. I love that.
According to Brett Siegel and now Jake Fisher as well. Sorry, Kyle.
No, I really like this pick, man. As I said, provides a great level of playmaking, has defensive tools. I'm a big believer in the shot. I like him, man. I really like it. I think that he is the best player available here, other than Rasheer.
Yeah,
but I like.
He was my next guy other than Rasheer, which I really thought Rasheer was the perfect fit. I don't want to keep harping on that because with Kyle.
Look, no, Kyle, man. Look, I do want to add that there's a reason he's falling. There's something we don't know.
But to me, again,
he's forcing his way to Dallas. That's what's going on.
I'm not watching a backcourt with Yaka Jonas and Tyler Hero. So I guess I'm not watching the Heat this next season. Because
you guys have banned, though.
I didn't realize that was you who tweeted it, and I was just like, somebody just said I'm not watching the Heat this season. It was you.
I'm not watching the Heat this season.
No, look, I think that they have the defense to make up for it, though. They have Haywood Highsmith. They have Bam Adebayo. They got defensive.
Wiggins is likely gone. Highsmith likely gets moved. There's a couple of guys that contracts that they're going to move off of. I don't understand drafting Kasparis here. As much as I've said, hey, this is probably the worst pick at this position, they went and picked him. Nic Clifford is still on the board. Insane to me.
Yeah.
This could signal a start of rebuild, though. You got to look at it from that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing not one Heat game this upcoming season.
Man, a lot of Heat fans seem happy with the Kasparis pick.
I would be thrilled
because they like Tyler Hero, and it's nothing against Tyler, but I'm not adding Tyler to Tyler. Just like
maybe you're trading Tyler. Maybe they're trading Tyler. It might be a good time to sell high on him.
All these, I'm watching these people clap with Rasheer Fleming still on the board. I'm gonna let it rock. I hate this pick. Like y'all, the way y'all felt about the Fierce pick, I feel about this pick. I despise it.
Right. Okay.
Not a fan.
Well, I mean, I feel like this is at the end of the day, Yaka Jones has the higher upside significantly, and I feel like this is a rebuilding pick. This is not a contending pick. This is not target someone who can help right now, or help substantially right now. But I agree it's the wrong. I would rather. I think Rasheed Fleming was a better pick, but I like the pick still. The Jonas.
Wild.
Jordan, any word on the 21st pick?
Not yet.
Yeah, let's focus on the 21st pick. This pick is horrible.
It's
Unbelievable.
Or no,
The
Washington.
Jazz-
This is Washington.
Jazz. This is the pick that they traded back for the Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
Was it Will Riley that they are looking at? Oh, is this the Wizards? Sorry, this is maybe the Wizards.
Yeah, this is
Did
the
they
Wizards.
trade? Okay, this is the Wizards. They could get Will Riley here.
I'm trying to find anything.
Which would make sense as to why there was a report saying that they were selecting him because they were wanting to select him.
So that means the Nets have again. I think the Nets end up, to your point, Nick. Nets end up picking Rasheed at 26. That's what I thought earlier. That there's a good possibility.
26 is a long way from the full though. I'm looking here. I think Orlando would take him. I think OKC has another pick.
Dude, if Fleming's not going to drop.
Hawks would take it probably, or maybe not. Look, the way I'm thinking about it is there's a reason he's falling. That we
Yeah,
don't know.
maybe there's a medical thing we don't know about. Maybe
There's no way he
maybe
falls
people
without something happening behind the scenes that we don't know. Which is unfortunate, man. I really like Rasheed Fleming. Maybe he's a steal the draft, maybe. Who knows? But
He
there's
has
gotta be
to
a
be
reason.
absolutely exceptional. He has to be absolutely exceptional. I'm sorry. Like that's where I'm at with this. Otherwise, it's a swing and a miss. Because just based off of what they have on the roster, they don't use Nikola Jovic as a playmaker. He's not, his size makes him usable. I think the physical tools are there for Jonas. I don't know that he uses them.
Miami could be looking at trading the pick, according to Shams.
To where?
Okay.
Penda maybe at 21, right?
Penda, because you've already got you've got Ace Bailey and Larry Markin.
But that goes back to my point. Is Markkanen staying?
Okay,
No,
so
no
Will
one-
Riley
no one-
is going to the Wizards.
No one's
Will
trading for
Riley?
Markin. But yeah,
That's a
that
great
makes
little
sense.
bit of work for the Wizards to trade back and still get their guy. Really shrewd. Again, we talked about it earlier. I really like that fit. I love it even more at this spot. Again,
He needs to put on size though. That's his main constraint. I feel
Yeah.
like he needs to put on
I
some
think that-
weight because he's a cone on defense right now. Not even a cone. People are just going through him. The cone you go around, you don't have to go around Will Riley. You can go straight through him.
Yeah. But I do think that they give him a little bit of chance to grow. They've got I'm liking the structure they're building in Washington with the amount of vets that they have, but also the vets aren't so good that you can't play your young guys, but also they're the right kind of vets. So I'm liking what they're building in there. So now we're at Brooklyn. Obviously Fleming is my preferred pick, but based off of how they have been doing things, it's probably going to be Jace Richardson or Tyrese Proctor.
Maybe they go big deal. Who are the big slots available? Ryan Kalkbrenner?
So yeah.
Renard
So
is still on the board.
my board right now is Fleming
Right
and Newell.
Okay. Then there's right now beneath that you got Danny Wolf. I'm looking at bigs mostly, man.
Yeah. Nienhauser is here. Kalkbrenner, Broom.
Janai Broom's not coming off the board in the first round.
No, yeah, that's true. We are in the first round.
Hugo? Well, he's not a big, but
Yeah.
They have gone international with the other two picks, so maybe they're just going to keep it all.
maybe Theriot?
Tierra. Yeah.
Yeah. Possibly.
I could really see Pinda here.
That's what I was thinking too. I thought he was gonna go.
I like him at 4. as a 4. I mean, for this team, who they're starting for, Cam Johnson ahead of him. I like that. I like him as a good backup 4. I'm really excited to see that.
Newell is still dropping, so
Shoot, he might not
Yeah,
get
so much for that promise at 13 for him. Man.
Well, they traded that pick, so maybe they did make a promise and then they traded the pick. They're starting off to come up. Now, I had Asen Newell in the 30 at 34 on my board, I believe, and there's a good chance he falls around that area now.
yeah. I think, you know what? Funny enough, I know this is far. I think the Celtics take Newell later down.
That's a good
Sorry?
pick. I like that.
Newell ends up with the Celtics.
Yeah, I like that. You got
I
two
would
Brooklyn
very
Nets
much like my Mavs to trade in and get either Proctor or McNeely right now.
McNeely, does he get drafted in the first round still?
McNeely? He should. But who knows?
Yeah, Drake
wild.
House on the board.
Because
Drake House on the board.
it'd be a little
That's-
wild
that's
because they were supposed to be the first high school teammates where all 4 of them went in the first round. So I guess maybe McNeely and Newell don't go in the first round. So
Which would be intriguing to me.
we're at Brooklyn and then Atlanta.
Where's Atlanta go? Well, let's talk a little bit about Atlanta.
Newell supposedly had the promise, so maybe they go Newell there. You also have Liam McNeely would be a good fit in Atlanta as well.
You already have a lot of shooters in that 2 through 4,
but not a
like
lot
primary
of
shooters.
Their
Jalen
benches.
Johnson, Zachary Ricochet, Karis LeVert.
I mean, Johnson's not
Young.
a shooter. Johnson is not a shooter.
No, he can space the floor though. He's still worth guarding.
Yeah.
So
I could see Fleming would also be very good. They want the defense. So Fleming.
Yeah, oh man,
Coming
Dash
off-
Daniels on the team. That's great.
Come off
I'm
the
shocked.
bench.
Fleming's not been picked. There's got to be something.
Nick Clifford
terrible wrong.
actually is perfect for Atlanta. Now that I think about it, Nick Clifford's probably the guy.
Yeah.
Or Newell, if they don't do Newell,
Who made the report that they promised Newell at 13?
NBA Draft.net. So
That's pretty reputable.
I don't know who's actually behind that account.
No,
So-
but Draft.net is like one of the biggest on the internet.
Yeah, I would be kind of surprised if it was just blowing complete smoke.
Which means that that's probably a pretty sour relationship if they end up drafting him now. Do you not think?
Well, maybe they promised him they'd draft him, but they didn't say what number.
Maybe, man. Maybe.
Or maybe
I
they
don't
just
know.
didn't.
Man, Drake Powell. I like Drake Powell to the Hawks.
that makes sense.
Yeah, there's-
They need adding more defense. That makes
Yeah, man.
a lot
Like
of
you got you could potentially run lineups of. Assuming Trey's on the bench, right? You could run like Dyson, Drake Powell, Ricochet and Johnson, and then Porzingis. That's a pretty good defensive team.
right?
Yeah,
You can
and
even-
Okongwu. Okongwu's on the
Okongwu.
bench.
Right.
Yeah, man, that's a great defensive team.
So they've
Around
got,
Trey Young.
they've got some options. They definitely have good options. I think they're going to get value out of this pick either way.
If you weigh more than 190 pounds, you are not allowed to play for the Washington Wizards. That's pretty great. That's a great tweet. I wish I had come up with that one.
Who said that?
Brian, NBA draft. I don't know personally, but
Wait a minute. You know who's picking Fleming? And now I just clicked. They didn't get him at
Magic?
50. The Thunder are getting him at 24.
Yeah, I mentioned that before, man. There's a good chance. Which is unfair.
I'm
Jordan.
so mad.
He ends up with the Thunder at 24. He's switchable. It makes their defense more formidable. Having
They're
Fleming,
paying him less money.
so it's Fleming, it's Dort, it's Williams.
They're gonna have him on a guaranteed
Chet.
contract, damn near on a league minimum
For 4 years.
for 4
and they
years.
can do it.
And he's a mature age guy already.
And he can do it. And he can do
Oh
it.
man, that's
You made me so
Sam
mad.
Presti is the best. Sam Presti is the best to ever do it,
Yep, he is.
undoubtedly. He's not the greatest. There's teams, there's obviously GMs with X amount of rings, but in terms of pure asset management and doing your job to the highest caliber you can on your as your individual. Also, you can't coach the team, you can't decide the plays. That's not up to you. But in terms of just putting talent on the floor and managing assets, Sam Presti is the best to ever do it.
Come on. What is taking Brooklyn so long?
Yeah, man, Brooklyn keeps taking like their 4 or 5 minutes every single time. I mean, maybe it's because
They're trying to trade him.
we're getting reports early, and then Brooklyn isn't leaking anything, so it's like almost like 10-minute wait for each pick.
Mhm.
But yeah, man, I like the fit with Will Riley in Washington. Well, have
Good
we heard
trailer.
anything new on Yakashonis?
How tall is Adam Silver?
I think he's 6'5".
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think he's 6'5". Let me see.
Shoot, the Hornets could use him. We'll trade the league Vasilicic and we'll start Adam Silver. I'd rather start Adam Silver than play with that Vasilicic on my team.
6'3".
I keep wanting to read. I was like, man, Heat fans are mad about Kaspar. No, it's just you over and over again in my
Oh
timeline.
yeah, I'm not letting it go.
Yeah, but, okay, but are they trading it though?
They're
I'm
keeping
not
it.
seeing now.
They're keeping it.
Yeah.
Was it not a report that said they were going to trade it?
No, it just said that he wouldn't be surprised if this pick was traded.
Oh, so he didn't have any insights. Okay, right. All right,
No.
well, I like the pick for what it's worth.
He also is connecting you guys to Jonathan Kuminga, just so you know.
The Hornets and Kuminga? Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
they-
seen that a fair bit. I don't love
they-
that. I mean, yeah, I don't love that at all. The team does have like $30 million in cap space next offseason though, so I'm looking forward to that because we'll be able to take on a bunch of bad contracts for picks.
Okay. Okay, this is good. Dirk Nowitzki is speaking at the Cooper Flagg thing, which is very good because Dirk had kind of
Sour.
Drake Powell to the
Love that.
to the
Okay.
Nets. Love it. Good fit. I think Powell is probably more of a 3 anyway than a 2, and so with the 2 guards that you got there, I like it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And he's so athletic, man. You got him at a 43-inch vertical, right? He's 6'5". Probably best perimeter defender in this role. I can't say that anymore because Rasheed Fleming's fallen. But a really, really good defender. Great finish around the rim, really good slasher. Some shooting
Exceptionally
upside.
athletic.
I like it. Correct. Yeah.
It's a very good pick. It's a very
He's
solid.
got
pick.
rockets on his hands.
What I was
I was wondering
saying
when it was
was,
come off, man. Great.
yeah, what I was saying was, it looks like Dirk is trying, or the Mavs and Dirk are trying to mend the fence a little bit, which is good because that was rough. Also,
Yeah.
the Mavs are in the middle of mending the fence with Mark Aguirre, and so if they can actually mend the fence with everybody from their past, that's pretty great. So, because Aguirre needs his number retired, that's ridiculous that he hasn't.
Yeah, right. Moving forward, the Hawks. Okay, so Drake Powell's off the board. That's the guy we recommended. AC Newell seems the obvious pick, based on the reporting, and still not being the best player available. Rasheed Fleming is still on the board.
This is
When's he
wild.
gonna? Is he gonna fall out in the first round? Surely not. The Hornets gonna get him at 29.
That's a good question.
He would be a great fit at 29.
That might be the steal of the draft at 29. Actually, no, whoever takes Richie Fleming right now, unless he has some kind of like torn ACL we don't know about somehow, right? Then they've won the draft.
They're going to give him to the Thunder. I'm telling you, he's dropping right into the Thunder's hands, for sure. There's no way they let him pass.
Nic Clifford is still available. The Thunder really like him.
That's true. That's true. That's a possibility as well.
And then after that, you got the Magic.
A lot of people are saying that there are rumors of them with Newell, but I'm not seeing anybody outright saying Newell.
Okay, but look, after the Thunder, say the Thunder go Nic Clifford, right? The Magic don't take him. The Nets have 2 picks; they probably take him there.
Yes.
Or the Celtics
take him at the end of that.
And then after that, you have the Hornets, who are 100% taking him. There's no way he goes past the Hornets.
No, of course not.
There's like zero world. Like, I could see him getting passed on by some of these teams. I could not see him getting passed on by the Hornets. I could see even the Celtics passing on him and going like a Danny Wolf.
I am really shocked that Clifford and Fleming are still here. Like, absolutely shocked.
Unless someone Clifford, man. I could see Clifford fall, but not Fleming, man. Fleming is a shock. This is damn near.
Newell is also a little bit of a shock.
A top 7 pick, and he fell way down. If Fleming falls like 29, that's the equivalent of a Shedeur standards. Obviously, he doesn't have a star upside that Shedeur did in their respective sports, but
right,
it's an interesting comparison. Thank you to everyone that's shooting live right now. We appreciate all of you. We've been at this for just about to go for 4 hours now, and we'll probably be here for another hour or so. But yeah, I have a lot of fun. We'll be back here tomorrow as well for the second round, which will have a lot more movement, I think. Obviously, it will. The second round has a lot of movement in the draft. There's gonna be a lot of steals there. I'm very high on a lot of the second round in this draft. Especially the upperclassmen, man. Someone's going to land like a Max Shulga, a Mike Peavy, and walk away with a really good rotational player. You know, even like at the back end, man, I'd really have Steve Settle III. That's someone who's going to go like at best 50s, who I think could definitely end up being like a top 20 player in the draft for sure. Jordan, you see anything? Any reports?
Nothing yet. I'm having to wait through all of my Mavs Twitter to get to the draft stuff. Drake Powell again. That's they keep. I'm really shocked that we haven't seen some of these picks, especially some of these Brooklyn picks, trade hands. To be completely honest.
Are they going to end up taking like 7 guys?
It looks like it.
Look, they have 2 7 picks as well.
I keep seeing a bunch of speculation that they're taking Newell, but I'm not seeing anybody outright confirming it. You know,
I mean, it makes the most sense, right? I don't think he's better than Fleming, but other than Fleming, he's probably the best player on the board and a great fit with the team.
Yeah, it is Newell, according to Jeff Goodman. It's
okay, cool. So
and
how do you feel about that fit?
We've talked about this earlier. You know, it's a great fit. It makes perfect sense. You know, I really like his fit with Trey. To be honest, is pretty fantastic. He is a perfect role man, and you want a good role man with Trey. He's probably a little short for what you want. Him and Okongwu, neither one of them offering plus size is a little weird. So that's probably something to think about. However, you've got KP for the height, and that works. So also, KP stretches the floor, so you can have him as the roll man and KP as the floor spacer. So I think that's pretty unique there. Again, you know, you got Jalen Johnson is a good passer. He is a great cutter and driver. So I also think that Newell is a very good connective passer, and he flashed that a lot more at Montverde than he got to at Georgia. So yeah, he's a big. So bigs are very guard dependent on whether or not they can get the ball. Well, the guards in Atlanta can
Great
pass.
rebounder as well.
Yeah, he's a great
Rebounder.
rebounder.
One of the best
So-
in the class.
I really like the fit. I'm a huge fan of this fit. So I would have been fine with it at 13. So to get him here is absolute, like that's fantastic. They did a great job.
All right, we've got a question now from Tom the Man. Does Indy call on Sexton? I think
I don't
they're
know if
quite
they can make
content
math.
with Nemhard running point this year for them.
I also don't think they can make the math work. Like Sexton sneakily makes a lot of money.
Right. What's he at, 23?
Yeah, we are at 24 now with OKC. So this has
No,
got to
sorry.
be Fleming.
I meant like the money wise.
Oh, he makes
He's like
18,
3 million.
almost 19 million a year.
Okay, right. That's not
So
awful.
We're
I
trying
mean,
to
that's
figure out
definitely-
how to put. We're trying to figure out how to put Sexton on the Mavs, and it just like the money doesn't work.
I mean, it's like
so-
what 8% of your cap. I don't think it's that bad of a contract, to be honest. I think he's definitely worth that
It's
much
10.
money.
It's 10% of your cap, but it's just like the Mavs just don't have the salaries to match. Is what I'm saying.
Right,
Like, so
okay.
he sneakily makes.
Are
And
you-
same with
Are they all second with him? The Mavs in the second apron?
no, they just got out because Kyrie signed for lower.
Thought so. Okay.
So, but and that's the thing with the Pacers too. I don't know that they have the contracts to match a Colin Sexton trade. So that's where it's not that he's a bad contract. It's just hard to find teams that have that available to trade.
Yes. Yeah. So moving on now, we have the Thunder. The obvious pick here should be Fleming. Nick Clifford's on the board still though, and they really like Nick Clifford from everything I've heard. The Magic probably are going to pass on Rasheer. Like this is the main storyline that we're tracking right now. Is how far does Rasheer fall, and what's wrong with Rasheer, right? Why are teams passing on this guy, right? He was in a lot of cases, a projected top 10 pick. I had him as high as 6 on my board a couple of months ago, and as I said earlier, I'm no lower on him now than I was then, right? And I think he's an obvious pick, but there's a good chance he falls to Brooklyn at 26 and 27. And if he gets past them, I could definitely see the Celtics passing on him. Now his floor is the Hornets at 29. There's
This
no
is
way
kind
that is Jeff Peterson's wet dream. Like, that
I would be
combination-
really shocked if they don't take Clifford or Fleming. It's
one of those two.
I would be kind of shocked if it's not that.
Now you look at Brooklyn though. I could see Brooklyn then after that taking like an Ugo Gonzalez.
Liam McNeely,
Yeah,
Danny
man, there's a
Wolf
lot of guys
is-
that I can take.
Danny
him
Wolf
over.
is an excellent fit in Brooklyn.
I think Danny Wolf's probably going to fall to the Celtics at 29. It's 28.
Yeah.
That's my projection.
Renat would also be a good fit. Give him some shooting at the big.
We're getting into like the late stage of the draft. So the main storyline is Fleming.
I just want to say shout out to the Hawks. They traded back 10 spots. They got an unprotected pick and got who they wanted.
And they got,
Like
yeah.
that is incredible cap management,
management.
incredible asset management. Like absolutely incredible. People are saying OKC could go Jace here. They actually are one of the teams that could fit him, to be completely honest, where his weaknesses could get covered up. You know, we talked about that earlier. So
I don't hate that actually. I don't hate that at all. And I'm someone who's very low on Jace. I don't hate that theory.
Yeah.
I think
as
Jace is
someone who
great.
doesn't like Jace, I actually do think that's a really good place to make him work.
Is there another world where he goes in the first round after this?
Jace. Let's see who's left. I do think the Clippers, I think, would be a good fit for him. Orlando,
okay.
I could see maybe Orlando taking him. Boston, maybe, but I don't know.
I don't think Boston takes him.
So I would
They
think
have
that the
to take him
Clippers,
already.
is the most likely,
So pick is in for OKC.
but we don't know who it is yet.
Yeah, as we said, the two favorites should be Nick Clifford and
It's
Fleming.
Nick Clifford.
Fleming? Okay,
Jeff
well,
Goodman just said it's Nick Clifford. So
Whoa. Okay. What's wrong with Fleming?
I don't know. I'm getting very confused.
This is shocking, man. This is a guy whose floor was the lottery, and he's looking like someone who could fall out of the first round, which I don't.
I thought he
see,
could
but-
drop to 20. I thought 20 was his floor. And
Yeah, no way the Heat passing him, right?
I was trying not to be mean. That's
Oh,
why I
we're
actually-
fine. It's
Oh, I'm
fine.
being so mean.
Fine.
That's why I stopped my sentence mid-sentence.
No, I'm just saying. Listen.
I'm just
Clearly, they're terrible at asset management anyway. So they're doing exactly what I expected them to do.
Oh.
King's trade for
Yeah.
24.
So Clifford went to the Kings.
Nice.
I really love that fit
On
too.
the man,
Like,
thank you. That's our source.
That's an incredible fit.
I don't love it as much for the Kings as Thunders, mostly just because the Kings are a terrible franchise.
Well,
I don't trust.
I
anything
think
they
that-
do.
I think he brings what they are needing as far as I think they need more of the perimeter defense. So my comp for him this whole time has been Keon Ellis, but taller. And that's what they needed, is they need a taller Keon Ellis. So
Shoot, everyone could use Jordan Ennis. Everyone could use that.
Yeah.
so
He's gonna be. I think he's a very good. Like, you're gonna see a lot of these younger guys fall down, and so odds are Nic Clifford, as a sure thing, is going to end up being like a top 20 guy in the class. Almost.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the Kings traded for him.
Now, Adu Tierra is still on the board. He's another guy that has a very, very, very high floor.
We're looking at
I like
Orlando
a lot
here.
of it.
This is one place where I could see Jace going.
McNeely.
McNeely would be a great fit here. Hugo, I could see going here.
Mhm.
I think they go point guard. So
Tyrese
I think
Proctor,
it's Jace, Proctor.
Yep.
Salas.
You do so. Thunder, of course. I'm glad they picked who they picked. Just because
Sorry?
Sorry. I was saying.
Did the Thunder trade the pick?
Yeah, they traded it to Sacramento, but I can't figure out.
For what?
Yeah, they just said that they're trading.
But who did the Thunder get back in return?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. How
Is it
badly?
Keon Ellis? Oh my god, is it Keon Ellis?
How badly did the Thunder fleece the Kings?
Oh, I
That's
bet
what I'm
it's
trying to
bad.
figure out. It's always bad. The Thunder always win trades. So
And
Yeah,
the
they
Kings
don't-
always lose.
Sam Presti is an elite. He's an elite.
He's the best in the business, right? 100%.
Yeah.
Looking at that roster, I'm thinking. Man, who is there even trade? It's none of the big name guys, obviously. The contracts don't work.
No.
So
no.
it's someone on that lower end. Is Keon on a minimum? Is Keon expired? No. They re-signed him last season. He's on like a
it's
3-year,
got to
like
be
$8
for
million.
future picks, right?
I don't think
Maybe.
the contracts work with
Uh,
him.
Well, I'm saying it's got to be like. I think that they're just trying to trade him to get future picks.
Yeah, of course, more picks, right? But yeah, I don't think there's a trade here that makes sense that returns them a player because there's no one that matches salary with anyone on the Thunder that the Thunder would trade for, right? Which would be
Yeah.
Monk. Yeah, I doubt it's Monk. Just on a contractual level, but man, the Thunder, if they get multiple picks back, that's crazy. I could see them trading for a future first round pick. This pick for a future pick, like
Yeah.
if they get
Yeah, that's got to be what it is.
If they get multiple future picks, then that's nuts. I mean, yeah, because the Thunder don't have to make a move now. Don't have to start drafting these guys now, right? They still have a few more years or a couple more years of their guys being on rookie deals. So I think
Brett
that's when they
Siegel just
start.
said Malik. Oh, okay, never mind. The way Brett Siegel says it continues to look like Malik Monk's days are numbered in Sacramento, but like so he made it look like he was in the trade, but I think he's
Yes,
just speculating. I was like, what? Like, okay.
Hmm. Hmm.
I'm really trying to figure out who are we on to? It's Orlando, right? With this pick,
Yes, Orlando.
yeah.
So Orlando, I'm seeing
McNeely would be great. Renaud would
McNeely
be
or
awesome here.
Jace.
Wolf would be awesome here.
Obviously, Rashid's the best player available, but they don't really need a Rashid Fleming, do they?
Unless they're moving off of
Isaac, and then you do need Rashid.
Even
If-
then, man, you have so many wings, so many tall wings.
Well, I mean, with adding, remember they also added Bane. So
he's more of a two though, and I think that they also they got rid of never mind. They should go guard here, I would presume.
Orlando took Jace.
That makes sense.
actually,
Probably-
makes a lot of sense. Didn't his
Yeah,
dad
I don't
play
like
on
this at
Yes.
all, but that's a great bit.
Yeah,
That makes sense. I think they're mad they didn't end up with Walter Clayton Jr. though. But Jason's probably the better playmaker of the two, would you say? And they
No.
need playmaking more than no, you wouldn't say
No.
so?
Not even close.
Maybe he might be. It's not very. far
Jace
apart,
doesn't
though.
see teammates. Jace is a better passer when he sees teammates. He just
Right, okay.
doesn't know that they exist.
So you're saying he has tunnel
Well, I
vision?
mean, you got a team
Tunnel
full of
vision.
7 footies.
That
Three
is
from five, you have
disrespectful to
7 footies.
Thomas.
So they're hard to miss. It's gonna be hard to miss those guys. But I like the pick. I think Walter Clayton Jr.
Okay.
is the best.
So now we're
possible,
back to
and
the
then
double
Taylor.
Brooklyn picks, right? So we're going to be here for 45 minutes waiting on Brooklyn to pick.
Yeah.
Um,
Who get to add? They could add 2 wings here in both.
we
Penda.
still don't know what is going back
Penda and
in the
Fleming,
Kings.
oh my god.
They
if
could
they
add
walk
Penda
away
and
from-
Fleming.
Okay,
at
right now they
25,
have
26 and 27.
they can walk away with Jaeger Demon, right? They're gonna walk away with Nolan Trayor. They would walk
Drake
away
Powell.
with Drake Powell, Noah Penda, and Rashid Fleming. That's the winners. We've said it a few times, right? We've said it a few times, but I think there's the overall winners of the draft. I think the Suns came up the most by getting Carmen at 10 in terms of like an individual pick, winning
Right.
the individual pick. But overall, across the draft, man, you have so many guys that can both be a sure thing and are going to help your team be good and are good surrounding pieces. And you also have a nice mix of guys with like high all-star upside, right? Jaeger Demon has all-star upside, right?
Mhm.
Nolan Trayor, you can make the argument based on what he was showing a year ago, has all-star, all-NBA upside. Now, I'm not sure how much you buy into that now, but at one point, that's what he was held to be, right? And then you got guys like Drake Powell, who is going to be a very solid contributor for quite a while, right? And he can be great value on a rookie deal. And then Noah Penda, of course, and Rashid Fleming are 2 of the best forwards in the class, and 2 of the most sure things in the class. Like, these guys just help winning.
Sorry, someone just said that the Kings traded the beam for that's great. I really think that I'm really liking Brooklyn's draft so far. Actually, to be honest, they're taking smart swings. Like they have been swings, but they're
They're also like
pretty
high floor swings. There's no world where these are all just disastrous, catastrophic fails.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaeger you can make the argument for, but I don't think so. I mean,
What are the odds
the
that
thing is-
every single one of those doesn't work out though? Like the
at
at least one of them's going to work out.
You're going to walk out of here saying it's a good draft 5 years from now, no matter what.
I'm not mad at them at all.
And now they got back-to-back first-round picks. My God. Do they have another? Do they not have another one? They had 5, correct? They had 8. They had 19,
Not including the second.
22, and then 20, 26, and 27. Okay. If Rashid doesn't go here, he's going to the
And they
Hornets.
have 36 as well.
Right. If Rashid doesn't go here, he's going to the Hornets.
Of course, it makes sense. It makes perfect
He'd
sense.
be-
They just got-
Hornets.
I said it while you were gone, Kyle, but Rashid is literally Jeff Peterson and Charles Lee's wet dream. That's the exact player they want, man. There's zero.
Thunder get a 27th first pick
That's great.
from
Good.
the San Antonio Spurs, but it has to be. It is top 16 protected.
Okay,
And
well,
then
it's
immediately rolls
gonna
into.
convey.
Yeah, so it's a future first.
I think that's just a case of pushing it back. You've got more years of the guys you have being on rookie scale deals before you have to kind of blow up the surrounding pieces, and then retool around your core three. And so 3 years of that, that matches the timeline. I like that a lot. That's really good asset management from Sam Presti, but what do we expect? Right? I mean, I could say it was awful asset management, knowing damn well in 3 years I'm going to look like an idiot because Sam Presti just knows everything.
Yeah. So we have 4 more picks tonight.
Yeah,
And
6, 7, 8, 9, and 30. So 5. 5 more selections. So we'll probably be here for another like 45 minutes, I'd say. 45 minutes, 50 minutes.
Yeah, but most of that is just going to be waiting. All of that is going to be waiting on the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah.
Waiting on the Nets.
Yes. And then we'll get to 28. And then we'll get to 28.
I would laugh if Nets did. If they end up, if they go Fleming, Penda, and at 36 add Thero. They have a bunch of wings that just defend at a high level on their squad. If I don't know that that's what they do, but that to me seems like the direction they could possibly do.
The Mavs are setting up for a press conference, so I'm assuming that they are not trading in for these picks.
Okay, cool. Just a word of mention. We have a lot of people watching on the Twitter in comparison to the YouTube. So if you guys are watching on Twitter right now, it's like a difference of like 900 people. If you guys are watching on Twitter right now and want to switch over to the YouTube, tomorrow we'll be back on YouTube with the second round. So if you guys want another massive live stream with us breaking down, analyzing all the trades, all the moves, all the picks, and providing our analysis and our insights into the picks, definitely switch over to YouTube now and give us and subscribe, hit the like button, turn on post notifications because we will be back tomorrow.
Yes.
This might be like the longest I've ever been on camera for, man. This is kind of this is crazy, but
I'm a long-winded preacher, and this is a lot. So I've been here for a while. I am not that long-winded of a preacher, especially for someone who is raised and lives in Africa. I don't preach that long. My dad once preached for 4 hours.
Dude, the Nets really just take the full 5 minutes, hey?
Yep.
Like
it feels like they actually take like 7 minutes.
Yeah, man. Like the thing I never understand is, and maybe it's because I don't know how things work in these organizations to the capacity of someone who actually works in there. But if you're not trading the pick, then I don't know why it always takes 5 whole minutes to make the pick. If that makes sense, because it's like like it always makes sense to just have a board of if this happens, then we're going this guy. If this guy's still here, we're going this guy. If this guy's still here, we're going this guy. No matter what. You know what I mean? Especially if you only have, obviously they have 5 picks, so it's a bit more complicated than that. But I don't understand how it always takes the full 5 minutes. You know, usually you have a pretty clear idea of who you're going to take. You've had months to work out who you like over who else. You know. If not Dallas, who do you see calling on Sexton? Kyle, what do you think?
No, I don't think they do Sexton mainly because, for one, I don't think he fits what they want from a point guard, in my opinion. I think the defense is a plus, but he doesn't always have the best decision making, and they prefer to like guards who are more cerebral with their process. So I do think he's a spark plug, but I don't think Dallas is the fit. They may make a call.
They're just going all international guys.
Wait, who went Ben Surratt?
Brooklyn.
They did
all the cards off the board.
Wait, is that confirmed, Jordan, or are you just like?
Jeff Goodman, Ben Surratt.
What? They really just want one of these guys to hit, I guess. What?
They're either
That's
drafting them.
That's the first one where I'm like, I don't know about this.
They're either drafting it to keep it, or they're drafting it so that if someone asks, they trade it. Like if someone
That's
makes
what I'm
a
wondering.
trade.
'Cause,
I
like
don't
Dallas
see
needs a
anyone
guard,
going.
and they keep
I
drafting
don't
guards.
see anyone desperate to draft Ben Surratt, and so if you're looking at
Also, yeah, this is
maybe
kinda
moving
early
down the
for
line, right? If you're looking at like just a young asset who you could move down the line and trade when you do make that move for a star, these guys can't all get playing time. These guys can't all get touches.
And I'm just saying, Surratt and Dimon in the same backcourt. I think I'm out on that.
Man, like even Nolan Traore, like there's every
Traore's
mix
not like
of,
an elite shooter, and Powell's
and
a
you
bad
have Cam
shooter.
Thomas too. Cam Thomas is going to need the ball, and Cam Johnson's going to need the ball.
Well, Cam Thomas is going to need the ball because someone's got to hit a shot.
Exactly. So there's not a whole lot of touches to go around here. You're not going to be able to develop more than one of these guys, and which means you're
Powell is the one who I think is
willingly
going to hurt the most out of that.
I think they're willingly wasting 2 picks to just guarantee they get a good guard this draft.
Yeah.
I don't understand drafting 3 guards. I don't get it.
Powell.
4. Drake Powell's a 2.
Right.
He's less ball dominant though, so I'm less concerned about that. Yeah, he doesn't need touches to develop.
Okay, so Nick, to your point, is there an injury with Fleming that we don't know about? Because he's cratered. Like,
Look, I've been messaging all day so far. I've heard nothing. I've heard nothing negative. There has to be something though. I feel like I'm just not being told.
who's worse friend?
Wow. The
Like, I
final
was talking to
terms
someone
of
with
the
Suns and
Orlando, and so Denver got Aaron Gordon and Gary Clark for Gary Harris, RJ Hampton, and Jace Richardson. Denver killed that trade.
Wait. Pause. Say again. What
So,
happened?
so the final,
Oh
Aaron
yes.
Gordon
Okay.
finally
Got
done.
it.
So they traded Aaron Gordon and Gary Clark, and they got Gary Harris, RJ Hampton, and Jace Richardson. Ooh,
I was speaking to someone over at the Suns, man, and
they
they
never got a title out of that. because
genuinely
of how-
shocked. There's something. I was speaking to someone over at the Suns, and they seemed genuinely shocked that Fleming's still available, and kind of hinted at the fact that they may not have made that trade, knowing that Fleming was probably going to be available at 29.
Oh yeah, where they traded up. Yeah, that
They're
makes sense.
probably regretting that.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, they kind of. He didn't say it outright, so I don't want to quote. I don't want to get aggregated, but that's kind of the way it was phrased. Yeah.
Danny Wolf is the
Uh,
other pick. Love that.
Danny Wolf is the second pick.
Love
Danny Wolf goes
Danny
28, 27. Okay, right. So now I'm really confused because what did the Celtics do here? Because Rashid doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but there's no one else on the board that is good.
Ronaldo
But now,
Reno, I could see. Yeah, I can see Reno.
is perfect.
Oh my god, the
Right.
Hornets actually get Rashid. I was
Um,
joking earlier. There's no way they actually.
I could also see Yannick Nienhauser would be a good one. Kalkbrenner is another.
wait.
Good fit.
I forgot he. So I didn't have him slated to the second round because of the way he showed at the ability he showed at the combine. Niederhauser. I thought he was going to go much higher. It seems like he may not.
I didn't receive any indication that he was going to be a first round pick.
Okay.
And with the Hornets, like let's assume that Fleming goes to the Hornets from purely like a roster building around the guys. Like obviously now that they haven't taken the star, they didn't take Ace. They believe in their core. They have their 2 stars, I guess, in LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller. And now in terms of surrounding those 2 guys with the best role-playing talent possible,
Right.
walking away from here with filling 2 positions of need in shooting guard and power forward with 2 of probably the 2 best role players at those 2 positions in the draft is a fantastic like that's a massive win.
I believe that both Fleming and McNeely are left with 3 picks left.
Yeah, even if the Hornets take McNeely, right? I really hope the Hornets don't pass. Again, I said earlier that there's no way he falls past 29.
I have 3 first rounders left in my on my board. Fleming, McNeely, and Renaud are my 3 first rounders that I have left. Like as far as
there is nobody knows what the Hornets are doing. Nobody knows what the Hornets are doing. Even Sham said the same thing, right? And as I said earlier, I have spoken to 8 different people who in the past have all given me very, very good intel, very accurate intel, and all 8 have told me different things. All 8 have told me different things, which means there's no way that there's that much confusion in the organization. I wouldn't put it past the Hornets, but it feels like they're deliberately setting smoke screens, and they're deliberately kind of telling media some things intentionally. Like there's no one really knows for sure what's going on with the Hornets other than Jeff Peterson and his team, right? And so there's a good chance. I don't know. I'd say there's a chance they pass on Rashiel at 29, but I mean, I reported earlier this year that they like Rashiel. So if they pass, then there's something seriously wrong with Rashiel Fleming.
If let me tell you, if the Celtics add Rasheer Fleming, I'm gonna be livid. I'm already a little bit ticked, just a little bit. If he ends up with the Celtics, who are gonna get back Tatum in a year, and add
Brooklyn just drafted Mark Zuckerberg with the 27th pick. Dating Wolf.
Why, people? Why? I can't unsee it now.
So
I
true.
can't unsee it.
He does look like Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, I like that.
Everyone, I know Boston is just devastated with Danny Wolf off the board.
I can't unsee it now.
I was speaking to my guy Nadav Demand, who works for the Israel Hayop Heb. I'm sorry if I pushed that, which is like the main independent news source in Israel. And I worked with him. I gave him a bunch of quotes for a piece on how Ben Saroff and Danny Wolf could fall, and I said there's a good chance they go back to the Nets, and here we are. Right? I mean, I like it. They're both from Israel. I think they've come up through the same system. They've obviously spent a bit of time playing together already. Right?
That's true.
I mean,
They're probably be a good fit together.
You'd presume, right? Considering the fact that there's next to no talent from Israel. Aren't they the first Israeli-born players?
Omri Caspi is
right.
Israeli,
Okay,
and so
but
is
they're
Denny
two of
Avila.
the first Israeli players ever, and they're coming up in the same age group. So it would make sense that they would have played together before.
Denny Avila is
Considering some
also
whole NBA talent there. Could the Celtics have tanked Fleming stock on purpose because they traded KP?
How would they have done that?
I'm not certain how that. I'm not really sure what you're saying. Sorry, man.
I'm seeing that the Celtics might have selected Hugo Gonzalez.
What?
That's not a very Celtics
What?
pick. Yeah. Hugo Gonzalez. That's a choice.
Okay, so Nick, there has to be something wrong, because this makes no sense to me.
If the Hornets pass is something wrong, they really liked Rasheed Fleming last time I spoke to them. Rasheed was a projected lottery pick for his floor was the lottery. In a lot of cases, everyone kind of thought there's no way he goes past the Spurs, unless someone else falls, and the Spurs have to take him. But realistically, his floor seemed to be the Spurs, and he's doubled that floor now. He's now at 29.
I'm utterly perplexed.
I mean, one of McNeely, Renaud, and Fleming is not a first rounder now.
I don't get it. I don't understand
Wait,
what I'm.
who was the first name?
Fleming, McNeely, and Renaud.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I mean, there could be multiple of them. They could all three could not be drafted in the first round.
Yeah,
That
that's
would
what
be
I'm
shocking.
saying. That's kind of surprising. All three of them are great fits in Charlotte, by the way. And we're looking at Charlotte.
I'm really, really praying that the Hornets take Rasheed Fleming, man, because that just changes everything.
Devoni is saying that the Saroff may or may not be stashed.
That makes sense.
I mean,
I
yeah.
didn't think
Yeah.
I didn't think he was ready, personally.
Mhm.
So it does not surprise me. It doesn't shock me that he may be stashed. Another
Yeah.
year wouldn't hurt him at all.
Mm,
No, and that's just my read. I could be.
Okay, am I crazy in saying that now that the Nets end up taking Saraf, there's a world where the Hornets walk out of this as the winners of the draft, considering they also have picks 33 and 34.
Good.
Like they're probably going to end up with McNeely or Reno as well. Or maybe not Reno, but there's a good chance they walk out of here with McNeely as well at 33.
Danny Wolf is the main character from Ratatouille. Sorry, these people are so mean on the internet.
That's
They're
really funny.
so mean.
That's really funny. Wait, so the Hugo Gonzalez pick is confirmed?
Yes.
And I like it. I would have rather, like, to me, Renaud and McNeely are like more of their
Fleming.
kind of pick, but I kind of do get it. Getting Hugo, he's
And
definitely
maybe,
interesting.
maybe they think that he's 2 years away from becoming better than those guys are in 2 years, and it's 2 years from now that they're trying to compete again.
That's a possibility.
It's just I just struggle to see how he goes from getting no minutes on Real Madrid to getting
Minutes on
really good
Boston.
minutes in 2 years on Boston.
I am intrigued.
Rocco Zukowski is also in play here. That's the name to monitor. So I'm going to take a quick look at who's available still in the second round. You got a lot of the top of the second round has already been taken. Rocco Zukowski, as I said, Janai Broom, probably not a first round pick. Dink Pate could go somewhere around here. Kobe Breyer, Chaz Linear. Yoan Berenger is still on the board.
No, he's not.
No,
Berenger
he's
went
not?
to the Timberwolves.
That's right,
Right.
my bad. You still have Yannick Cohen-Niederhauser, Elijah Martin, Lachlan Ulbrich, RJ Lewis, Peyton Sanford's probably later in the draft, John Tonji, Sion James, and Ryan Nemhard. Those are kind of the guys I think are in play between now and then the first 10 picks of tomorrow.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
This is wild.
Yeah, this draft went differently than I thought, and I really did think.
Oh my god. Tom the man from YouTube comments, this man is crying and people are clowning him. It's not his fault. He looks like the 2K default face number 6.
Oh my
That
god!
was- that's
People on the
amazing. That's
internet's so
amazing.
mean.
That might be the best one.
Yeah.
It's so niche and so specific. Oh man, that might be the best one. That's really
Oh.
Bless you.
Fleming to the Clippers. I bet that's.
no, don't no positive energy. I don't claim any of this negative energy. Fleming is a Hornet. Please.
I mean, if it's not Fleming or McNeely, I'm very confused. Because they're just like so clearly the better players.
You don't go big here. You can't go. Probably don't go guards. Yeah, you're probably going wing. Do you guys see McNeely's more for 3 or
big
2?
because you traded Williams.
No, you don't go big. You already have Nurkic and
I forgot you
Musa
have
Tabata.
Nurkic on the. Yeah, I forgot you have Nurkic on the team. To be fair, I think Nurkic
And
was
they
to be
did
forgotten.
play a bit of Tajon Salon at the 5 last year, small ball, but like as like 5 out as well. So he's like the third
True.
option.
Don't you actually have to hit shots to be 5 out?
Which I mean is a fair assessment.
Man,
Sorry, I'm not a squad guy at all.
He looked really good in preseason and through the first like few games, and then he like just tailed off.
And then he himself after that.
But back into the year, he improved a lot. So I'm still very much a believer. I'm as much of a believer now as I was 12 months ago.
People are saying Charlotte just ran out of time? ? Charlotte took McNeely, according to Shadow. That's good. I like it.
Nick. Oh man.
So
What
the
are your
Clippers? ?
You know what? You know what's funny? Clippers pick Fleming.
So we picked 2 shooting guards.
No, McNeely's a 3.
Not with Brandon Miller. Con's playing
And
2.
Con?
Brandon Miller's playing 3.
McNeely
And
can
Adam
play
Con.
some 4. So maybe
No,
you're
man.
wanting to play
Oh, my
McNeely at a 4.
I like McNeely, good prospect and all, but damn, man, Rasheed Fleming. There's something actually wrong with Rasheed Fleming now.
Here's the thing. They had Trez for a little bit, Montrezl Harrell. Not the same type of player defensively. I think the upside is higher. But I do think Fleming kind of fits the mold of somebody that they've had before. As far
Yeah,
as
look, okay, we'll talk a little bit about this Hornets pick, though, all right? So you have a team that really needed shooting.
Was
Has
Fleming
been
not on the
treated-
green room list?
I think he was invited.
Oh.
Was
If he wasn't invited,
Did I
maybe
miss that? I thought he was.
There is something going on. It's definitely something going on. We didn't know if he was invited. But looking at this pick for the Hornets, man, at the end of the day, we've needed shooting, we've needed spacing for such a long time, and to have 2 of the best shooters in the class, right? Like we came into this year saying the 2 best shooters in college were going to be Con Knipple and Liam McNeely, and then the Hornets walk away with both those players. So if you told me before the draft that we would walk away from the first round with these 2 guys, I would be thrilled. And there's still a chance to
It's
get
just
Rasheed
how it
at 33-34.
now I
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
think Clippers let him slide. I don't think Clippers let him slide, to be honest.
Dude, there's something wrong with him. This isn't a slide anymore. This is something is wrong with him.
Unless he's going back to school and just recently decided he's not a senior, is he?
No, but that's gone. The deadline's gone.
Which is what I thought too. I don't understand what's happening.
There's something wrong with Rasheed Fleming, which means he's probably gonna continue to fall.
The question is what?
Yeah, everyone's saying that was the last of the green room, but I thought Fleming was also in the green room. So maybe I was just wrong with that.
There's something wrong with Fleming. That means because everyone projected him as a first round pick, and the NBA didn't invite him. Really?
It's a horrible reason not to draft a prospect.
Wait, what? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the NBA knew whoever does the green room invites knew there's a chance he could fall. A good chance he would fall to not invite him.
To not put the pressure, obviously. Right? We've seen guys who were invited to the green room and then did not get selected till much later than they did.
Yes, of course. But that wasn't even a possibility 12 hours ago.
No.
And they did the
No,
green room invites last week. So there must have been a good murmur, like solid murmurs around the league that this guy wasn't going to be a first round pick. If that makes any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense.
But yeah, that means
Dylan
something's-
Harper is set to make double on his rookie contract. Will make double his dad's career earnings.
That's crazy.
And his dad was good.
Really
Things
good.
have changed, huh?
A lot has changed.
Oh, also, Ron Harper Jr., one of the best followers on Twitter. If you don't follow him on Twitter already, you should follow him on Twitter and turn on notifications because that guy has beef with everybody. Absolutely everybody. It's hilarious. I love it, man. I love some drama.
Celtics fans
Yeah.
are not feeling the Hugo.
Let's keep talking about the McNeely pick. Like, how does this fit into things? Like, how do you guys feel about the pick?
I mean, the Hornets shoot the second most threes in the league, right? They don't make-
ask how many they make. Don't ask me how
Yeah.
many they make.
They make like 21% of them. So obviously, Con and Liam is excellent. Also, we talked about it earlier. Both of them are excellent connecting passers on top of that. And you guys really needed more of that in the gap kind of stuff.
Agreed. Yeah.
So I
These are two
really
very
do
Charles Lee coded players, man. Rasheed
very,
would be
very
more so
high
the-
IQ players.
Yeah, man. Very, very, very Charles Lee coded. I'm just
And
surprised they
also-
passed because it seems like such a Hornets mentality, like a Hornets mentality kind of guy. Or they're
And-
trying to be Hornets mentality.
And I was just thinking about LaMelo finding them in the corners on the wings.
Yannick Koenig-Niederhauser for the Clippers.
Wow.
Okay, so then something is drastically concerning that we have no idea
Yeah.
what it is. That's where I'm at with it. And character thing, maybe, but Clippers get a
I
good
don't
pick
think
here.
so. I haven't heard anything negative. If it's a character issue, you hear negative things. You always hear negative things. Because if it's a character issue, the people in the front, if they've said something wrong, the people in the front office usually feel wronged or like feel a bit slighted by them saying that, and they're gonna go and complain about it to other GMs and to other people, and it always gets around. It always gets around.
Yeah.
So I like Niederhauser to the Clippers. I think the fit is nice. I think he's gonna come off the bench, obviously.
Right. Because Zubac is amazing.
Right. So, but he does get to figure out how to use his body to increase touch.
Hey, Zubac is actually who you kind of want him to learn to be, though. Because he's
Right.
got the same physical tools, the same aggression. Like, actually, that's
better
it's good.
passer. Even at
And
that.
they
Zubac
need-
was my
like-
comment for Yazoo.
Oh,
and also,
okay.
they changed their whole. They almost have to change the whole identity when Zubac goes to the bench. This lets them keep their same identity with Zubac
Wait.
on the bench.
I mean, it does that, but also with the added ability of making reads. Like, granted, I'm not saying you would have him bring the ball up the floor or anything like that, but he's you add a connecting passer and somebody who can block shots, grab rebounds, plays with a lot of energy. He's what you want at this position. I think it's a value
Also, you
pick.
can sub Zubac out more often so that he has more energy. That's the reason that the Mavs center tandem is so good. It's not that either one of them is that individually good. It's that they're always like peak energy when they come in. And so that I really like this for the Clippers. I think that that's going to be very, very good.
All right, now let's talk about a little bit about the other guys that we possibly picked up tomorrow. All right, so you obviously the biggest name is obviously Rasheed Fleming. We spent literally the entire draft talking about him. He has been discussed literally since I think the hour
7,
mark.
I think
of
is
this-
what I started. Yeah.
Yes, but I mean,
Started
like
talking
an
about
hour in. An hour in, we started talking about that. It's been almost 4 hours now of us saying Fleming's in play. So Fleming is obviously the biggest name available. Who else do you guys think is there? Right. So I think the main guys for
Brennan did
me.
not get picked, correct?
Kalkbrenner did not get
Kalkbrenner
picked. That's
didn't
a
get
sh-
picked
wow, the Celtics didn't take Kalkbrenner. Wow.
Cam Jones.
I didn't even think about that.
Renaud, Pinda, Thiero, Salas, Proctor, Kalkbrenner,
Pendle,
Cam Jones, Watkins, Janai Broom, and Kobe Brea.
That's
That's my
two guys in my top 10. 2 players in my top 10 have fallen out of the first round.
Dixon.
So
I have-
in the second round for sure, man.
So I had 6 first rounders not go in the first round, which is good. But of those, only 2 that I had said these guys are like locks to be first rounders.
Did Penda get picked?
No, Pinda did not.
No.
Okay, so Penda's
So
in the second.
Penda was higher on my board than Ace Bailey.
So I think
So-
Pinda is probably going to be a draft and stash if he's taken. I think that's probably what's going on. Why he's dropping so
No, man,
far.
he's so NBA ready.
His body.
Okay,
looks
let's-
better.
let's-
The shot is not NBA ready. So that's what I'm thinking is going on.
NBA draft order. I'm pulling up the order right now. Okay, so one moment. Sorry, it's taking a second to load. I had it up, but it's like refreshing the page for some reason. Okay, so first up we'd have Minnesota, right, and then Boston again. So looking at, I could see Boston going Kalkbrenner. I could see Minnesota going. I don't think Minnesota goes Rasheed, which means Rasheed more than likely is going to fall to 33 and 34 to the Hornets or beneath that.
Yeah, and I'm looking now, maybe Boston. I could see him go to Boston.
I think so too.
Charlotte could be there. Philly, I would think that Philly would take him at that point.
Tom the Man on YouTube comments, some on X brought up maybe Fleming isn't as good in the NBA eyes that draft experts think he is. I kind of disagree with that. I don't think that's possible because a lot of what makes people so high on Fleming is such a objective thing. There's no real thing that's like, oh, hey, I'm higher on this thing or this thing than consensus, or I'm lower on this than consensus, right? Fleming is such a, this is what he is, right? It's the size. Just pure size alone, he should be a first-round pick. But then you look at the way he moves, everything about him indicates that he is a first-round pick, objectively speaking. So the fact that he's
here's my question with Fleming. You know, he did suddenly have this huge jump in shooting this year. So maybe teams don't buy.
Yeah.
That's got to be part of it. And then also, you know, it could just be that he starts dropping and then people start second guessing and thinking that there must be something.
That's something that, it's definitely something that happened.
That's what happened to, what's his name, a few years ago, who's now on the Rockets, the super athletic wing, Cam Whitmore.
People started. Cam Whitmore, yes.
Yeah, people started to be like, oh, well, and then nobody knew why he was dropping, so then he kept dropping more.
Right.
You know, this could be.
Okay,
which is crazy because the Rockets were supposed to take him at 4, and they ended up taking him at 20.
Yeah,
which is kind of crazy. But
here's the joke.
Yeah, looking forward. Tomorrow is going to be a big day, man. There's a lot to go on.
A lot of good talent.
Guys like Grant Nelson, Eric Dixon are still available. There's a lot of talent still on the board.
Yeah,
a lot of talent.
Which is more than we thought, right? We thought there was going to be less talent.
Hunter Salas, Max Scholger, Micah Peavy, Maxime Reynaud, Adutiero, and Ryan Kalkbrenner are all guys between 15 and 30 for me that didn't get drafted in the first round. Okay, you got guys like I have 2 guys in the top 10 that didn't get drafted. At 9, I had Rasheed Fleming, and at 7, I had Noah Pender. Someone is going to get a steal. There is no way that this many people fall, right? And I'm higher on Noah Pender than consensus, right? But
I'm really shocked
that I was high on. Pretty consensus. These guys, there's going to be some steals in the second round tomorrow. I'm really excited to see who.
Because I mean, obviously,
Sorry?
Yang is one of the ones who throws things off by Yang going so high. Behringer going that high.
Yang have a green room what?
So Yang at 16 is wild.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at who are the ones that threw things off. Yang and Behringer
at 7 was a shock, but it wasn't like projected to go. It wasn't. He was projected to go in that range, just to the different teams.
Right.
Yang wasn't necessarily a shock. Neither was CMB.
Yeah. Yang is the only one to me that wasn't in my, bubble of I had him. Well, actually, I even had him at 34. So
and not only did he go in the first round, he was 16th. That's like a damn near a lottery pick.
So it's really just Fleming and Renaud being. Those are the only ones that really, really shocked me that they didn't get.
Renaud is who I'm surprised didn't go earlier. I thought that because of his ability to stretch the floor, height, wingspan,
rebounding,
mobility at his size, that you would go with him. But that just means the second round has talent that you can select. I could see Pacers selecting him, possibly. Yep. I also think, Nick, you talked about Charlotte having some options as well. They could add a Renaud or possibly a Rasheed Fleming, again, having the opportunity. So it's to be seen but I think I'm excited also to be able to cover talent that we also scouted. And we've scouted a lot of people, even guys who were sleepers. So I think the second round is going to be good.
I still have 1, 2, 3.
Cam Jones is still not drafted, by the way. Cam Jones is still on the board.
So I have 12 guys that I had either as a first round or high second round grade left. So that's almost half the second round right there.
Right.
So, we're going to have, and we didn't, so we're going to have some fun tomorrow.
Agreed.
Definitely.
I say
And
we. I'm not.
you got guys like other high ups, guys like Kozlowski as well.
Say that again. You kind of broke up a little bit.
Guys like Rocky Zagasi. So I've
Yep.
just made a board after day one. The best guys still on the board. You got Rasheed Fleming, Noah Pender, Ryan Kalkbrenner, Micah Peavy, Max Scholger, Cam Jones, Hunter Salas, and Rocco Zukowski. That's just my immediate. I've just jotted that down.
Mine's Fleming, Renaud, Pinda, Thiero,
Thiero.
Salas, Proctor,
Yeah.
Cam Jones, Kalkbrenner, Watkins. That's probably my top 10 right there.
Hero.
Also, shout out to the 888 people hanging with us all this time.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I can't see how many people are in the show.
It's really cool for y'all to hang out this long. Granted,
Obviously.
I do think some of the draft being this long is also because they have 9,000 commercials.
Yes.
And the Nets also taking 45 minutes to make a pick.
I buy minutes. But yeah, man, we appreciate you guys all tuning in with us. It's been 5 hours. It's not a short. A lot of the content that goes out nowadays is very short attention span, very like instant gratification. You guys stuck with us through the whole thing, so we appreciate you guys joining in with us. I think we'll wrap it up there. We'll see you guys again tomorrow for day 2.
Mhm.
As we said, there's a lot to look forward to, and there'll be some more content going out on Draftstack in the morning in regards to the second round and the winners and losers of the first round. So yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, and make
The
sure
losers are the Pelicans.
if you're on
That's
Twitter,
easy.
right? If you're on Twitter, go to YouTube, subscribe. We're really trying to grow the YouTube. There's a lot of really good content coming out on there at the moment, and of course tomorrow we have the full 5-hour second round show. But yeah, so make sure to like and subscribe, and we will see you guys tomorrow.